Natural-born monads. On the Metaphysics of Organisms and Human Individuals. Edited by Andrea Altobrando and Pierfrancesco Biasetti. Andrea Altobrando, Pierfrancesco Biasetti. Natural-born monads 1. Antonio M. Nunzianti. Between Laws and Norms. Genesis of the Concept of Organism in Leibniz and in the Early Modern Western Philosophy 11. Hugh Desmond, Philippe Huneman. The Ontology of Organismic Agency, a Kantian Approach 33. Michela Bourdignon. Teleology, Backward Causation and Contradiction. Hegel's Dialectical Account of Organic Nature 65. Luca Illiterati. Being Rational, Hegel on the Human Way of Being 89. Federico Sanguinetti. Hegel and the Question What Characterizes Human Beings qua Animal Organisms of a Specific Sort. 111. Yuzuka Komodo. Marx's Philosophy on Natural History 137. Caroline Angel-Raz. From Monads to Monera 153. Robert Coses. Idealism and Darwin, Rejection, Accommodation, Appropriation, James Hutchison Sterling and David George Ritchie 177. Yugen Itabashi. Biology and the Philosophy of History, Nishida Kitaro and the Philosophy of Necessity that Includes Freedom 199. Takeshi Morisato. Tanabe Hajime and the Concept of Species, Approaching Nature as a Missing Shade in the Logic of Species 213. Andrea Gambarato. Teleology, Life, and Cognition, Reconsidering Jonas' Legacy for a Theory of the Organism 243. Pierfrancesco Biasetti. Dialectical Thinking and Science, The Case of Richard Lewontin. Dialectical Biologist 265. Lenny Moss. Can normativity be the force of nature that solves the problem of parties extra parties? Episode 4, A New Hope, Natural Detachment and the Case of the Hybrid Hominin 293. Tom Rockmore. Towards a Constructivist Approach to Human Nature 315. Andrea Altobrando, Pierfrancesco Biasetti. Natural-born monads. The concrete highway was edged with a mat of tangled, broken, dry grass, and the grass heads were heavy with oat beards to catch on a dog's coat, and fox tails to tangle in a horse's fetlocks, and clover burrs to fasten in sheep's wool, sleeping life waiting to be spread and dispersed, every seed armed with an appliance of dispersal, twisting darts and parachutes for the wind, little spears and balls of tiny thorns, and all waiting for animals and for the wind, for a man's trouser cuff or the hem of a woman's skirt, all passive but armed with appliances of activity, still, but each possessed of the Anlage of movement. John Steinbeck, The Grapes of Wrath. Numerical identity is the essential feature of individuality. To identify something as an individual, we need to be able to track its survival as it changes in space and time. Organisms, in this sense, can be considered as a peculiar kind of individuals. Whenever we analyze a living being, we inevitably end up considering two key elements, its internal structure, and its relationship with the surrounding environment. On the one hand, this happens because the spatio-temporal survival of an organism depends on its inner articulation, on its functional parts, and on the way they work together. In this way, it is possible to give a simple definition of an organism as an individual whose numerical identity is preserved thanks to the work of its parts. Yet, on the other hand, this is not enough. This work of the parts invariably involves some sort of exchange with what is placed outside the border of the organism. Organisms entertain a fundamental relationship with their environment, one on which their individuality depends. It is this ecological relationship that further defines the subset of organisms inside the larger set of individuals. Throughout the history of ideas, this basic idea of what an organism is has been applied to different scales and levels of organization. In fact, the embedding of an organism in an environment does not solely concern its relationship with the medium of its movement, with the climate, resources, and other non-living parts of a habitat. It also concerns its interactions with other organisms, be they conspecific or allospecific. In this respect, it has always been tempting to consider the various communities formed at different biological levels, from pairs of symbionts to networks of species sharing an ecosystem, as organisms in themselves. There is a similar temptation with regard to our stance on human communities. In fact, until recently, holistic sociological and political theories, giving priority to wholes rather than individuals to explain social and even psychological phenomena, have not been rare. According to such views, the individual organism at a lower level becomes just a part of a larger organism in the upper level. Its life, and, more radically, its significance, can be explained, and can actually subsist, only in relation to the function carried out for the complex whole of which it is part. Concerning human communities, this social holism easily results in a negation of any intrinsic value of simple individuals as individuals, i.e., besides, or beyond, their social roles and functions. For most of our modern societies, this seems unacceptable. On the other hand, symmetrical atomistic alternatives seem likewise untenable, as they do not seem capable of accounting for the natural human propensity to live inside different kinds of groups. This volume is motivated by the wish to contribute to a better understanding of this peculiar situation of human individuals. We believe that only a thorough and careful assessment of the concept of the organism, and of its relations to the environment and to itself, can allow us better to understand human groups, and the relations between human individuals and their environment. We are convinced that the conceptual history of the terms at stake is highly important. For this reason, we have gathered several scholars specialized in different fields of philosophy in order to sketch a specific line of conceptual development concerning the organism that runs into the current debates in metaphysics, philosophical anthropology, social philosophy, and philosophy of biology. It is a story that starts with Leibniz and his understanding of organism and human nature, and continues its arc across the philosophy of German idealism, before branching into several post-Darwinian redefinitions of this legacy. Its main thread is, as the title of the volume suggests, the concept of the monad. But another important protagonist is dialectics. What monadology and dialectics share, in our view, is that both concepts entail a fundamental relationship between an individual and its otherness, be this its natural or social environment. This may sound odd given the current meaning of monad, a term usually associated with solipsistic views of subjects and substances in general. We believe this latter reading to be extremely narrow and unrepresentative of the original concept. In this regard, one should not forget that Leibniz monadology was devised to formulate a metaphysically and ontologically pluralistic view of the universe, and that a monad, in Leibniz' understanding, is made of its relationships with all other monads. The volume is divided in two parts. In the first part, the analysis is centered on the core figures that form the trunk of the tradition we would like to discuss, Leibniz, Kant, and Hegel. In the second part, the volume focuses instead on some of the post-Darwinian ramifications of the monadological and dialectical legacy, showing how the concepts first formulated at the end of 17th century, and constantly reassessed since then, still represent the theoretical hardcore one has to confront when reflecting on what an organism is. The first article of the volume, written by, sets up the discussion, by focusing on the genesis of the concept of the organism in Leibniz and in the early modern Western philosophy. Leibniz is one of the first authors to try a tentative systematization of the discoveries made by the emerging life sciences. He does this by reinserting teleology into the mechanistic paradigm of early modern philosophy, and by providing, with his concept of the monad, a metaphysical account of life and organism. Nunzianti shows how the terminological and conceptual invention of Leibniz is indebted both to the Cartesian tradition of the machine, and to the Aristotelian tradition of the form. In this sense, Leibniz's attempt is exemplar of the early modern tension between, on the one hand, the need to explain the universe in purely physical terms, and, on the other hand, the need to understand the mind of the designer teleologically. Teleology, and its place in our understanding of nature, is famously a central issue of Kant's third critique, where Leibniz's original attempt to merge teleological discourse with the modern mechanistic view of nature is given a new formulation. In the second paper of the volume, Hugh Desmond and Andreas Heunemann analyze the role and the legitimacy of agential explanations in current biology, navigating between the Scylla and Charybdis of ontic and reductionistic interpretations of agency. In this way, they show how Kant's reflection on the apparently unavoidable use of teleological descriptions of organisms is still of the greatest importance for our understanding of the living world. The teleological issue raised by Leibniz forms the basis not only of Kant's, but also of Hegel's view on life sciences. In her article, Michela Bordignon shows how Hegel, via Kant, develops his dialectical account of the concept of life in order to overcome the logico-ontological issues posed by modern science. Bordignon illustrates Hegel's dialectic as a process of self-determination implying a fundamental relation with, or more precisely, an assimilation of, Altobrando. She also shows how, by means of dialectical thinking, Hegel aims at overcoming Kant's understanding of natural purposiveness as having a merely regulative value. Bordignon's contribution thus shows how Hegel's account of dialectic is, at least partially, born from the need to explain the dynamic nature of an organism. He achieves this by reassessing, and, in part, by overcoming, the monadological ideas of Leibniz. The introduction of dialectical thinking operated by Hegel constitutes a fundamental step in our conceptual history, a passage that reveals how every philosophical reflection on the organism and on the proper understanding of human individuals has to take into account the issues regarding self-determination and both the natural and the social environment. In their contributions, Luca Illiturati and Federico Sanguinetti specifically try to work out Hegel's ideas concerning human nature. Both Illiturati and Sanguinetti point out how, for Hegel, thought is what differentiates human individuals from other non-human animals. Illiturati focuses on the classical characterization of humans as rational animals, and shows how, when considered according to Hegel's philosophical system, rationality marks human beings as essentially open to others and to Altobrando in general. In this sense, the essence of human subjectivity consists in the natural capacity to realize oneself as a rationally self-determining subject, i.e., as a free subject. In turn, the implementation of the subject's freedom essentially involves a relationship with otherness. Sanguinetti too insists on the rational essence of humans, as well as on the fundamental link that Hegel draws between rational self-determination and freedom. He does so by carrying out an analysis of the very meaning of freedom in Hegel's philosophy of subjective spirit. This analysis shows a fundamental connection between the capacity to be free and self-conscious responsiveness to norms. This latter is reached through a dialectical process, which coincides with the liberation from nature achieved by the spirit in different stages. However, drawing from John McDowell's recent works, Sanguinetti claims that Hegel's account of the process should not be read in evolutionary terms. In this way, he anticipates some issues from the second part of the volume, namely the possibility of reconciling the Leibniz-Kant-Hegel legacy with the post-Darwinian naturalistic account of the organism in general, and of the human individual in particular. According to Sanguinetti, from a Hegelian/McDowellian perspective, the possibility of a conciliation relies on a clear distinction of fields and methodologies, insofar as there is a fundamental difference between the philosophical and the scientific understandings of what characterizes human beings as individual organisms of a specific sort. More specifically, all evolutionary, scientific, anthropogenetic understandings of human beings are not properly able to grasp the fundamental, constitutive, and thus causally inexplicable, self-referential nature of human beings. Hegel is the figure in modern philosophy who most clearly stretches the understanding of the inner structure of living beings and of their relationship to the environment beyond the realm of purely biological sciences. Signally, Hegel points out that the dialectical relationship of human individuals with both their natural and their social environments is different from that of other animals to their purely biological complexion, as well as to their groups and species. One could say that Hegel tries to work out a holistic understanding of the totality of being, which can account for the dependency of human individuals, both on their societies and on their species, but that is also able to safeguard their individual independence and freedom. In this way, Hegel tries to avoid a reduction of human individuals to mere pawns within a society understood as a big organism. The next step in our conceptual history is thus, unsurprisingly, represented by Marx. By confronting recent debates in Marxian scholarship, Yuzuka Komodo shows how Marx's thought, contrary to what has long been assumed, is neither anthropocentric nor unable to understand the importance of the natural environment. Komodo stresses that Marx's account of labor as a basic factor for the development of human nature is based on a triadic structure, which links together human individuals, society, and natural environment. This shows, according to Komodo, that neither an organicist understanding of society, nor the assimilation of human individuals to purely natural organisms, would properly grasp what human nature, as it were, is. Other historical successors of Hegel took seriously the need to avoid a reductionist understanding of human life. Among them, the so-called British idealists tried to cope with the new view of nature sparked by Charles Darwin's theory of evolution. To them, Darwinism came as a renewed assault on the citadel of teleology, and, as such, as something deeply problematic. In his paper, Robert Coases shows how two authors from this tradition, James Hutchinson Sterling and David George Ritchie, devoted considerable reflections to the issue. Sterling mainly criticized Darwinism, considering it a biased theory, incompatible with any sound philosophical system. At the opposite end of the spectrum, Ritchie tried to appropriate Darwinism, and integrate it into a fully fledged philosophical system, one deeply indebted not only to Hegel, but even more to Kant's reflection on the nature of teleology. In this way, Coases presents the philosophy of Ritchie as a significant philosophical achievement, capable of reconciling, even in a post-Darwinian era, teleology and life sciences. An interesting alternative to the Hegelian development of Leibniz's ideas on organism and life, which, nevertheless, crosses in many aspects the trajectory of German classic philosophy, was developed by Haeckel, one of the greatest propagators of Darwin's idea in Germany. As explained by Caroline Angel-Raz, Haeckel, in his attempt to give a systematic account of the new discoveries in biology, and to achieve an almost metaphysical view of reality, incorporated Schelling's interpretation of Leibniz into his views. In particular, Haeckel transformed the metaphysical concept of the monad into the biological physical, i.e., naturalistic, concept of Munira. In fact, in his doctrine of Munira as the smallest living parts of the universe, Haeckel tried to combine, in a Leibnizian fashion, philosophical reflection and scientific investigations in a vitalist view of the universe. Haeckel, in this sense, can be considered as a thinker at the crossroads of a new era, when natural sciences became more and more independent from philosophy. Natural-born monads 5. Haeckel Reflections. On the one hand, he still attempts to offer a metaphysical perspective on the universe. On the other hand, perhaps due to influence from Schelling, he shuns dialectics, and firmly anchors his vitalism to a naturalistic ground, interpreting the basic constituents of reality as purely natural entities. This same need, i.e., to reach a holistic, yet purely natural understanding of life and reality, lies at the core of the first works of Japanese modern philosophy. At its beginning, Japanese modern philosophers were deeply influenced by the dialectical reading of life and reality derived from Hegel, often through the filters of Green and Bosanquet, i.e. two important figures of British idealism. Although British idealism has long been as good as forgotten, one should not forget that, at its time, it was hugely influential. In fact, while British idealism's star was quickly waning from the Anglophone world, giving rise to the anti-idealistic stance of the first generation of analytic philosophers. Dialectical explanations of life and human nature were brought forward in an original manner, and, for the first time, beyond Western borders, by the Japanese philosophers of the first half of the 20th century. This is especially evident in the so-called Kyoto school, whose beginnings are conventionally placed in 1911 with the publication of Kitaro Nishida's seminal work An Inquiry into the Good. At the time of their massive encounter with Western philosophical and scientific traditions, Japanese philosophers attempted to carry out an original form of synthesis, with the ambitious aim of overcoming all impasses of previous speculative systems, while, at the same time, integrating the most recent scientific theories. As Eugen Itabashi shows, with regard to the issues of the organism and the human individual, Nishida tries somehow to conciliate, or rather to sublate, Hegel's dialectical thinking with the then recent biological theories of John Scott Haldane. Itabashi poignantly shows that the Japanese thinkers, and notably the main representatives of the Kyoto school, were especially interested in a philosophical understanding of life, in all its forms. This is shown also by the fact that, more or less in the same period, Hajime Tanabe, who was one of the first students of Nishida, and one of the most prominent and original ones, started to develop a logic of species. Tanabe devoted 13 volumes to such an enterprise. Strangely enough, he does as good as never really tackle Darwin's Origin of Species. This perplexing fact notwithstanding, Takeshi Morisato attempts to show how Tanabe's highly metaphysical and speculative thoughts on the relationship between species and individual can fruitfully be employed for a philosophical and systematic understanding of organism which, at least in Tanabe's view, should overcome the one-sidedness of both Kant and Hegel. Naturalism has been the dominant metaphysics of most of contemporary Western philosophy. Perhaps predictably, however, there is much debate on its definition and scope, especially when it comes to discussing the status of normative phenomena in the world. In this regard, contemporary naturalism can be divided in two broad categories. On the one hand, the so-called scientific, strong, and reductionist naturalism, in which normative phenomena are reduced to non-normative ones. On the other hand, liberalist and non-reductionist naturalism. This latter view has the advantage of being more inclusive, but, at the same time, it needs a plausible explanation of how it could be possible to account for normative phenomena without resorting to the non-natural. In his paper, Andrea Gambarato analyzes Hans Jonas' attempt to overcome the antinomical stance on teleology that goes back at least to Kant, replacing it with a perspective grounded on the reciprocal co-implication of life and cognition. Gambarato's intention is to assess this approach, and see if it can be of use in the development of a non-reductive yet naturalistic philosophy of biology. In the end, Gambarato shows that, by putting an excessive emphasis on the first-person perspective, Jonas's account of the organism and teleology steps into supernaturalistic territory. Gambarato believes, however, that freed from this excess, Jonas' ideas could be of high interest in the development of a naturalized account of normative phenomena. As a matter of fact, reductionism seems, to a higher or lesser degree, to be a significant element of many contemporary approaches to the organism. In fact, according to biologists Richard Lewontin and Richard Levins, it could be even counted as one of the constitutive traits of contemporary biology. Building on the Marxist tradition of dialectics, Lewontin and Levins have crafted an alternative approach, devoid of the ideological assumptions beneath the machine metaphor that shapes contemporary views of the organism and of its relation to its development and environment. In his paper, Pierfrancesco Biasetti tries to assess this approach, principally by adopting Lewontin's constructivist views as a test case for dialectical biology. His conclusions are that while it is unquestionable that Lewontin's characterization of the organism stands as an inspiring conceptualization for many system-centered approaches to development and evolution, it remains debatable whether these approaches can be considered dialectical, at least in the articulate sense of the term framed by Lewontin and Levins. Besides the tradition of dialectical materialism, many works and researches have recently been carried out to show how Hegel's nature philosophy can still be aptly deployed in order to advance our understanding of nature and human life. Sanguinetti, as already mentioned, insists that Hegel would be against any form of reduction of genuinely philosophical questions to historical causal questions. Concerning human specificity. In the penultimate chapter of this volume, Lenny Moss advances a quite opposite view, pushing forward with certain Hegelian ideas in order to tackle fundamental issues in philosophical anthropology, and, we would say, also in metaphysics, understood as the doctrine concerning the basic structure and elements of reality. Although he avoids a causal account of human nature, Moss illustrates how some recent discoveries in paleontology and anthropology seem to be in agreement with a dialectical understanding of life and nature. Moreover, he points out that, while both Leibniz and Kant have considered the responsivity to norms that characterizes human beings as somehow static, without development, and, thus, as something without history, Hegel, thanks to his dialectical thinking, allows us not only to recognize stages within the development of human mind, but also to fill the gap between nature and spirit. Moss recognizes that Hegel's phenomenology, by presupposing mindedness as somehow there from the beginning, cannot properly satisfy contemporary needs for a naturalistic account of mindedness. Moss, however, believes that some of Hegel's ideas could be used to such a purpose. In this way, Moss' article clearly shows how the conceptual history we sketch in this volume is far from being dead, or accomplished. It is instead a living history, and a source of ideas and thoughts that, like living organisms, can keep living only when moving and developing. In other words, the life and liveliness of such tradition depends on our capacity to further develop it. According to such tradition, indeed, certain natural organisms understand themselves as freely self-moving and self-determining unities. This is what Leibniz would call spiritual monads. Spiritual monads are naturally disposed to build themselves respective to norms, and not only to natural laws. As a consequence, the topicality and the outliving of the conceptual history portrayed here depends on the very existence of subjects that are able to understand themselves as spiritual monads, and this means as subjects for which such a history is not simply assumed, or passively inherited, but also actively worked out, analyzed, and even transformed. That the conceptual history inaugurated by Leibniz monads and further enriched by Kant's reflections on teleology and by Hegel's dialectical thinking is still alive and kicking is lastly shown by another contemporary philosopher, with whose contribution this volume ends, Tom Rockmore. The validity of Kant's voice within the contemporary debates in philosophy of biology, especially as regards teleology, is pointed out in Chapter 2 by Desmond and Heunemann. In this closing chapter of the volume, we can see how a certain development of Kant's views can help us also to understand the specific issue of human nature. Rockmore claims that the Copernican revolution operated by Kant should be implemented further into the form of a constructivist approach to human sciences in general. These sciences do not just ascertain what we, as human beings, are. Rather, they participate in the making of ourselves. Indeed, there is one fundamental fact the human sciences especially need to recognize in order to be both meaningful and truthful, namely that our nature consists in a kind of self-construction, or, to say it better, that our natural determination consists in the need, and somehow also the duty, to determine who, and perhaps even what, we are. No concept of human nature can be considered compelling. It goes without saying, though, that such self-construction is neither totally free nor arbitrary, and it is definitely not to be understood in individualistic terms, being it always a social endeavor. In conclusion, we take the liberty of saying that, if the conceptual history we have sketched here is correct, then it is also correct to say that we, as humans, are natural-born monads. We are individual unities, that naturally strive to preserve ourselves as unities, but in a fundamental, and we would even say essential, relationship with an environment, both natural and social, which goes far beyond ourselves, and without which we would have no life. To Leibniz, the external world was somehow necessary in order to have something going on in the monad, since the monad, in the end, is a representation of its environment, and, ultimately, of the whole world. More naturalistically, all kinds of living organisms can be preserved only through constant exchange and communication with their environment. In the case of human organisms, communication and exchange concern not only one's natural environment, including one's own bodily constitution, but also the social environment. Indeed, the moral, or existential, determination of the human individual as a self-determining agent would make no sense, if the normativity to which one is supposed to be responsive were not embedded in an environment that, from time to time, urges one to exert one's self-determination. Something alien is required to keep self-determination really, i.e., actively, alive. We could, in this sense, say, that the understanding of the fundamental monadicity of our existence was enriched first by Kant's reflections on different types of teleology, and then by Hegel's insistence on the necessity of Alterity for the very possibility of one's own genuine self-determination. If this is what we are, namely if we are self-consciously self-determining individuals in an environment that exceeds ourselves, and if such an environment, indeed, also partakes in making what we are, we could then paraphrase Sartre, and say that we are naturally condemned to freely, and this means also consciously, determine ourselves as self-determining living beings. Such a condemnation is both practical, inasmuch as it regards our actions and our drive of self-conservation, and theoretical, because we cannot help but try to find a clarified and comprehensible explanation of ourselves that is in agreement with the aforementioned natural determination to self-determination. And all this means that we are naturally born monads. We cannot choose to be otherwise. We are born as monads, and our birth does not depend on us. We are only able partially to decide what kind of monads we want to be, and this implies, first of all, not so much what kind of identity we want, but rather what kind of environment we build for our self-preservation. We are mirrors of the universe, mirrors whose identity depends on our power to shape, at least partially, the universe itself, and on the shape we manage to give to it. We dedicate this volume to the memory of Lorenzo Calabi. 10 Andrea Altobrando, Pier Francesco Biasetti. Antonio M. Nunzianti. Between Laws and Norms. Genesis of the concept of organism in Leibniz and in the early modern Western philosophy. Abstract, the word organism represents an original keyword of the early modern philosophical world. As it was first developed by Leibniz, it seems to blend together two different conceptual paradigms, the Cartesian model of the machines and the Aristotelian legacy of the individual natures. According to the first, nature represents itself the prototype of any good mechanical functioning, but at the same time its inner development is explained by the occurrence of a normative dimension that rules the world of primitive forces in the dynamics. For such reasons, the organism lexicon is affected by an internal stress that is extremely interesting to analyze, for it seems to posit a normative turn acting from the within of a mechanically conceived notion of life. 1. Introduction. As it was first construed, between late scholasticism and early modernity, the concept of the organism carried within itself a characteristic dichotomy. This is because two distinct epistemological models, each based on different ontological intuitions, coexisted within it. Using a remark pointed out by Wilfrid Sellars, we can say that the first model was typical of the Aristotelian and late scholastic tradition, superscript 1, whereas the second belonged to the nascent tradition of natural sciences and modern mechanics, point superscript 2. The purpose of this paper is to analyze the tension subsisting between these two models, namely between the idea of a processuality governed by mechanical laws and the idea of a self-normativity rooted in the nature of individuals. In other words, the idea is to show how the dichotomy between the thing nature and the event law frameworks needs to be better explained, but also made less abstract by considering it from within, analyzing the very way in which the concept of organism had originally been construed. Taking this internal perspective, we will see how both teleological elements and mechanical categories coexist in this newborn early modern concept. It will be also shown, however, that it is somewhat misleading to regiment the question in terms of an abstract dualism. Point superscript 3. The topic discussed here thus deals in some ways with a technical issue that would seem to be peripheral to the great themes of modern philosophy. In actual fact, however, it is by no means a lesser issue, because the semantics of the term have long-lasting metaphysical and epistemological effects that only become fully apparent in the post-Darwinian age. Perhaps it will take a long time, wrote Heidegger strikingly, to realize that the idea of organism and of organic is a purely modern, mechanical technical concept, so that what grows naturally by itself is interpreted as an artifact that produces itself. The philosopher who is better able than others to help us sketch the details of this theoretical story is undoubtedly Leibniz. To the first occurrences of the term, the shift between its countable and uncountable meanings. Despite its simplicity, Sellers remarked that in early modernity the application of the concept of individuality to natural phenomena had been based on two different epistemic models has the merit of highlighting an ontological case. That has often engendered many controversies. In some ways, it brings to mind the ancient, never-ending dispute over universals, except that, in this case, the focus of the discussion is not on the ontological status of genera and species. This is because, as Sellers puts it, modern scientists did not know what kinds of things existed until they succeeded in formulating a law that could subsequently be translated into the language of things. While the thing-nature framework, in fact, took for granted the existence of natural individualities endowed with properties, the event law lexicon questioned the very existence of what common sense presents to us as individual, while concentrating on the procedural dimension of the event and of the laws of nature dimension. For the scientist, that there are things that have individual shape is part of the immediacy that forms our ordinary experience, but what lies at the deep, primary level of the natural world is the legality of the principles that cause the appearance of such events. Such principles concern the motion of bodies, which could be understood with the aid of pheronomy, kinematics, dynamics, and which pertained, more generally, to the domain of disciplines that comprised the framework of classical mechanics. The other relevant aspect of this dichotomy regards its characteristic epistemic asymmetry. Although these two levels were often confused in early modern philosophy, the dominant mode of understanding was soon to become the event law lexicon. The ancient Aristotelian world of forms, substances and properties would in fact regress until it was eventually replaced by Darwinian evolutionary theories, taking for granted, therefore, the efficacy of Sellers' descriptive tool, which seems to work especially well if applied to long-term historical trends. We can however contextualize it better by restricting its field of application. There is a semantic dimension, in fact, characteristic of early modernity, in which such dichotomous tension displays all its strength, namely the lexical dimension that refers to the world of organisms, organizations, and organic mechanisms. As it is known, the word organism does not exist in ancient Greek, and it was also very little used in medieval Latin. The most striking thing about its first occurrences in the 17th century is that the noun organism was uncountable, not countable, since it denoted a mass or complex of things that have the property of being organized. In other words, it referred to a principle of order, and did not mention individuals. This would happen later, towards the end of the 18th century. In this case one might say, using Sellers' analytical tool, that the pragmatics of the term is entirely internal to the event law lexicon. The organism designates a procedural form, a way of organizing, and not a substantial individual. It does not mean living substance, rather it is the lifeless disposition of parts. It is that mode of organization necessary to the unfolding of the vital effects of the soul. To use the language of our proto-modern ancestors, it is an organic mechanism. There is in fact something more that is needed for there to be life, something that cooperates with the organism. It takes a soul, a plastic nature, a dominant monad. In other words, there is the need of natures endowed with a certain form, that is to say, something that serves as the principle of metaphysical unity. All this naturally represents the other side of the coin, since it refers to the thing-nature framework, and it is only by assuming this more specific perspective that we can see why organisms went on to become the prototype of what we call living beings. The peculiar feature of the lexicon of organisms therefore lies in the fact that it establishes a sort of correlation between metaphysics and physiology. It provides a way to hold together the procedural organization of the body's physiology as well as the metaphysical dimension of its individual form. It is a lexicon that serves as an interface between the legality of the body and the normativity of individuals. The tension then also reveals its effects on the epistemic level. To understand scientifically how the body-machine works, we must refer to the laws governing animal physiology. Superscript 1. On the other hand, to understand metaphysically what a living substance is, we must refer to its intimate normative structure. Point superscript 1. Superscript 1. This consideration raises another issue, which is probably the most decisive of all. In the Cartesian mechanistic age, the world of proper natural objects, in the Aristotelian sense of things of which the final cause coincides with the formal, and the what it is for and the what it is are one, is a world of machines. The expression organic mechanism, that to us sounds like an oxymoron, was pleonastic before the 17th century, since mechanical and organic simply meant the same thing. Nature is essentially a machine, precisely in the sense of a mechanical device whose position is defined by the realm of the law. Everything must happen in the bodies in such a way that it is possible to explain it distinctly from the very nature of the bodies, that is, from the size, the figure, and the laws of motion. This is what I call mechanical. The laws of motion explain the mechanical dimension of bodies, and the latter should not be perceived in a metaphorical sense, because it is not that bodies resemble machines, they are machines. The technical artifactual model becomes the epistemological model that encompasses, in a broad sense, the very concept of natural. But there is more than this, because Leibniz himself gives a further twist to this mechanical ontology, making it almost burst from within. In the multifaceted world of machines, some machines in fact have a particular shape. Some are so perfectly machined that they steadfastly remain the same. What Leibniz baptizes with the new name of natural machines have the primary feature of always exhibiting an identical form of organization, right down to their smallest details. As Deleuze pointed out, organism in this context means machinery in the sense of something that is perpetually machined, and it is only these particular types of natural machine that will be marked as living from then on. In this peculiar dimension, laws and norms meet and merge together to some degree. The main feature, here again, is the organization, or the principle of manifest order in the arrangement of the bodily parts, which can therefore only be understood on the grounds of the laws governing corporeal physiology. This organization, however, differs from that of an artificial machine, which can stop at some point, when it ceases to be organized. The living always remains organized because its organization is the expression of a different normativity that is more than just mechanical and more than physical, because it has to do with information codes that Leibniz sees at the root of an individual living being. The reference is to the world of monads, of primitive entelechies, and of those particular types of monad that dominate the body machine, making it one. The reference here is to a metaphysical normativity that constitutes the generating principle of a series. But, before coming to this point, it may be better to rewind the tape and analyze some of the general features of the nature-machine paradigm of the Cartesian age. 3. Cartesian mechanical embryology and its limits. The very concept of nature in early modern Western tradition is thus a mechanically conceived notion. It is not simply modeled on the pattern of artificial machines, since nature is the prototype of any good mechanical functioning. Nature is the real, well-functioning machine. The nature-machine paradigm is not without problems, however. It works well in describing the mechanical phenomena related to motion and the collision of bodies, but seems limited when applied to the broad array of biological phenomena. Animal physiology was explained in mechanical terms, but this approach was not always very successful, and the field of medicine, for instance, provided an extraordinary terrain for comparing theoretical approaches and different practical solutions. Generally speaking, the biological events relating to animal generation, self-regulation, growth, and deterioration, were those proving most resistant to a mechanical model of causal explanation. The methodological goal of the Cartesian program was actually quite clear: explaining a physical process means specifying the efficient causes that generated it, and this involved providing an adequate representation of the mechanism that, under such circumstances, prompts the occurrence of the physical event in question. This very idea of proof as a kind of a priori deduction starting from the general level of mechanical principles met with some unexpected difficulties, however, when it came to biological events. In the case of medicine, for example, practical solutions came first and a general theory was formulated afterwards. This meant that the theory was developed retrospectively rather than deductively. The idea of a universal mechanism dominated the corporeal physiology of animals, as we can see from this meaningful passage from Descartes. I would like you to reflect on how all the functions that I have attributed to this machine, such as the digestion of food, the beating of the heart and arteries, the nutrition and growth of the members, how these functions follow completely naturally in this machine solely from the disposition of the organs, no more nor less than those of a clock or other automaton from its counterweights and wheels. Then it is not necessary to conceive on this account any other vegetative soul, nor sensitive one, nor any other principle of motion and life, than its blood and animal spirits, agitated by the heat of the continually burning fire in the heart, and which is of the same nature as those fires found in inanimate bodies. The elements described in the above passage can be found in the human body, as in any other animal. We do indeed have a machine that works like a clock, and our movements can be explained as a kind of automaton. Yet, all this does not seem to be enough, because what is really difficult to explain in the corporeal machine is its self-movement, which is hard to deduce from anything else, unless such a machine has been made directly by the hands of God. Between Laws and Norms 17. In short, the model was that of analogical deduction. A certain vital event was considered, any kind of finality or intervention by the soul was ruled out, and after that an analogy was sought with some known mechanical models. This is what Harvey did, for instance, when he described the blood circulation in the vessels as a closed hydraulic circuit. The heart, consequently, is the beginning of life, the sun of the microcosm, even as the sun in turn might well be designated the heart of the world, for it is the heart by whose virtue and pulse the blood is moved, perfected, and made nutrient, and is preserved from corruption and coagulation. It is the household divinity which, discharging its function, nourishes, cherishes, quickens the whole body, and is indeed the foundation of life, the source of all action. In this passage we have a dizzying transfusion of meanings. Mechanical principles are continuously interwoven with metaphors and analogies, to such a degree that each term explains and is explained by the other. The heart is like the sun, which in turn is the heart of the world, and so on. There was still something not quite right, however, and it was embryology that eventually brought researchers back to square one. In fact, the theoretical problem posed in the case of embryology sounded more or less like this: how can organization be produced from what is not at all organized, and how can such a concept be justified by virtue of mechanical categories alone? The theoretical impasse was also partly due to the very notion of knowledge that, in the meantime, had become dominant. For a broad consensus, in fact, knowing was referred to as the ability to reproduce something, in the strict sense of manufacturing it. As a consequence, scientists were driven towards anthropomorphic interpretations of vital apparatuses, since they explained them by drawing analogies on a horizon of concepts borrowed from a different field of application, namely from the human world of mechanics. Therefore, on the one hand, it was theoretically forbidden for modern science to explain natural phenomena by appealing to anthropomorphic or zoomorphic concepts, as the pre-modern natural scientists had done, reducing nature to mere anthropic projections. But on the other hand, in ordinary practice, ample use was made of theoretical models based on such finalistic mechanical models, since the handicraft lexicon is an anthropic lexicon. The emergence of this so-called handicraft lexicon had to tackle two further basic difficulties. First, there was the problem of the designer. If nature is essentially a machine, some entity, namely, God, must have designed it. Second, there is the teleological problem of the purposiveness of nature, since everything produced by a designer stems from an intentional plan, but the idea of attributing intentional goals to nature is highly problematic. As Georges Canguilhem pointed out, a first assumption of the Cartesian theory of life was that, prior to nature, there was God, the great creator of life. A second assumption concerned the everlasting bond established between life and functioning machines. The nature-machine theory implied the acceptance of a kind of axiomatic system of the sort: life exists because God has decided so in creating nature, and it has an organized form of a mechanical type. Taking this ontological epistemological framework for granted, which involved accepting some profound theological as well as teleological suppositions, modern scientists attempted to produce theoretical models compliant with this framework. As a result, the nature-machine model suffered from an internal stress that is extremely interesting to analyze. Admittedly, there is a sense in which the metaphor of nature as a universal clock was used to indicate that nature was autonomous in relation to God. This humanization of nature did not really remove God from the universe, however, it just made his presence consistent with an epistemology centered on the above-mentioned handicraft lexicon. In fact, images of God as the architect, artisan, or watchmaker of the universe became very popular in the culture of the time. As Leibniz wrote in a brilliant passage of the Discourse on Metaphysics, it is appropriate to make this remark in order to reconcile those who hope to explain mechanically the formation of the first tissue of an animal and the whole machinery of its parts, with those who account for this same structure using final causes. Both ways are good and both can be useful, not only for admiring the skill of the great worker, but also for discovering something useful in physics and in medicine. And the authors who follow these different routes should not malign each other. It would be best to join together both considerations, for if it is permitted to use a humble comparison, I recognize and praise the skill of a worker not only by showing his designs in making the parts of his machine, but also by explaining the instruments he used in making each part, especially when these instruments are simple and cleverly contrived. And God is a skillful enough artisan to produce a machine which is 1,000 times more ingenious than that of our body, while using only some simple fluids explicitly concocted in such a way that only the ordinary laws of nature are required to arrange them in the right way to produce so admirable an effect. But it is also true that this would not happen at all unless God were the author of nature. In some ways, God was humanized, while the vocabulary of production was deified. All this posed a hard problem that would be revealed not so much in the modern age, but after Darwin, because the legacy of a handicraft lexicon semantically referring to the plan of a divine intentionality was bound to remain highly problematic, since it was unacceptable to the post-Darwinian naturalists. In the early modern age, notions like life, machine, organism were in fact all part of a same semantic set, which was basically consistent with the presence of a great craftsman of the universe. Such concepts were doomed to become controversial much later on when, along with the arrival of philosophical naturalism, there came the problem of a design without a designer, and of purposes without intentions. For Leibnizian organisms, purposive supermachines. Among the philosophers of early modern times, G.W. Leibniz was perhaps the one who paid the greatest attention to the issue of a philosophical understanding of life. Leibniz was probably also the author who led the Cartesian mechanistic paradigm towards a new and unexpected normative turn. Although organism was not a core word in his philosophical vocabulary, his reflection on the machines of nature was destined to become prototypical of the semantic history of the term. Generally speaking, it could be said that Leibniz saw the notions of order and organization as coming prior to the concept of machine, intending the former approximately as a mutual relationship of the parts. In a natural universe with machines scattered all around, there are two basic types of organization: a finite one, typical of the machines that, from now on, will be called artificial machines, and an infinite one, belonging to the so-called machines of nature, which will be denoted as belonging to living substances. A finite organization is unable to replicate itself, as in the case of the parts in the mechanisms of a clock, whereas the capacity to perpetually replicate their internal order is peculiar to living substances. We must then know that the machines of nature have a truly infinite number of organs, and are so well supplied and so resistant to all accidents that it is not possible to destroy them. A natural machine still remains a machine in its least parts, and moreover, it always remains the same machine that it has been, being merely transformed through the different enfolding it undergoes, sometimes extended, sometimes compressed, and concentrated, as it were, when it is thought to have perished. If we replace machine in the above text with organization, the quoted passage works even better. There is a natural organization that remains organized even in its smallest ingredients. This is the infinite dimension of nature we were referring to. An organization remains steadfastly organized, and persists in preserving the form of its relational identity. As a consequence, the machines of nature display a greater degree of complexity than artificial ones, as the latter are only supported by a mechanical type of organization. Paradoxical as it may seem, the problem of this latter kind of machine is that, under certain circumstances, the arrangement of its components ceases to be mechanical, and so Leibniz writes in the 64 of the Monadology. A machine constructed by man's art is not a machine in each of its parts. For example, the tooth of a brass wheel has parts or fragments which, for us, are no longer artificial things, and no longer have any marks to indicate the machine for whose use the wheel was intended. But natural machines, that is, living bodies, are still machines in their least parts, to infinity. That is the difference between divine art and our art. Leibniz's unspoken target is the notion of self-organization because this marks the dividing line between natural and artificial, and it is highly relevant that such a concept represents an internal development of mechanical categories, to such a degree that he stretched the very program of modern mechanics beyond its epistemological limits. In fact, the concept of organization exhibits two different levels. On the one hand, it simply indicates something that is already organized. In other words, it is a process that in some respects has already been accomplished by an external designer, and it is no longer capable of renewing itself. On the other hand, organization indicates a self-arranging capacity, in the sense of a process directed towards self-preservation through a perpetual rearrangement of its own structure. This last remark leads us to clarify another key feature of the living substance. Corpus viventus est machina sici sustentans et sibi similum producens. The living body is a self-governed system that aims to assure the self-preservation of its own internal organization, and is eventually able to produce new replicating systems. The phenomenon of life accordingly entails a tendency towards self-preservation. In this regard, it is important to emphasize that what is properly maintained in living beings is the form of their organization, a kind of relational identity, that comes before the atomistic model comprising the system as the sum of different parts. In the case of living systems, in fact, it is the relationship of the parts to the whole that remains unchanged, and that is therefore ontologically primary. This also explains why, technically speaking, the concept of order represents a simple primitive term that cannot be further broken down into more basic elements, nor can it be deduced from something else. Using Leibniz's own terminology, the concept of order is a purely integral term. It enjoys a logical ontological priority because it depends neither on the properties of the parts, nor on the physical properties of matter. It mainly concerns an internal system of relationships, which has the advantage of keeping itself invariant with respect to the shifting of the parts. In a brief fragment entitled De Machina Animata, Leibniz writes, "By no one can a body that is perfectly similar to the human body be produced, unless someone is able to preserve the order of the division to infinity." We need to focus on the words he uses here. A living body can be produced only by preserving the order of the division to infinity. It is characteristic of Leibniz's philosophy to connect the mathematical notion of infinity to the logical one of identity, as well as to the metaphysical notion of individual. A notion is infinite, Leibniz says, when the same reason always exists. The true infinite, he adds, is the absolute which is anterior to all composition, and is not formed by the additions of parts. Superscript 1 Superscript 2. So we can paraphrase the above text from De Machina Animata in the following sense: to produce a living body it is necessary to produce an ongoing self-replicating order that keeps itself steadily identical, and it is only if this strong requirement is fulfilled that the resulting body will be identical to a living one. Turning to another extremely meaningful passage. Corpus vivens est automaton sui perpetuativum ex naturae instituto, ita concludet nutritionem et facultatem propagativum, sed generaliter vivens est automaton cum principio unitatis, seu substantia automata. Here is another meaningful passage. Let us take a straight line and prolong it until it is double the length of the first. Now it is clear that the second line, being perfectly similar to the first, may itself be doubled in order to have a third, which is still similar to the preceding, and the same ratio still holding. It is never possible to stop the process, thus the line may be prolonged to infinity, so that the consideration of the infinite arises from that of similarity or from the same ratio, and its origin is the same of that of universal and necessary truths. A possible translation runs more or less as follows: the living body is a self-moving and self-preserving machine organized by nature, which thus includes nutrition and the capacity to spread itself. In more general terms, a living being is a self-moving machine that is such by virtue of a principle of unity. The living being is an automatic substance. Perhaps the sense of what we said at the beginning of our analysis has now become more perspicuous. Leibniz seems to bring the mechanism of an entire era to its extreme consequences, because it is as though he were aiming to expand the notion of machine indefinitely, letting the concept of order spring from the very inside of an infinite mechanical logic. Now here is the point to develop. So far, a kind of phenomenological description of natural machines has been produced, since we have just referred to the observable macroscopic features of continuously self-replicating organic structures. But the question could also be posed more rigorously in the following terms: by virtue of which internal property is the living body actually able to maintain itself? What makes the self-preservation of an organism possible? Such questions bring out another key feature of Leibniz's biological thought, which refers to the Aristotelian tradition of forms and to that principle of unity encountered in a previous quotation. Living substances are spontaneously self-organizing machines because they do indeed have an internal principle of unity that effectively makes them substantial. To come straight to the point, living beings are perceptive kinds of units. Perceptiones gratia sunt organa sensuum, procurendi perceptiones sub actiones gratia sunt organa motus. The translation here could be read as follows: sensory organs are finalized to perceptions, whereas the aim of organs of movement is to attain new perceptions, in the sense that their purpose is to let corporeal machines exhibit new perceptions. This passage is important and deserves some further supporting comments. In a somewhat parallel passage, Leibniz observes that we use the external senses as a blind man uses his stick, by which he means that only perceptions enable the animal to orient itself in the world. Though it might seem just a technicality, it is important to emphasize that Leibniz is setting up a conceptual distinction between motion and action. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 The motion of the animal's body has to do with the proper functioning of its organs and the neurophysiology of its corporeal status. It therefore concerns the proper functioning of its heart, muscles, tendons, and everything that can be described in terms of mechanical events. The action of the animal, on the other hand, has to do with a completely different lexicon referring to the world of forms contained in the substantial core of the animal's individuality, namely with the lexicon inherited from the Aristotelian tradition. Although these two distinct levels of explanation work simultaneously and in parallel, Leibniz nonetheless seems to establish a hierarchy. In a sense, he says that what really matters to the animal's self-preservation primarily concerns its capacity to impress the shape of a representation on the surrounding environment, so he bestows metaphysical priority on the representative dimension of perceptions. Now, it is not conceivable how a perception can begin naturally, no more than matter, because whatever kind of machine one can imagine, one will conceive in it nothing but collision of bodies, size, shapes, motions and things which we understand to be very different from perception, which therefore cannot start naturally and neither will have an end superscript 1. So there we have it, the distinction between motions and perceptions. The mechanism of the animal body's physiology produces shocks, balancing movements, calibrations and adjustments, but perception involves more than just a physical collision. Indeed, in accordance with certain movements of the body some specific perceptions will also be tracked, but it is not epistemologically correct, in Leibniz's view at least, to explain such events by connecting them in a causal way. Consider the case of the relationship between mind and brain. To us, today, it seems like an old-fashioned metaphysical thinking, but Leibniz's argument is that no one can hope to exhibit perception simply by recording different neurophysiological tracks. Moreover, we must confess that perception, and what depends upon it, is inexplicable in terms of mechanical reasons, that is through shapes, size, and motions. If we imagine a machine whose structure makes it think, sense, and have perceptions, we could conceive it enlarged, keeping the same proportions, so that we could enter into it, as one enters a mill. Assuming that, when inspecting its interior, we will find only parts that push one another, and we will never find anything to explain a perception. Whether we like it or not, this is the path Leibniz takes and, coming back to the main point, it follows that the animal's self-preservation can be described both in mechanical terms, by referring to the functioning of its corporeal physiology, or by appealing to the internal dimension of its perceptions. In both cases, we are speaking of perfectly well-suited considerations, taking for granted the general harmony of the universe and the consequent validity of the pre-established psychophysical parallelism. According to Leibniz, however, the most enigmatic and decisive factor for the preservation of life is represented by the very nature of perception, because here the question becomes, where does the source of the capacity to transform a disrupted multiplicity into a well-connected unity lie? It is precisely in this key unifying element that the secret of the representing act lies, and this explains why perceptions cannot be explained by mere mechanical reasons, and why, at the same time, they are decisive for the nature of living beings. Perception makes living substances capable of homogeneous, unified behavioral responses, since it is always the whole animal machine that reacts to any single environmental stimulus. According to Leibniz, this happens because it is only the perceptual dimension that actually makes the animal body one. So what kind of properties do perceptions have? What makes them so essential to animals, so much so that Leibniz, in several passages, feels the need to say that wherever there is life, there is also perception, and vice versa. To answer these questions, we need to switch our lexicon, abandoning the mechanical framework of causal explanations. Perception belongs to the realm of actions, and Leibniz sees it as the simplest of our cognitive activities, shared by every sort of living being. Superscript 1 Perception essentially has to do with an organizing and ordering capacity, because, if order means mutual relationship of the parts, then perceptions represent the most basic units of order, since they turn the manifold environmental inputs into a single representative output. The most straightforward definition of perception is therefore, the passing state which involves and represents a multitude in the unity or in the simple substance is nothing other than what one calls perception. The key word here is multitude in the unity. A multiplicity of sensory impressions is expressed by the unity of a single passing perceptual representation, the order coming not from the outside, but from within the simple nature of a substance. By virtue of that, the animal gains a propensity to accomplish an action, since due to the representative content conveyed by the perception it begins to move and to orientate itself in the world. Perception thus gives unitary form to what would otherwise remain a confused background noise. In other words, it transforms the world outside of the animal into a well-ordered environment of viable interactions. The muscles, the heart, and all the necessary motions we mentioned before are concomitant elements of this process, but without such a perceptual implementation the environment would remain silent and the outside of the animal would simply remain an undecoded wall. The most extraordinary element of this representational process therefore lies in its formal structure, which does not causally depend on the physiological structure of the animal. Leibniz carefully distinguishes the representational content from the representative act in itself. He is not very generous with details in this regard, but we can imagine the act of perception as establishing a system of relations that enables the acquisition of every minimal environmental input by ordering it within a framework of differences and comparisons. The core idea is that such a system of relations stands for the identity of the perceived item by substituting the tokened occurrence of the input with an analogical framework of symbolic references made available by the perceiving substance. Going along with this line of reasoning, and using Leibniz's technical lexicon, perceiving thus means expressing something with something else. Animal machines do not have any immediate access to the world, but their representation of it denotes the use of a symbolic resource. Perception therefore contains within itself something of an ideal nature, since it already involves a kind of symbolic activity, by means of which every incoming token is displayed as an environmental type. Simply put, the primary skill of what we call living lies, to Leibniz's mind, in a kind of categorizing capacity. Living substances transform single tokens of experience into general patterns of representation, and this is only possible by virtue of an innate expressive aptitude. That is said to express a thing in which there are relations which correspond to the relations of the things expressed. But there are various kinds of expression. For example, the model of a machine expresses the machine itself, the projective delineation on a plane expresses a solid, speech expresses thoughts and truths, characters express numbers, and an algebraic equation expresses a circle or some other figure. What is common to all these expressions is that we can pass from a consideration of the relations in the expression to a knowledge of the corresponding properties of the thing expressed. Hence it is clearly not necessary for that which expresses to be similar to the thing expressed, if only a certain analogy is maintained between the relations superscript 1. The concept of expression refers to an analogical processing device. Certain occurrences are placed in relation to other occurrences. It indicates a symbolic capacity of putting something in the place of something else and, in a sense, it is representative as well as innate because, from the mere consideration of that which expresses, we can come to know the corresponding properties of that which is expressed. In their representations, living beings are therefore not dealing directly with things in themselves, but with a system of normatively related symbols. Environmental inputs are placed in an expressive relationship with the established content of a corresponding representation, and this happens according to an internal rule-governed code. Series est multitudo cum ordinis regula. Here is the normative metaphysical source of the aforementioned multitude in the unity. The formation of an organic representing individuality is closely related both to the physiological laws governing the corporeal machine and to the presence of an internal regula ordinis, i.e., a principle of activity capable of generating norm-governed patterns of representations. The code for the order coincides with the metaphysical role of the dominant monad. It is only when the organism dimension is combined with the unity dimension of the actuating monad that the organic aggregate is actually living. In this case, instead of a body mass imbued with decentralized forms of organization, we have a corporeal substance, which the dominant monad in the machine makes one. These considerations bring us back to the root of the word organism mentioned at the beginning of our analysis. As we recall, in the early modern period, organism did not denote a single entity, but rather a form of organization. This organization had a mechanical phenomenological side consisting of an infinite replication of structures, but this process of mechanical replications governed by laws has also revealed a more internal normative metaphysical dimension, the regula ordinis instantiated by the dominant monad, capable of generating sequences of perceptions governed by rules, thereby bestowing a representing individual form on the corporeal machine. Something like an environment can only appear to an already well-ordered representing individual substance. Living beings are a mirror of the universe, Leibniz says, in the sense that they can represent the mechanical order of the universe by virtue of their exhibiting the internal regular ordinance of their dominant monad. The laws of bodily movement and the activities of the soul are intrinsically coordinated in such a way that the soul is configured as the essential representative element of the body, and the body as the essential instrument of the soul. Accordingly, Harmonia has the last word in his system because it summarizes the mutual relationship between the mechanical order of the efficient causes and the formal order of the final causes. The concepts of organism and of life respectively summarize the state of affairs. By itself, the organism is not alive, it denotes a lifeless disposition of parts. The dominant monad brings life to an aggregate, but can never figure as a disincarnate ingredient of the world. Superscript 1 Life is an activity that can only be expressed mechanically, since it is a metaphysical principle of order that presupposes the complementary and integrated presence of a further mechanical dimension. That is why the word harmonia is so important to our understanding of the form of Leibniz's philosophical system. It indicates the necessary coexistence of two different and yet mutually integrating orders of legality. The self-normativity of individuals is part and parcel of the rational lawfulness of things. 5 Conclusions. The word organism enshrines different traditions, as it merges together the late Aristotelian legacy and the lexicon of modern mechanics. Reference to Leibniz has shown us that this was not a mere juxtaposition of different epistemological models as might be inferred from Sellers's distinction between the event law lexicon and the thing-nature framework. It entails their profound integration, even if the dominant model was that of mechanical epistemology, at least initially. This is an absolutely pivotal point. For Leibniz, the right approach to the topic of physical legality was that of modern mechanics. In some respects, Leibniz unreservedly embraces the primacy of the scientific image of the world, and his cosmological conception is radically mechanistic in every respect. The normative turn of his thought comes about from within this mechanical paradigm, and can in no way be configured as an external addition to it. Superscript 1 Leibniz retrieves the lexicon of substantial forms, deepening his studies on dynamics and discovering the invisible world of forces. It is from this perspective that, little by little, he arrives at the conviction that the principles of mechanics alone are not enough to explain the complex phenomena of bodily organization. All the analyses conducted to date have done nothing but gravitate around the very concept of organization, since the great merit of Leibniz lies in his addressing the distinction between organization and self-organization. It is precisely around this distinction that the fusion between the lexicon of the modern philosophers and the late Aristotelian tradition eventually came about. Organization has to do with the domains of law, of events, of macroscopic and microscopic physics. The idea that there are bodies within bodies to infinity is one of Leibniz's earliest beliefs, and stems from researches that were conducted using the microscope. Superscript 1 Organization is therefore an uncountable noun that brings out the mathematical dimension of bodies like fractal structures that replicate themselves to infinity. Self-organization, on the other hand, is a term that Leibniz does not use directly because it rather designates a conceptual framework that came to be defined by his original reflection on the issue of organized bodies. Self-organization refers to the realm of a finalistic-oriented normativity. It is a dimension, the core element of which is what we might be tempted to call biological individuality, as opposed to physical legality, were it not for the fact that the term biology is totally inappropriate in this context because there was still no properly deployed science of life in Leibniz's time. But it is by this route that organism will later become a countable noun. The appeal to substantial forms was motivated by Leibniz having identified the need to find a principle of unity that could explain that vast array of phenomena that today we would define as biological, and that in his time were called vital. Leibniz is aware of the fact that this principle of unity must be introduced as a primitive concept to account for the manifest features of those things that we call living, be they plants, animals or human beings. The passages in which Leibniz explains that perceptions and representations cannot start naturally are very relevant. In this context, the word nature and the adjective natural are declined in an eminently mechanical sense, according to the modern dimension of the event law lexicon. Yet, although they are not compatible with the mechanical model, the metaphysical principles of unity, endowed with representative form, must be included as a supplementary integration of such model, just as the lexicon of persons, according to Sellers, must integrate the conceptual resources of the scientific image of the world. The concept of life, which is therefore different from the concept of organization, holds together, it has indeed been construed to hold together, the two poles of organization and self-organization, the organism dimension and the unity dimension. It is a concept built on the integration of the two poles, representing their perfect fusion, in Leibniz's intentions, at least. But this fusion was short-lived because, with the weakening of the Aristotelian legacy in the centuries that followed, and with the eruption of Darwinian evolutionary theories on the scene, the balance was disrupted, and the semantics of life and organisms was renewed by cutting away parts of the material with which it had been built. And the topic of normative factors that do not begin naturally became part of the so-called placement problem typical of every form of naturalism. Hugh Desmond, Philippe Huneman. The Ontology of Organismic Agency. A Kantian Approach. Abstract, biologists explain organisms' behavior not only as having been programmed by genes and shaped by natural selection, but also as the result of an organism's agency, the capacity to react to environmental changes in goal-driven ways. The use of such agential explanations reopens old questions about how justified it is to ascribe agency to entities like bacteria or plants that obviously lack rationality and even a nervous system. Is organismic agency genuinely real, or is it just a useful fiction? In this paper we focus on two questions: whether agential explanations are to be interpreted ontically, and whether they can be reduced to non-agential explanations. The Kantian approach we identify interprets agential explanations non-ontically, yet holds agency to be indispensable. Attributing agency to organisms is not to be taken literally in the way we attribute physical properties such as mass or acceleration, but nor is it a mere heuristic or predictive tool. Rather, it is an inevitable consequence of our own rational capacity. As long as we are rational agents ourselves, we cannot avoid seeing agency in organisms. Stags lock antlers to gain access to mates. Arctic poppies rotate and track the sun in order to maximize solar exposure. Bacteria swim up a sucrose gradient in order to get better access to the source of sucrose. When biologists explain organisms' behavior by referring to their goals in this way, then they are using what we in this paper will call agency explanations. Such explanations make sense of organisms' behavior as if they were agents with goals. Despite its philosophical pedigree, the problem of organismic agency was neglected in much of 20th century philosophy of biology and mainstream evolutionary theory, which was dominated by the artifact approach to organisms. The organism was understood to be a collection of functional traits, designed by natural selection in much the same way Paley's watch was designed by an intentional creator. Thus, each pattern of apparently purposive behavior was understood to be a functional trait that is per. Hugh Desmond, University of Antwerp and Co. Leuven. Philippe Huneman, CNRS/Université Paris-I-Sorbonne. Positive in name only. In philosophy of biology, this view was enshrined by the selected effects account of function, where all biological functions can be explained by a process of natural selection. In recent decades, a more robust approach to organismic agency, which we will call the agential approach, has become increasingly influential. Organisms are agents with goals and purposes that interact with their environments, and their behavior can only be understood with reference to the goals of organisms as wholes rather than as mere collections of parts. This focus on whole organisms is linked with several ongoing developments in evolutionary biology, most notably the so-called extended synthesis. This motivates taking a new look at the long-standing question whether or not organismic agency is real, in the same way that the wings of a bird are, or the claws of a bear. After all, agency ascriptions to organisms have long been suspected of being mere metaphors and fictions of the human mind, an anthropomorphic projection even, rather than an accurate description of the mind-independent world. We call this question the question of whether to adopt an ontic view of agential explanations. In an ontic view of agential explanation, agential explanations explain because they refer to an element of the ontology of the world which is responsible for the explanandum, just in the same way that causal mechanical explanations explain because they single out the actual mechanism that causes the explanandum phenomenon. Our approach in this paper will be to overlay this question with a distinct but closely related one, whether agential explanations ultimately can be reduced to non-agential explanations. For instance, once one asks the question why organisms have such and such purposes and not others in the first place, the agential approach rapidly becomes inadequate. Why do stags want access to mates in the first place? The most plausible explanation would seem to involve a selection explanation, along the lines of those stags who tended to not engage in sexual competition did not get to transmit their genes to the next generation. Thus, the genesis of organismic purposes is explained through a process of natural selection. However, does this also imply that purposeful behavior can be explained without reference to organismic purpose or agency, without loss of explanatory power? We call this question the question of explanatory dispensability. Agency is dispensable if and only if an agential explanation can be replaced by an explanation void of any reference to organismic agency or purposes, without any loss of explanatory power. 34 Hugh Desmond, Philippe Huneman. Even though there are 4 possible combinations of answers to these 2 questions, most contemporary thinking about agential explanation focuses on 2. The first is the non-ontic view of agential explanation where agency is dispensable. Its main representative today is what we call the neo-Fisherian option, which holds that agency is invoked in explaining behavior for purely heuristic reasons, in particular, as shorthand for other types of explanation. This option has been especially widely adopted in behavioral ecology where, following Grafen's maximizing agent analogy, organisms' behavior is analyzed as maximizing inclusive fitness. Superscript 1 The neo-Fisherian option can be traced back to Fisher's fundamental theorem of natural selection, which states that, under the influence of natural selection, populations of organisms have a tendency to increase fitness. In this way, agential explanations could be adequately replaced by explanations that do not refer to organismic agency and purposes, and organismic agency therefore is not a mind-independent causal power in the way, for instance, natural selection is assumed to be. The second option, decidedly less mainstream but increasingly defended, combines indispensability with an ontic view of agential explanation. We call this the neo-Aristotelian option, since it expands fundamental ontology to include organismic purposes. Different versions of this option have been developed in recent years, most prominently by Walsh, but Moreno and Massio's analysis of biological autonomy also follows the neo-Aristotelian option, as does Varela's notion of autopoiesis. In this paper we seek to identify a third option superscript 2 which we call the Kantian option regarding agential explanations. The concept of organismic agency is indispensable to scientific explanation and agential explanations are to be conceived non-ontically. Superscript 3. In particular, viewing organisms as agents with purposes is a demand of reason, it is necessary given our rational nature. This means that attributing agency is not a consequence of our limited computational capacity, or of our contingent evolved nature that causes us to detect agency falsely. Yet at the same time, it is a mistake to believe that agency is a natural regularity or causal process, belonging to the furniture of the world in the same sense as physical processes. In this way we will suggest how one can obtain the robust explanatory indispensability desired by neo-Aristotelians without the ontological price that neo-Fisherians would be loath to pay. The paper is structured as follows. In the first section we give a broad introduction to organisms and the major streams in biological thought, written for non-specialists. In the second section we define with more precision what an agential explanation is and contrast it with functional explanations. In the third we discuss various attempts to replace agential explanations with non-agential explanations, and argue that, despite widespread hopes, once one looks at the details, one cannot but conclude that attempts to make agency dispensable, even today, remain aspirational rather than clearly successful. In the fourth section we discuss Kant's original approach to teleology in the natural world and show how it can be the basis for our Kantian approach to agency. In the final section we show how the Kantian approach entails viewing agential explanations as a demand of reason. Much of mainstream 20th century evolutionary biology operated within the framework of what is called the modern synthesis, a term coined by Julian Huxley. The modern synthesis was forged in the 1930s and 1940s by Ronald Fisher, Sewell Wright, Theodosius Dobzhansky, and John Haldane, among others, and is often described as the synthesis of Mendelian genetics and Darwin's theory of natural selection. It was very much focused on how allele frequencies change over time in response to evolutionary forces, such as natural selection, mutation, drift, or migration. Organisms were essentially analyzed as epiphenomena arising from changes in underlying allele frequencies. In the words of Huxley, they were viewed as bundles of adaptations where each adaptive trait was shaped by natural selection in response to environmental demands, just as artifacts are. 36 Hugh Desmond, Philippe Huneman. Designed and put together, piece by piece, by an artisan. Such a view of organisms has never been unanimously accepted, even among the major architects of the modern synthesis, but the view has nonetheless been the dominant one, and has been popularized in the work of Richard Dawkins. Dawkins introduced a dichotomy between replicators and interactors, with the consequence that organisms are mere tools in a never-ending arms race between genes, with genes the genuine actors in evolutionary history. Even apparently goal-directed organismic behaviors, such as beavers building dams, are expressions of the underlying genotype. In sum, while it may seem that an organism undertakes behavior to further its own goals, it does so actually for the benefit of the genes, which get to replicate when the organism does well. In this way, the theoretical resources of the modern synthesis were used to support a philosophical view of agency as dispensable and fictional. The metaphor of Paley's watch, which dominated in the early days of the modern synthesis, was supplemented after the 1960s with analogies borrowed from computer science. Organismic behavior was often described as programmed, starting with influential papers by Mayer and Jacob and Monod, so even if the behavior of an organism may seem goal-directed, that is only because its genetic code has been programmed by natural selection to direct the organism to react in certain ways to certain inputs, and in other ways to other inputs. Organisms are no more goal-directed than computers are. Despite the metaphors of design and program, it is important to note that even biologists operating squarely within the modern synthesis were well aware of the limits of the metaphors. In the quote above, Mayer qualified the programming analogy with insofar as it is based on the properties of its genetic code. Mayer is not claiming that individual organisms behave exactly like pre-programmed computers, only that some aspects of their behavior are determined by environmental inputs in the way that a computer program responds to user inputs. Similarly, in the extended phenotype, Dawkins devotes a whole chapter to debunking the view that genes determine all aspects of organismic behavior, a view he calls the myth of genetic determinism. Cf. Lewens 2005 for an in-depth discussion of the artifact metaphor. The Ontology of Organismic Agency, a Kantian Approach 37. The limitations of the artifact metaphor are built into one of the very foundations of the modern synthesis, the analysis of phenotypic variance as proposed by Fisher. This analysis states that, in general, only a part of the variation of phenotypes in a population is explained by a corresponding variation in genotype. The rest is variation in environment, or variation in how genotype and environment correlate. Thus, no practicing biologist holds that organismic behavior is entirely determined by a genetic program, for the very simple reason that the environment is the second element that goes into determining phenotype. The role of the environment points to limitations in speaking about the adaptive design of organisms. A genotype may be designed for a particular type of environment, i.e., there may be a particular normal environment in which the bulk of the selection for that genotype occurred. In that normal environment, the genotype develops into an adaptive phenotype. However, in reality, environments are highly heterogeneous, so in a population of identical genotypes, only a fraction will develop in the normal environment. Other environmental inputs, inputs that differ from the normal environment, cause the organism to diverge from its designed phenotype. In this way, while theoretical resources in the modern synthesis lend some support to the artifact metaphor, the same resources point also to the metaphor's limitations. Moreover, the role of environment in organismic behavior also provides a direct motivation for the agential approach. To see this in more detail, consider the phenomenon of phenotypic plasticity. A trait is plastic when the underlying genotype can develop into different phenotypes solely due to environmental variation. The degree of plasticity of a trait is represented by the term VE in the equation above. Plasticity, defined in this way, is an incredibly basic phenomenon. It simply refers to how different environments cause genotypes to develop into different phenotypes. At its most basic, it can refer to phenomena that are the result of physical or chemical processes, such as the stunting in the growth of a plant in response to poor nutrition. There are few, if any, organisms that lack some form of phenotypic plasticity in some of their traits. The phenomenon of plasticity was not considered to be of any special significance until the work of Bradshaw. Before him, the phenotypic variation due to environmental perturbation was often viewed as noise. Bradshaw showed that plasticity in a trait can be adaptive to heterogeneous environments. If an organism can vary a trait in response to changes in its environment so as to be able to adopt a more adaptive phenotype, such an organism can be at a selective advantage in variable environments, compared to an organism without that capacity. In particular, Bradshaw distinguished between 4 types of environmental heterogeneity where plasticity can be adaptive: when the environment changes on a timescale that is equal to or shorter than generation time, when the environment varies over very short spatial scales, when the magnitude of environmental variation is very large, when it is beneficial to maintain a stable phenotype in a population while maintaining genetic diversity. Adaptive scenario shows how maintaining stable phenotypes in the face of environmental change is also a form of plasticity. When it becomes inscribed into developmental pathways, it has been termed canalization. Moreover, plastic maintenance of stable phenotypes is hypothesized to precede genetic accommodation where the phenotype is produced by genetically determined developmental pathways. Finally, some degree of canalization in organismic traits is nearly ubiquitous, since thermodynamic fluctuations in the molecular bases of genes would be detrimental and then counter-selected if they were significantly affecting the development of phenotypes. Adaptive scenarios refer to organismic behavior that is often thought of as agential. For instance, in response to chemical cues emitted by sea slugs, bryozoans will develop spines to defend themselves. Such forms of plasticity open up parallels with cognition, and not surprisingly, theorists and philosophers concerned with the evolution of cognition often take the evolution of adaptive phenotypic plasticity to be a model. Organisms exhibit a whole range of cognitive, or at least apparently cognitive, behaviors. They sense changes in the environment, are able to process this information and select a response from a repertoire of responses. Far from being a late-stage development in evolutionary history, we see these types of behaviors in bacteria, which can undertake evasive action upon detecting predators, or swim to a food source upon detecting sucrose gradients. In sum, the impact of the environment on phenotype shows, via the phenomenon of phenotypic plasticity, how it is not entirely adequate to view organisms simply as artifacts. Moreover, it motivates a definition of organismic agency as the capacity to respond to changes in the environment in such a way as to further organismic purposes. Organismic agency, thus understood, is a much broader concept than the agency traditionally ascribed to human, rational subjects, which is typically characterized by means of some mental state, like an intention. The approach to organismic agency in the biological sciences, by contrast, black boxes whatever cognitive processing may or may not be going on. In this sense, organismic agency is best understood as an ecological property, namely, a property of the interaction between organism and environment. We will now discuss agency and agential explanations in more systematic detail. 2 Agential explanations. Definition of agency. For the purposes of this paper, we will operate with the following minimal working definition of agency. A system is an agent if and only if it possesses a certain purpose P, where P is a particular state of the system. It maximizes the realization of P in response to environmental change, and the system itself is a cause of the realization of P. While we view this definition as being continuous with established work in this area, it may be helpful to explain the various elements involved in the definition. Condition models the purpose of a system as a particular state. For organisms, purposes may refer to developmental states, physiological states, or behavioral states. Condition specifies that goal-directedness is to be interpreted as a maximization or optimization. This equation of purposefulness with some type of optimization is common across the sciences. Finally, condition is intended to exclude clear non-agent systems, even where a process of maximization is occurring, such as the marble rolling down into the middle of the bowl. Here the marble is not considered a cause of its own maximization behavior. The same is true of more complex physical systems, such as Bénard convection cells, which are patterns of heat flow that appear spontaneously when the temperature gradient is large enough. Such structures may maintain their organization even in the face of perturbation in their environment, such as movement of the container walls. Nonetheless, they are widely considered not to be agents. By contrast, an organism that modifies its phenotype in order to be more adaptive to a new environment is considered to be a cause of the modification of its own phenotype. While self-causation can function as a label to distinguish agents from complex physical systems, it remains controversial as to what precisely self-causation means and how the boundary should be drawn. For instance, it has been argued that self-propelling oil droplets are agents. Consequently, many rival accounts of self-causation have been given, pointing to various factors such as internal organization, or control of environmental constraints. Superscript 1. For the purposes of this paper, we do not take a stance on how self-causation should be analyzed. What will be of importance is how it should be interpreted. Definition of agential explanation. With this operational definition of agency in place, we can introduce agential explanations as scientific explanations that explain in virtue of reference to a system's agency. Explanandum: in response to environmental change E1 rightward arrow E2, the system undergoes the change S1 rightward arrow S2. Explanans: the system has purpose P, S2 maximizes the realization of purpose P in environment E2, the system itself is a cause of the realization of P. An agential explanation is a type of extremal explanation, where the explanandum is explained as some extremal state of affairs maximizing some scalar variable W superscript 1, given certain conditions. As we will discuss later, an important class of extremal explanations, commonly used in physics, explains the explanandum as a mathematical consequence of the structural setup of the system S. Superscript 1 superscript 2. By contrast, an agential explanation involves a reference to self-causation, where the realization of the purpose is caused by the system S itself. Contrast with functional explanation. When it comes to the use of teleological language in biology, the philosophy of science has been overwhelmingly focused on functional statements and functional explanations. Example: the heartbeat in vertebrates has the function of circulating blood through the organism. Insofar as a behavior is simply an organismic trait, can one not just say that the purpose is the function of purposeful behavior, thus reducing agential explanations to special cases of functional explanations? This is not quite correct. Ascribing agency to an organism involves a different type of teleological statement than ascribing a function. The main difference between functional and agential explanations is that functional explanations attribute a purpose to a trait of an organism, whereas agential explanations attribute a purpose to the whole organism. Functions are attributed to traits of organisms, whereas agency is attributed to the organisms themselves. Nonetheless, agential and functional explanations can interact in subtle ways. For instance, a case could be made that philosophical accounts of functional explanations often presuppose it is possible to ascribe purposes to the whole organism. So, for example, the causal role account of functions holds that a function is what contributes to some capacity of a larger complex system that contains it. However, how should such a capacity be analyzed if not as a property of the system as a whole? Similarly, the recent organizational account uses organism-level goals that can be used to ground trait-level functions. Point superscript 1 superscript 3 Potentially, a similar point could be made about the selected effects account, which holds that a function is what explains why some structure was selected for in the past. The selected effects account presupposes there was some normal environment in the evolutionary past, and while this seems like a good presupposition for structures like the heart or lungs, it is much less clear what the normal environment of certain types of animal behavior should be. Since this point relates to the dispensability of agency, we will come back to this line of thought in the next section. Agential explanations in social and cognitive sciences. In principle, agential explanations, as defined above, can also be extended to rational agents, where the purpose is defined as value or a general utility measure. Such explanations, commonplace in economics, often assume that economic actors are utility-maximizing agents. There is a deep parallelism here between economics and behavioral ecology, noticed by Maynard Smith in his seminal book on evolutionary game theory when he says that selection is to fitness what rationality is to economics, both being about maximization. This parallel also underlies formal approaches to behavioral ecology, where organisms maximize fitness in the same way rational agents maximize utility. But the parallelism between economics and evolutionary biology goes deeper than fitness or utility maximization. The apparently irrational behavior diagnosed by research following Kahneman and Tversky's seminal insight on biases can be accounted for when one takes an ecological perspective. Here, considering that human agents have been shaped by evolution, and that their decision-making modules or protocols evolved in environments where information was partial and decision time was very short, then crude cognitive biases that yield a utility-enhancing solution most of the time would have been selected. This is what Guy Gerenzer calls ecological rationality, which gives rise to a bounded rationality, which in turn refers to how apparently irrational biases can originate as heuristics that actually are, on average, utility maximizing given constraints. Thus, adopting an evolutionary viewpoint allows many instances of apparently irrational behavior to be analyzed as rational. All these parallels between economics and evolution by natural selection give rise to a notion of agency that has recently been systematically explored. With this systematization in place, we can now consider in some more detail the question whether the explanatory relation is to be interpreted as ontic or merely epistemic, i.e., whether an agential explanation explains in virtue of referring to an element of the ontology of the world. Superscript 1 In an agential explanation, the system itself is said to be the cause of its own behavior, but what does causation mean in this context? A first safe observation is that the explanatory relation in agential explanations does not explain by simply referring to a mechanism, or to any process of causal production for that matter. There are clearly some causal processes causing the system's change of state S1 rightward arrow S2, but an agential explanation, at least as stated above, does not explicitly refer to such causal processes. It explains the behavior in terms of a purpose, and a condition linking that purpose to concrete conditions in reality. In this sense, an agential explanation cannot be viewed ontically in the same way as a causal mechanical one. A second, relatively safe observation is that if the realization of P is ultimately a mathematical consequence of the structural setup of a system, then there is little reason to invoke purposes and agents as part of the ontology. For instance, the minimization of potential energy is a mathematically deductive consequence from the forces impinging on it as it rolls down the hill. There is no need to invoke some self-causation of the rolling ball. So, if one takes self-causation to be shorthand for a pattern of behavior that is a non-causal consequence of the causal setup of the system, then ultimately agential explanation is a non-causal explanation that identifies structural consequences of how causal powers interact. The neo-Fischerian option largely follows this route, where organismic behavior is analyzed along the lines of the maximizing agent analogy, where organisms behave in such a way that maximizes their inclusive fitness. The underlying assumption is called the phenotypic gambit, which holds that the choice of a phenotype by the organism mirrors the allele dynamics that underlie evolution. In this way, natural selection is taken to design organisms so that they make decisions similar to what, as it were, natural selection would do if it were making the decision. So, it would seem that an ontic interpretation of agential explanation requires a causal interpretation of agential explanation. This is indeed suggested by the inclusion of self-causation in the definition of agential explanation, although the challenge for the neo-Aristotelian option is then to specify how self-causation should be interpreted. While Walsh is unambiguous that agents should be included in an expanded ontology superscript 1, it is in his account of natural purposes that we can see how this is fleshed out. Walsh describes natural purposes as counterfactually robust difference makers where purpose and means are related by invariance relations in much the same way that cause and effect are related by invariance relations in Woodward's interventionist account of causation. Explaining a behavior as purposive involves identifying the disposition of conducing, analogous to how mechanistic explanation involves identifying the dispositions of pushing or pulling. Even though Walsh does not describe such relations as causal superscript 1, the account clearly involves some notion of causal difference making where, moreover, explanations involving natural purposes are interpreted ontically. Beyond a reluctance to expand fundamental ontology beyond what is strictly necessary, we would like to point to two reasons for being dissatisfied with the pure neo-Aristotelian option. First, while we argued that an ontic interpretation of agential explanation should attribute some causal reality to agency, when this entails broadening the concept of causation, it becomes less clear what precisely is gained by an expanded neo-Aristotelian ontology. Can robust patterns of counterfactual dependence be objectively judged to be causal or non-causal? This is notoriously dependent on the concept of causation one uses. Once the concept is broadened enough, then any counterfactual or even counter-possible proposition will appear as causal. After all, if the agent with purpose P were modified to an agent with purpose P, then the observed behavior would be less likely, and this is sufficient to count as a causal relation for some accounts of causation. This raises the question, if agential explanation ultimately boils down to patterns of counterfactual relations, why does it matter if one interprets agential explanation ontically? Second, pragmatic factors complicate the ontic interpretation of agential explanation. An agential explanation entails some counterfactual relation between explanans and explanandum. However, both a particular explanandum behavior as well as the agent's purpose P can be described at finer and coarser grains. Depending on the granularity with which explanandum/explanans is described, the causal character of the corresponding explanatory relation changes. If agential explanation is to be viewed ontically, and thus as explanatory in virtue of picking out some self-causing capacity of an organism, one would not want this causal character to disappear merely due to pragmatic factors, such as the grain at which explanandum/explanans is described. Can agency be dispensed with? While we do not pretend to have given any direct argument against the ontic interpretation of agential explanation, we do hope to have clarified how the ontic interpretation will lead to a host of problems, some of which are perhaps insuperable. However, we now want to turn our attention to the other side of the coin, explanatory dispensability. The strongest argument in favor of a non-ontic conception of agential explanation is that agency is dispensable superscript 1. We will illustrate in this section how it is misguided to believe that organismic agency has been dispensed with in science. Whether science may be able to dispense with agency in the future is a whole other question. What we wish to show is a more limited point. Given a pessimistic meta-induction on attempts to dispense with agency, there are at least good grounds to believe that science will not be able to dispense with agency. This will lay the ground for the Kantian approach, which uniquely combines two positions, agency is indispensable, but agential explanations should not be conceived ontically. Many phenomena clearly do not ask for agential explanations. If a tree branch cracks and falls to the ground during a storm, and we seek to explain the change in the tree's state, we spontaneously tend not to appeal to any type of agency of the tree. A property of the tree as a whole could be explanatorily relevant. For example, a disposition such as brittleness could be referred to in order to explain why oaks tend to crack more than willows during storms. Nonetheless, we tend not to explain this tree behavior in terms of the purposes of the tree. Rather, given certain forces created by the wind, and perhaps given certain structural properties of the tree, the outcome of the branch cracking was determined. No agency is involved. Even if extremal explanations were to be used, no agency would be required. Classical mechanics provides a perfect example of how extremal explanations exist alongside causal mechanical explanations. Newtonian analyses of the behavior of masses, in terms of a mechanistic account of the continued action of local forces, can always be rephrased with the principle of least action, which abstracts away from a great number of degrees of freedom in a system, and instead ascribes a certain scalar to a system. The behavior of the system is then the behavior that maximizes or minimizes the action superscript 1 when a system has an extremely large number of degrees of freedom. A different type of extremal explanation is needed, but even here the explanation remains non-agential. Consider a generic thermodynamic phenomenon, such as the flow of heat from hot to cold. In statistical mechanical analysis, the molecules in a gas or liquid fluctuate randomly, but after some time, it is likely that the faster-moving molecules will not remain bunched up in one area of the container, but will spread out over the whole container, either by diffusion or by transferring momentum to slower-moving molecules through collisions. This type of explanation, first introduced by Boltzmann, is non-causal in the sense that it relies only on principles of combinatorics together with some boundary conditions. A uniform temperature is a vastly more likely outcome than any other since it corresponds to a much greater number of possible microstates, or ways of distributing molecular speeds among the molecules in the container. Erwin Schrödinger aptly named this type of extremal explanation, the method of the most probable distribution. This type of extremal explanation has been widely applied to more complex systems, including open systems that are far from thermodynamic equilibrium. Ilya Prigogine, a pioneer in this field, proposed the principle of minimal entropy production, i.e., systems in far from equilibrium conditions organize themselves so as to minimize the increase of entropy. However, universal extremal principles that govern the behavior of all dissipative systems have not been found. For instance, the principle of maximal entropy production has also been proposed. It remains unclear to what extent these extremal principles are instances of the method of the most probable distribution, or whether they bring goals and purposes to the table that cannot be explained through statistics alone. When we look at more recent applications of statistical physics, gradual progress can be discerned. For instance, an upper bound on the rate of bacterial replication has been proposed. However, this remains a research program, and while there is not yet any clear reason why the program cannot continue to make gradual progress, the prospect of reducing organismic behavior to statistical physics remains remote. When one departs from the reductive rigor of statistical physics, then axiomatic thermodynamic extremal principles can seemingly be used to explain animal behavior. The work of Carl Friston, which has enjoyed success in theoretical neuroscience, is an example of this approach. Here animal behavior is analyzed as minimizing free energy. Intuitively, this means that organisms minimize the quantity of surprise in their environment. However, free energy minimization is taken as axiomatic and is not given a deeper derivation in the way Boltzmann had done for entropy maximization in the context of equilibrium thermodynamics. In this way, it seems that the concept of organismic purpose cannot be dispensed with within Friston's framework. We have discussed two types of non-agential extremal explanations, causal mechanical ones, and non-causal statistical ones, and argued that both fail to dispense with organismic agency. We would now like to consider in more detail what is perhaps the most serious contender for dispensing with organismic agency, namely selectionist explanations. To what extent selectionist explanations reduced to non-causal statistical ones remains controversial. Some have argued that they do. Evolution caused by fitness differences is structurally identical to, for instance, the differential growth rates of bank accounts with different interest rates. Regardless of the interpretation of natural selection, it is clear how it should be combined with causal mechanical explanations so as to seem to dispense with agency. Consider the behavior of chemotaxis, where bacteria swim up sucrose gradients. An agential explanation of this behavior would refer to the purpose of the bacteria to get nutrition. However, one could attempt to explain chemotaxis by referring to how, given a certain environmental input into the mechanism of chemotaxis, a certain output is to be expected. And why is the mechanism of chemotaxis set up in this particular way? Here the selectionist explanation comes in. Those bacteria that came up with the mechanism of chemotaxis were able to take distance from competitors and maximize their access to resources. This in turn allowed them to reproduce more, eventually crowding out the bacteria incapable of chemotaxis. There is no need to reference agency here. Can agential explanation be reduced to selectionist explanation in this way? We will not take a stand on whether it can or not. However, we would like to argue that this issue is considerably more complicated than the simple selectionist mechanical explanation above suggests. A selectionist explanation may be adequate for chemotaxis, but it is far from clear that this can be generalized to organismic behavior in general, especially concerning cases where organisms produce adaptive behavior even in novel environments. To see this, recall that a selectionist explanation requires a homogeneous selective environment, which means that selection pressures must be relatively uniform across the environment. So, if an organism is exposed to a novel selective environment, this means that it is exposed to selection pressures that the organism's ancestors never encountered. One of two scenarios then presents itself. The first is that the fitness maximizing analogy breaks down, the organism sticks to its behavior that was previously adaptive, but maladaptive in the new environment. The second is that the fitness maximizing analogy holds, and the organism chooses a new behavior that maximizes its fitness. However, in this case, referring merely to a selectively determined function cannot explain why the new behavior was chosen. In other words, a mere selectionist explanation is not adequate. To give this line of thought some more systematic detail, assume that organism O's behavior B was selected for in selective environment E. Furthermore, B is the output of some heritable function f. What if the environment shifts to some radically different E*? Different organisms will behave differently, depending on f. Some will continue producing B regardless, others will be sensitive to cues in the environment, and the function f will produce as output B** instead of B. If B** turns out to be adaptive to E, is this not a lucky coincidence assuming that O's ancestors never encountered the selection pressures in E? In other words, if f is designed for E, is it not a lucky coincidence that f should also produce adaptive behavior in a radically different environment? This is how organismic purposes and agency can be introduced, to provide a better explanation of the production of adaptive behavior in novel environments. Of course, plasticity itself can be selected for, and this is where the problem gets complex and interesting. So, if f underlies a plastic trait that is modulated to produce adaptive behavior in E, the selectionist could respond that the appropriate explanation is not an agential explanation, but rather that E and E are simply not two different selective environments. They may be different physical environments, but they are instances of the same selective environment. For instance, they may be similar instantiations of the same pattern of heterogeneity, such as possessing the same varying cues. In this way, the question of whether agential explanations can be reduced to selectionist explanations opens up to a large and fundamental problem of what selective environments are and how they should be delineated. For this reason, we do not wish to take a stand on whether agential explanations can be reduced to selective explanations. A safer conclusion we would like to draw is this: it is currently unclear whether agential explanations can be reduced to selectionist explanations, and therefore we should not assume that the theory of natural selection easily dispenses with agency. We should take seriously the option that agency may be indispensable. For the Kantian approach to purposiveness. Kant's work on teleology can offer an interesting perspective in that he considered a closely related problem, apparently incompatible ways of viewing biological organisms, but resolved it in a way that cuts across the dichotomy. 50 Hugh Desmond, Philippe Huneman. That pairs the indispensability of agency with an ontic view of agential explanation. Most interest in the Kantian perspective on teleology has focused on developmental phenomena. Superscript 1. A passage that is often quoted as particularly relevant is the following, where Kant introduces the term self-organization. In such a product of nature, each part is conceived as if it exists only through all the others, thus as if existing for the sake of the others and on account of the whole, i.e., as an instrument, which is, however, not sufficient. Rather it must be thought of as an organ that produces the other parts, which cannot be the case in any instrument of art, but only of nature, which provides all the matter for instruments. Only then and on that account can such a product, as an organized and self-organizing being, be called a natural purpose. What Kant is arguing here is that organisms are not simply machines, where each part may be designed to contribute to the whole, but where some external source is the cause of the production and maintenance of each part of the machine. Thus, for instance, the minute hand of a watch is produced by the artisan and not by any other part of the watch. By contrast, the various anatomical and physiological traits of an organism are produced by processes internal to the organism. Organisms are thus not to be judged as machines. An essential property of organisms is that the parts also cause the production and maintenance of the other parts, as we see in the ontogenesis. In this way, the passage in which Kant introduces the notion of self-organization is most directly relevant to issues concerning the development of organisms. Not surprisingly, this is where the connection between contemporary biology and Kant's thought has most often been made. Here, however, we would like to draw out more explicitly the implications of this for organismic behavior and organismic agency. Superscript 2. In particular, we will look in more detail at Kant's general idea of purposiveness, and at his general treatment of the antinomy of teleological judgment, which concerns the apparent clash between mechanistic and teleological approaches to the organism. 4.1. The antinomy of teleological judgment. In his critique of the power of judgment, Kant posits the following two conflicting maxims concerning generation and mechanical laws. Thesis: all generation of material things is possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. Antithesis: some generation of such things is not possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. In particular, Kant had biological organisms in mind as possible entities that are not generated merely according to mechanical laws. This thesis-antithesis pair is simply a contradiction, leading to mutually incompatible views with no prospect of reconciliation. Kant's first step, then, is to make explicit that such pronouncements about the nature of reality are actually judgments that are necessarily relative to our cognition of reality. Hence, he proposes the following thesis-antithesis pair. The first maxim of the power of judgment is the thesis: all generation of material things and their forms must be judged as possible in accordance with merely mechanical laws. The second maxim is the antithesis: some products of material nature cannot be judged as possible according to merely mechanical laws. This is the antinomy of teleological judgment. The motivation underlying the antithesis draws on the idea that mechanical laws do not seem to adequately account for the organization that can be found in biological organisms. In particular, Kant writes, nature, considered as a mere mechanism, could have formed itself in 1,000 different ways without hitting precisely upon the unity. The mechanical laws do not privilege any particular organization over another. Hence, if the organization were to be explained with merely mechanical laws, the organization of organisms could only be judged to be the result of chance. In this way, Kant is relying on a concept of purposiveness that can be described as the lawfulness of the contingent as such. An initial illustration of the concept can be given in the context of development. For instance, if one were only to take the mechanical laws of nature into account, the fact that the development of a chicken leads to a chicken appears to be contingent. Once the initial and boundary conditions are sufficiently changed, it might develop into a monster. However, the laws themselves cannot explain this wide divergence in outcome, since in both cases the same laws apply. One must introduce the idea that the development is the development of a chicken, and therefore is oriented towards this goal. Thus, such an idea brings some necessity into a process that is, with regard to nature itself, contingent. The same goes for the functions of organisms. Whether or not an elephant's lungs breathe seems highly contingent if one only takes into account the laws of nature, but appears as necessary when we introduce the idea that breathing is the function of the lung. This entails invoking the idea of a functioning organism. Thus, biological functions and embryogenic development instantiate the same epistemic pattern. Kant's theory of purposiveness is intended to reflect this epistemic fact. To introduce it, he gives a famous example: what if one were to come across a regular hexagon drawn in the sand, superscript 2 superscript 1? This, says Kant, can only be understood as an instance of purposiveness, because if we do not posit a concept that is at the basis of its production, we cannot understand why it is drawn in the sand. In other words, while the laws of nature can lead to the appearance of all sorts of figures in the sand, the specific kind of figure we see is not privileged by those laws. When we see a physical instance of a regular hexagon then, and we judge that it fits the concept of a regular hexagon, there is no indication in the laws of nature as to why a regular hexagon should be produced rather than another one. Hence, we reasonably assume that the concept regular hexagon was at the basis of its production, namely, someone thought of this concept and has drawn the hexagon, and thereby the contingent figure we see on the sand features some law-likeness. To put the argument in a more contemporary idiom, consider the following. Among the set of all possible hexagons, the size of the subset of regular hexagons is extremely small. Hence, given that we observe a regular hexagon, and that the probability that a process governed only by mechanical laws of motion would cause a regular hexagon to appear is zero, appealing to the presence of a concept at the ground of the production allows for a better explanation of the appearance of the hexagon. This same line of reasoning can be applied to organisms. In Kant's unique argument for a proof of God's existence, the first major text in which he deals with life and finality, he considers the traditional example of the eye, describing the example in the following way: in an eye there are many parts, each following different and mutually independent laws, and yet, the parts function not only in such a way that the eye can see, but if we were to even slightly change the structure or behavior of one of the parts, the eye as a whole would no longer achieve sight. Similarly, in the third critique Kant gives the example of the bird whose different anatomical parts seem to be organized in very specific ways in order to enable flight: the structure of a bird, the hollowness of its bones, the placement of its wings for movement and of its tail for steering, etc. And yet, it remains possible also to view an organism as a clump of dead matter, obeying the laws of mechanics. The price to pay for the latter possibility is that there is no longer any answer to the question of why those parts are so contrived, to use a word that will become crucial for Darwin, to allow flight. Superscript 2. The notion of purposiveness as elaborated by Kant is closely related to extremal explanations. Consider the evolution of the camera eye, and its dependence on the laws of nature. Assume we can vary the laws of nature by manipulating a parameter vector, and let some scalar variable w represent the functional value of the eye. Further assume that a particular set of parameter values maps onto the extreme value w0 for w, namely, the best functionality or representational validity, and let w0 also be the precise value that w assumes in empirical nature. Yet, it would seem highly improbable that the parameter vector should attain the exact among all possible values of. Correspondingly, functional sight seems highly improbable. Referring to the concept of sight as a concept that somehow guides the fixation of the parameter values allows one to ascribe a kind of necessity to. Thus, interpreting W0 as the purpose of sight, allows for the explanation of why sight-enabling structures emerged. So, when Kant holds here that the fact that obtains is not explainable except if one thinks of a concept at its ground, this account is perfectly analyzable as positing an extremal explanation which explains the explanandum as the extremal value of a mathematical function. Thus, the reason why the vector, otherwise wholly contingent, is the one that we find in nature is that the vector realizes some extremum. Moreover, the concept of vision ultimately appeals to the idea of a functioning organism that is able to survive. In this way, the reference to the concept of vision introduces lawlikeness into the contingent unity of mechanical laws involved in the design of the eye. The lawfulness of this contingent unity, i.e., the notion of purposiveness, is for Kant only a regulative and not a constitutive concept or principle. Regulative and constitutive principles refer to two uses of reason. While not going into too much detail, superscript 2 the latter refer to the synthetic a priori principles that ground any science of nature, and when events or facts can be subsumed under such principles, they can be considered as objective. By contrast, in the regulative use of reason, the principles inform our cognition of the objects and allow for knowledge of objects, but do not posit anything as objective. An instance of the regulative use of ideas of reason, described in the dialectic or the critique of pure reason, involves prescribing the idea of the synthesis of all conditions to the world. This allows us to require new conditions for the conditioned events, empirical laws, forces, or facts we have found. Nonetheless, we cannot posit as objective the whole of conditions, which Kant calls the unconditioned and which can refer to, for instance, the whole world, or God. Likewise, the idea that each individual belongs to a species that in turn belongs to a higher order class is not an objective fact, but a regulative principle of our knowledge, without which we would be unable to cognize an ordered world. The regulative principles that allow for biology are precisely the lawlikeness of the contingent as purposive. This kind of lawlikeness implies, as we said, the idea of a functional or developing organism. Moreover, from the moment the reference to such totality, namely, the organism, is introduced, a new level of necessity is brought into a set of facts and events that would otherwise appear wholly contingent. This then allows these facts to be studied in a scientific manner. Biologists will ask which mechanisms fulfill this or that function, or what processes lead to the formation of such and such an organ and then the whole organism. Inversely, any such scientific inquiry already assumes the lawlikeness of the contingent. 5. Organismic agency and the demand of reason. We will now depart from a description of Kant's framework, and draw out the implications of the concept of purposiveness for the central issue of this paper, namely the ontology and dispensability of agency. In particular, we will argue against three ways of viewing agency: first, the position that agency is a mere projection; second, that it refers to an element of objective nature; finally, we will also contrast the Kantian view with the position that agency is a mere heuristic, but that it is indispensable given our evolved nature and limited computational capacity. This is a view where agential explanation is viewed as non-ontic, and agency as dispensable for cognition of reality, but indispensable for the human cognition of reality. First, can purposiveness be seen as a projection of the human mind onto the natural world? In this view, goals and functions are in fact anthropomorphic projections onto the world. Such projections may serve some purpose as heuristics, but they do not reveal anything objectively real about the world and are entirely dispensable. They are to be replaced by mechanistic or law-based explanations whenever the latter become available. In response, recall from the previous section how, in a Kantian framework, the question whether or not agential explanation should be viewed ontically is bound up with the distinction between regulative and constitutive principles. Only the latter give rise to ontic explanations. Nonetheless, that does not mean that purposiveness is merely a projection of the human mind onto the natural world. Granted, purposiveness does not constitute nature as such and is therefore not objective in the same way that laws of nature are. However, they are not a projection in the sense that it is an optional way for a cognizing subject to see the world. Once biological items are the object of a quest for knowledge, there is no alternative to purposiveness for the faculty of knowledge. This can be emphasized by referring to one last element in Kant's work, namely how the structure of the faculty of knowledge is finite. Our reason is finite because it cannot derive intuitions from concepts, and therefore, the particular from the universal superscript to an infinite reason, by contrast, would not be limited in this way. However, Kant does not posit that such an infinite reason actually exists, or for that matter, is even possible under some counterfactual scenario. Instead, it is a mere idea that orients philosophical inquiry into knowledge, or if you will, a thought experiment aimed at clarifying what reason is. This distinction between finite and infinite reason can be connected to two modes of understanding, discursive and intuitive understanding. Intuitive understanding would be able to cognize the particular instances of concept X at the same time it cognizes the concept of X. By contrast, discursive understanding must go through mediations in order to arrive at the particular. Simple acts of observation can be such mediations. The concept of purposiveness is also such a mediation, since it allows reason to proceed from the universal laws of nature to particular organisms. A living being can, in general, be analyzed by means of mechanistic laws, example the universal laws governing the dynamics of each part. However, here only a very specific combination of the part-level processes results in a living being. Hence, the finite reason has to shift to the level of the law-likeness of the contingent as such, namely, to assume the regulative principle of purposiveness by introducing the reference to the whole organism. This idea of the whole, he says in 65, is only a principle of cognition, not of production. This finiteness of reason leads to what Kant in other passages describes as a demand of reason for the unconditioned. We previously described it as the synthesis of all conditions, but in a more contemporary idiom, it could also be described as the following. The demand for the unconditioned is essentially a demand for ultimate explanation, and links up with the rational prescription to secure systematic unity and completeness of knowledge. Reason, in short, is in the business of ultimately accounting for all things. The demand for the unconditioned is inherent in the very nature of our reason, is unavoidable and indispensably necessary. Kant thus takes this demand of reason to deliver a kind of impossibility result for the possibility of a non-purposive explanation of organismic development. In this way, in contrast to interpreting agential explanations as involving anthropomorphic projection, for the Kantian option there is no alternative to explaining organismic behavior as agential. Moreover, seeing an organism as an agent is even a precondition to being able to make a projection onto a natural system. For instance, if in some agential explanation, a repertoire of actions is projected onto a living organism, this presupposes seeing an organism as an agent. Assuming agency makes ascribing empirical methodology and even property to organisms possible. This is how the indispensability implied by the Kantian option should be understood. Others have taken the blade of grass passage cited above as support for an ontic view of agential explanation, where organisms are subjects having purposes according to values encountered in the making of their living. But an ontic interpretation of agential explanation, where organisms are subjects with purposes, clashes with Kant's overarching transcendental framework, since only constitutive principles can ground ontic explanations. Given that regulative principles such as purposiveness are a consequence of the finite nature of reason, they are not empirically discoverable facts, but are instead presupposed in any epistemic strategy for searching empirical truths. This shows how the Kantian option implies a non-ontic view of agential explanation. Does the Kantian option imply an epistemic view of agential explanation? We take epistemic here to refer to expectability sensu salmon, where an explanation explains in virtue of showing the explanandum as expected. In this sense, the Kantian option does certainly interpret agential explanations as showing how the explanandum is to be expected. However, much also depends on how expectability is interpreted. Consider the subjective interpretation superscript 2, where expectability is analyzed as dependent on the amount of information available to the subject. As the information changes, so does the expectability. This is what is presupposed if one views agential explanations as arising from bounded rationality, where agency is ascribed as a heuristic or computational shortcut given time and or information constraints. The Kantian option is not epistemic in this way. It does not refer to properties of what could be called evolved human nature but rather to a fundamental structure of reason itself. Any finite reason, even if it would be as computationally powerful as the largest supercomputer, would not be able to understand organismic purposes only in terms of causal mechanisms. Even if our empirical nature were very different, for instance, if we had evolved very different cognitive heuristics for understanding the world, as long as we are endowed with a finite reason, then we would still employ teleological concepts such as agency. Thus, agential explanations are nonontic in the sense that agency as a concept ultimately can be traced back to a fundamental structure of reason. In sum, the Kantian approach suggests that agential explanations are to be viewed as nonontic explanations but in which agency is indispensable. Viewing organisms as agents is a heuristic. It allows organisms to be identified as wholes in the first place, and thereby allows a research program about the mechanisms of functions and development, but it is not merely a heuristic, it is unavoidable for a finitely rational understanding of nature. Agential explanations may be predictive tools. They may accurately summarize complex patterns of behavior and allow us to predict how organisms will respond to environmental inputs, but they are more than mere predictive tools, because if they were merely predictive tools, agential explanations would be replaceable by an explanation that integrates a mass of complex causal detail. Even though the latter may be predictively equivalent or even superior to an agential explanation, it does not afford understanding to rational beings. 6. Conclusion: Organismic agency and the demand of reason. The shift in contemporary biology towards the agential approach motivates paying closer philosophical attention to agential explanations. Yet agential explanations are still today interpreted along the lines of a dichotomy between ontic/indispensable or non-ontic/dispensable, even though both options are ultimately unsatisfactory. In this paper we elucidated the Kantian option, where viewing organisms as agents is a demand of reason, and thus indispensable to our cognition of reality, but yet where agency is not added to the furniture or basic ontology of the world. This implies that agential explanations are unavoidable given our rational nature. This goes further than merely stating that agential and non-agential explanations are complementary. While it is of course possible also to view organisms as combinations of mechanisms, scientists, as rational beings, have no choice but to use agential explanations as well. Agency is thus not simply an investigative heuristic or a predictive tool that can be dispensed with once our scientific knowledge is sufficiently advanced, like a ladder that is climbed only then to be kicked away. Seeing agency in the natural world is not like a form of superstition that can be dispelled by the onward march of scientific reason. It is inherent to reason itself and is therefore not a ladder that can ever be kicked away. Michela Bourdignon. Teleology, Backward Causation and Contradiction. Hegel's Dialectical Account of Organic Nature. Abstract: this paper is aimed at analyzing Hegel's dialectical account of living organisms. Generally speaking, in Hegel's thought, dialectic is a process of self-determination that necessarily involves the integration of some kind of otherness. In the case of life, the self-determining process of living organisms articulates itself on the basis of internal purposiveness, which represents the core of the structure of living beings. The article will be divided in 4 parts. 1. In the first part, I will analyze Kant's notion of internal purposiveness, which will work as conceptual background to investigate Hegel's theory of teleology. 2. In the second part, I will explore Hegel's theory of teleology, its circular structure and its paradoxical implications in the science of logic. 3. In the third part, I will expound upon the way Hegel's dialectic of internal teleology is incorporated in his account of organic life in the philosophy of nature. 4. In the fourth part, I will investigate Hegel's treatment of animal organisms, with a specific focus on the assimilation process, which is the point of Hegel's analysis where the dialectical character of organism comes fully to light. 1. Introduction. In Fragment of a System, that is one of the unpublished essays of the youth years, Hegel presents one of his first and most significant efforts to account for the specific structure of life. It must also be considered as capable of entering into relation with what is excluded from it, as capable of losing its individuality or being linked with what has been excluded. That is why life is the union of union and non-union. This text, which was written in 1800, discloses the main intuition that orients Hegel's mature conception of the structure of life, that is the dialectical relationship of both inclusion and exclusion between living being as a whole and what is other than itself. The rational account of this insight is properly displayed in Hegel's mature writings, and it is this rational account and its philosophical implications that I aim to expound upon in this article. I will start from a brief presentation of the main conceptual source of Hegel's dialectical theory of organism, that is Kant's theory of internal purposiveness. I will show how Hegel's critical analysis of Kant's insights is the basis for the elaboration of his own dialectical theory of teleology in the science of logic, and of the way this theory is unfolded in his account of organic life in the philosophy of nature. In the last part of the article I will focus my attention on the second moment, Hegel's treatment of animal organism, the assimilation process, where the dialectical character of Hegel's theory comes fully to light. 2. The Kantian notion of organism. Kant's analysis of the organization of living beings in the second part of the Critique of the Power of Judgment represents a crucial conceptual source for Hegel's conception of life. In Kant's view, the organization of living beings cannot be accounted for through a mere mechanistic pattern of causality. Superscript 1. Something more than efficient causality is needed. Superscript 2. Kant's strategy is to refer to a model of causality that looks back at the notion of final cause in a way that, at the same time, makes explicit the limits of this conceptual pattern of causality. More specifically, Kant's explanation of life is based on a teleological account of the relationship between the different parts of the organism and the organism as a whole. Superscript 3. Such an account obviously implies the risk of presupposing an extra-naturalistic and thus extra-scientific principle of explanation of living beings. Every teleological explanation involves a dynamic of backward causation. Something coming afterwards, the end, is the cause of something coming backwards, the object through which the end is realized. This is problematic because we normally conceive of causality as efficient causality, which develops in a linear dynamic. Instead, final causality is constituted by a structure that curves and closes the linearity of efficient causality in itself, being characterized by a circular structure. The dynamic of final causality is retroactive and circular, and thus it is paradoxical. An effect cannot be the cause of its cause in the context of human activity. This incoherence is normally solved through the anticipation of the end of an object in the intention of the producer of the object. This strategy is not applicable in the context of living beings, because it would imply the presence of a designer that produces living beings according to an end, and this would represent an extra-naturalistic element undermining the scientific character of the account of organisms. Kant's account of internal purposiveness in the organization of living beings is meant to solve this problem. This is Kant's starting point. There is no rational justification for the presence of final causality in living organisms. Nor can the evidence of our experience of the presence of ends in nature justify the claim that there actually are ends in nature. Nevertheless, this does not prevent us from using final causality, but we need to look for a concept of purpose that does not imply the presence of a designer who anticipates the end to be realized. This is why Kant distinguishes between external and internal purposiveness. 1. External purposiveness takes place when an entity is oriented towards something else's utility. One thing in nature serves another as the means to an end. Purposiveness, in this case, is contingent in the thing itself to which it is ascribed. 2. internal purposiveness takes place when a single thing is simultaneously a cause and effect of itself, that is to say, when the end of an object is the realization of the object itself. On the basis of this distinction, Kant rehabilitates the notion of purposiveness and saves it from the criticism of teleology, which characterized the birth of modern science. According to this criticism, humans usually interpret the natural world in the same way they interpret artifacts. This criticism is effective against the teleological approach built on external purposiveness, but not against the one based on internal purposiveness. A natural end conceived as a cause and effect of itself does not imply the presence of a designer that is external to the natural item and that anticipates the end that the item is meant to realize. Therefore, the inner purpose of a natural item is nothing separated from it, because it is linked to its way of being, namely, it is the realization of what the item really is. The specificity of living beings as natural ends is the relation between their parts and the whole as if each one was mutually cause and effect of the existence and the forms of all the others. Nevertheless, according to Kant, we can use final causality only if we do that by analogy with the only way we can think of such a kind of causality, that is, in terms of technical practical purposiveness. Nevertheless, teleological judging is rightly drawn into our research into nature, at least problematically, but only in order to bring it under principles of observation and research in analogy with causality according to ends, without presuming thereby to explain it. According to the analogical use, teleological judgment does not have a determining value with respect to the organization of living beings, that is to say, it cannot shed light on the ontological status of what is living. Rather, it is only a reflective judgment, and thus it is employed for guiding research into objects of this kind. Therefore, Kant presents the possibility of a teleology based upon inner purposiveness in the consideration of living organism, albeit mainly with a regulative and heuristic function. This point is of crucial importance in the Kantian explanation of organisms, and it is also the point on which Hegel's criticism of Kant's view is based. 68 Michele Bordinian. 3. The notion of teleology in Hegel and Kant. In the teleology section of the Science of Logic, Hegel offers a critical analysis of Kant's theory of teleology and purposiveness. First of all, Hegel, as well as Kant, associates the perception of a purposiveness with the presence of a designer. Where purposiveness is discerned, an intelligence is assumed as its author, and for the end we therefore demand the concept's own free existence. As in Kant's analysis, this presence implies the risk of going beyond the boundaries of scientific inquiry. The more the teleological principle was linked with the concept of an extramundane intelligence, and to that extent was favored by piety, the more it seemed to depart from the true investigation of nature, which aims at cognizing the properties of nature not as extraneous, but as immanent determinatenesses, and accepts only such cognition as a valid comprehension. Secondly, Hegel contrasts teleology and mechanism, associating the first with the notion of final causality, and the second with the notion of efficient causality. Whereas purposiveness is the basis of an essential unity of the different determinacies of the object that it determines, mechanism leaves the determinacies of the object as external and indifferent. Thirdly, Hegel recalls the importance of Kant's theory on the distinction between external and internal purposiveness in the exploration of the structure of living beings. At the same time, he criticizes Kant's theory of the reflecting value ascribed to teleological judgment in nature. The concept, as end, is of course an objective judgment, in which one determination, the subject, namely the concrete concept, is self-determined, while the other is not merely a predicate but external objectivity. But the end relation is not for that reason a reflective judgment that considers external objects only according to a unity, as though an intelligence had given this unity for the convenience of our cognitive faculty. On the contrary, it is the absolute truth that judges objectively and determines the external objectivity absolutely. Hegel conceives of purpose as a concept that determines external objectivity. Thus, the problem of Kant's notion of internal purposiveness is that it is ascribed only a reflecting value, that is to say, it is conceived as if it was placed only in an intelligence that gave purposes for the convenience of our faculty of cognition. It is a purposiveness conceived according to the paradigm of utility, and then it is reducible to external purposiveness. Therefore, since internal purposiveness in Kant's account is only a regulative and explicative principle, it is separated from objectivity, and it is only a finite, relative, and subjective purposiveness, that always presupposes an intelligence as its source. Its finitude consists in its being confronted by an objective, mechanical and chemical world to which its activity relates itself as to something already there. Its self-determining activity is thus, in its identity, immediately external to itself and as much reflection outwards as reflection into itself. To this extent N still has a genuinely extramundane existence, to the extent, namely, that it is confronted by this objectivity, just as the latter on the other hand confronts it as a mechanical and chemical whole not yet determined and pervaded by the end. If the purpose is one that realizes itself independently from an extramundane existence, it has to be an objective purpose, that is in its own self the urge to realize itself, or that the teleological process is the translation of the concept that has a distinct concrete existence as concept into objectivity. Therefore, purpose is a concept that realizes itself in objectivity. Notably, in this context, the word concept is not meant in the traditional way, namely as an idea placed in someone's intelligence. Rather, concept is an objective structure endowed with the impulse to its own realization. Superscript 1. This concept, as purpose, is at the same time the principle guiding the teleological process and the result of the process itself. Point superscript 1. Superscript 1. This takes us back to the problem of backward causation that we encountered in Kant's analysis of teleology, and that is pointed out by Hegel himself. It can therefore be said of the teleological activity that in it the end is the beginning, the consequence the ground, the effect the cause, that it is a becoming of what has become, that in it only that what already exists comes into existence, and so on. Purposiveness, as objective and determining purposiveness, is internal purposiveness. Its realization implies a self-determining process that always involves some kind of backward causational dynamic and, thus, a contradiction, something coming afterwards. The effect is the cause of something coming backwards, or is the process that accomplishes it. As we saw, Kant's strategy is to escape the two horns of the problem implied by the use of final causality, that is to say, the contradiction of backward causation or the dissolution of this contradiction through the reference to an extra-naturalistic element anticipating the end to be realized. Kant's way out of these two alternatives is the notion of an internal purposiveness that is ascribed only as a regulative value in scientific inquiry. Hegel shows that this strategy fails to effectively account for a proper notion of internal purposiveness. The reflecting value of teleological judgment in nature and the regulative role that internal purposiveness plays in scientific inquiry implicitly leads internal purposiveness back to the conceptual pattern of external purposiveness. Hegel's strategy instead is not to escape the backward causation problem, but to recognize that inner purposiveness, if it is meant to be determining and objective, necessarily implies backward causation and its contradictory consequences. Since the concept here in the sphere of objectivity, where its determinateness has the form of indifferent externality, is in reciprocal action with itself, the exposition of its movement here becomes doubly difficult and involved, because this movement is itself doubled and a first is always a second also. In the concept taken for itself, that is in its subjectivity, its difference from itself appears as an immediate identical totality on its own AC count, but since its determinateness here is indifferent externality, its identity with itself in this externality is also immediately again self-repulsion, so that what is determined as external and indifferent to the identity is the identity itself, and the identity, as reflected into itself, is rather its other. Only by keeping this firmly in mind can we grasp the objective return of the concept into itself, that is, the true objectification of the concept. Purpose, the concept, determines itself in something that is indifferent to and other than itself, namely in indifferent externality. Therefore, it needs to negate itself, in order to realize its identity in this other. This self-negation corresponds to what Hegel defines as self-repulsion of the purpose. What is external and indifferent to the first immediate identity of the purpose becomes identical with this identity in the process of realization of the purpose itself. The first immediate identity of the purpose becomes a concrete identity precisely through this process of realization in its other. In this sense, Hegel claims that the determinateness of the purpose now possesses within itself the determinateness of externality, and its simple unity is consequently the unity that repels itself from itself and in so doing maintains itself. And therefore is the subjective concept as an essential effort and urge to posit itself externally. The contradictory implications of the backward causation dynamic embodied in the self-repelling move of the purpose are not made explicit in the treatment of teleology in the science of logic. On this point, Hegel is much clearer in the Encyclopaedia Logic. As this contradiction of its identity with itself opposite the negation and the opposition posited in it, it is itself the sublating, the activity of so negating the opposition that it posits it as identical with itself. This is the process of realizing the purpose in which, by rendering itself something other than its subjectivity and objectifying itself, it has sublated the difference of both, has joined itself together only with itself and has preserved itself. The contradiction Hegel refers to in the Encyclopaedia Logic is precisely the contradiction implied by the backward causation dynamic at the basis of internal purposiveness, where the purpose realized at the end in objectivity is, at the same time, what guides the very process of realization of the purpose itself. The best and clearest example of this kind of contradiction takes place, as Hegel points out, in living organisms. Need and drive are the examples of purpose lying closest at hand. They are the felt contradiction that takes place within the living subject itself, and they enter into the activity of negating this negation that is still mere subjectivity. The satisfaction produces the peace b. 72 Michela Bordinian. Between the subject and object, in that the objective dimension standing over there in the still on-hand contradiction is equally sublated with respect to this. Its one-sidedness, through the unification with the subjective dimension. The analysis of Kant's theory of teleology and of Hegel's critical analysis provided the conceptual background for shedding light on Hegel's account of organism in his philosophy of nature, which will be the focus of the next section of the article. I will give particular attention to the assimilation process and to the way internal teleology orients it. In this process, in fact, the way organism maintains itself as living in the relation to its other, external environment, will allow me make explicit the relation of both exclusion and integration of otherness in the organism itself, and thus the dialectical character of Hegel's account of living beings. For organic physics, teleology and philosophy of nature. Assimilation is analyzed in the third part of Hegel's philosophy of nature, which is organic physics. Internal purposiveness assumes a constitutive function in this part of Hegel's philosophical system. Already in the introductory section of Organic Physics, Hegel notes that mechanism constituted the first part of the philosophy of nature, chemistry constituted the apex of the second part, and teleology constitutes this third part. Life is a means, but for this concept, not for another, it is perpetually reproducing its infinite form. Kant had already determined living existence as constituting its own end. There is change here, but it is only present on behalf of the concept, for it is merely the otherness of the concept that changes. It is only in the absolute negativity of this negation of that which is negative, that the concept can remain in communion with itself. Point superscript 1 superscript 2. Said another way, life has its contrary within itself however, and in itself it is a rounded totality, or its own end. Point superscript 1 superscript 3. Teleological orientation distinguishes what is alive from what is not. Superscript 1 The end, which is internal to the organism and which organizes and directs its development, is what turns the organism itself into a totality where each part is simultaneously the end and means of all the other parts, and which thus establishes an immanent relationship between them. Hence, the organism is an integrated whole. What is not alive, on the contrary, is articulated not on the basis of an inner purpose, but as something composed of parts which are not properly members of a whole, because each part maintains a kind of self-subsistence. Inner purposiveness then characterizes the whole realm of living beings, namely geological nature, vegetable and animal organisms. In the mineral kingdom, however, inner purposiveness exists only as a precondition, that is to say, as a condition of possibility for the development of life. Superscript 1 Vegetable organisms are also characterized by a teleological dynamic that is, however, not completely internal. Actually, the development of plants depends on light, which is their source of energy and warmth, namely their principle of determination. Light is not immanent to them, since it comes from a source that stands outside plants themselves. Only in animal organisms is the purpose really internal, and so they can properly be said to be able to determine themselves. In other words, animals are the kind of organisms where life actually comes into existence. Unlike minerals and plants, animals have the sun in itself, or, they have the principle of their determination within themselves. In the animal, light has found itself, for the animal checks its relationship with another. The animal is the self which is for the self, it is the existent unity of differences, and pervades their distinctness. The plant's tendency towards being for self gives rise to the plant and the bud, which are two independent individuals, and are not of an ideal nature. Animal being consists of these two posited in unity. The animal organism is therefore this duplication of subjectivity, in which difference no longer exists as it does in the plant, but in which only the unity of this duplication attains existence. True subjective unity exists in the animal. Animal organism is a subjectivity, namely an integrated unity which is able to determine itself in its other. Another way of saying this is that animals are organisms that are able to realize their own nature through the immanent relationship with the external environment. Superscript 1 The subjectivity of plants, instead, is only formal, since plants don't have their center in themselves, their parts maintain a certain independence which is not present in the world of animal organisms. Superscript 1 Therefore, the difference between animals' concrete subjectivity and plants' formal subjectivity depends on the different way in which animals determine themselves in relation to the external environment. For example, in the assimilation process, the animal is able to choose the natural product from which it feeds, and it can interrupt the assimilation when it does not need it anymore. Moreover, it transforms the assimilated material into its own subjectivity through the process of digestion. In this way, the animal's relationship with the external environment is mediated, whereas the plant's relationship with nature around them is more simple and immediate. Plants cannot choose what they assimilate to feed themselves, nor can they stop the process of assimilation, because they directly assume what the environment offers to them, namely water, air and light. These features are related to another difference between animals and plants. Animals have sensibility, they are able to perceive external stimulations and they can feel what they need from the external environment. Moreover, animals are able to determine themselves also in space, since they can move within it on the basis of their needs. On the contrary, the position and the movement of plants is determined by external forces, such as light and gravity. Superscript 1 Therefore, the animal's independence from the external environment is higher than the plant's one. This is testified also by their capacity to maintain bodily temperature and being able to emit sounds with which they can express themselves. In addition, animals reproduce themselves through sexual relations, that is, through the relation with another animal individual of the same species, whereas the plant's reproductive process does not imply any relation with another individual, but occurs within the same single organism. Finally, the animal's process of formation is quite distinct from that of plants. The seed already contains the preformed structure of the organism. The plant's development is only a growth, since they don't go through the process of self-differentiation of internal organs that we find in animals. Superscript 1 While in plants the beginning and end of the process of formation are quite the same, in animals the beginning and end of the development are different, and at the same time they are also identical. In fact, the structure of the animal organism at the end of its formation is constituted by nothing different from the principle that guides and orients the first steps of its development. Therefore, this very development has a circular dynamic that is not fully transparent in the process of the formation of plants. Superscript 2. This circular dynamic is highlighted by Hegel, for example, in the following passages. Living existence has being, and preserves itself only as this reproductiveness, not as mere being. It has being only because it turns itself into what it is. It is a pre-existent end, and is itself merely result. As an intro-reflected unity of various singularities, the animal exists as a spontaneously self-producing end, and is a movement which returns into its particular individuality. As animal life is its own product and purpose, it is simultaneously both end and means. The end is a determination which is of an ideal nature, and which is already present as an antecedent. As the realizing activity which then occurs has therefore to conform to the determination which is present, it brings forth nothing new, so that the realization is to an equal extent a return into self. The accomplished end has the same content as that which is already present in the activation. The organization itself is to an equal extent both end and means, for it consists of nothing which is subsistent. As the viscera and the members in general are in a state of reciprocal activity, they are always posited as being of an ideal nature, and as each member is a center which produces itself at the expense of all the others, it has existence only by means of the process. In other words, that which is sublated and reduced to means, is itself end and product. The living being is not something given, since it develops itself and its development as oriented by an inner purpose. Thus, this self-determination has a teleological character where the end of the formation process is also its guiding principle. It should now be clear that this teleological process does not have the linear structure of efficient causality, because it incorporates the circular structure of final causality that I have expounded upon in the first part of the article. Such circular structure corresponds to the one characterizing backward causation. To analyze this structure in detail, we must then look at the specific dialectic that characterizes the way the animal organism determines itself. The dialectic of the animal organism is constituted of three moments: a. the formation, that is the animal's relation to itself; b. the assimilation process, that is the animal's relation to inorganic nature; and c. the generic process, that is, the animal's relation to another animal organism. I will focus on the second moment of this dialectic, which is one in which the dynamics of internal purpose and its contradictory consequences are more transparent. 5. The assimilation process. Teleology and contradiction. The assimilation process is that through which the organism must posit the subjectivity of externality, appropriate it, and identify it with its own self. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. In this process there is the living individual on the one hand, and the external environment on the other. External environment is given as pre-existent and, consequently, it is independent from the organism. At the same time, however, the assimilation process, that is, the organism's tendency to appropriate the external environment, is nothing but the negation of this very independence. In this sense, the assimilation process implies the contradiction of the inorganic. This contradiction arises on the basis of the tension between the independence of the environment from the organism on the one hand and its constitutive relation to it on the other. Superscript 2. Superscript 2. This contradiction has its roots in another contradiction, which stands at the basis of the assimilation process, that is, the contradiction of need. In needs, the relation of both exclusion and integration of Hegel's dialectical account of organism fully comes to light. In this dialectic and in its contradictory structure, inner purposiveness has a crucial function. I will show how this occurs in this last part of this article. In need, the animal has its other in itself since it feels it in itself as the other that it needs, as something that is negated and that it tends to appropriate. Therefore, in the first place, need is characterized by a negative structure. These determinations are negations posited as contained within the affirmation of the subject itself. Superscript 2. Superscript 3. The other of the organism, its negation, is not indeterminate, because it is the specific other that the organism needs. The animal can be stimulated only by means of its inorganic nature, because for the animal, the only opposite is its own. The animal does not recognize the other in general, for each animal recognizes its own other, which is precisely an essential moment of the special nature of each. The negation at the basis of need is thus a determinate negation, and it has a constitutive function with respect to the way in which the organism articulates itself. In the second place, this negation is not simply the other of the organism, but it is an other which stands in the organism itself. This is shown by the pain felt by the organism. As Muir points out, that the tension of unsatisfied want is painful is the clearest indication that the wanted object lies within the subject. Superscript 2 The other stands in the organism in its radical otherness, because it is in it as something negated. In need, the other of the organism is found in the organism as the presence of the absence. In the third place, the negative, that is what is needed, is not only found in the organism itself, but it is also perceived as negative by the animal itself as what it needs to appropriate. Only a living existence is aware of deficiency, for it alone in nature is the concept, which is the unity of itself and its specific antithesis. Where there is a limit, it is a negation, but only for a third term, an external comparative. However, the limit constitutes deficiency only in so far as the contradiction which is present in one term to the same extent as it is in the being beyond it, is as such immanent, and is posited within this term superscript 2. The other that the animal needs is not only a limitation, a defect, something missing that is perceived as such only from someone external to the organism itself. The animal itself perceives this need, this negation, and the necessity of overcoming this inner lack within itself superscript 2. In order to do that, the organism has to appropriate this negative and turn it into a positive, into something of its own. The process begins with the self's internal diremption, the awareness of externality as the negation of the subject. The subject is, at the same time, positive self-relatedness, the self-certainty of which is opposed to this negation of itself. In other words, the process begins with the awareness of deficiency, and the drive to overcome it. At this point of Hegel's analysis, the dialectical character of the organism becomes transparent. In the assimilation process, otherness is, at the same time, excluded and included in the organism itself, and this occurs due to the inner purpose orienting the assimilation process superscript 2 as Illiterati points out. Also, when the activity of the organism is wholly oriented towards what is outside, it always tends to realize itself as individual. Superscript 2 In this sense, the end of the organism is the unity of itself with the other that it needs, since this unity is what allows the organism to realize itself, that is to say, it allows the development and the preservation of its bodily structure. This unity is the principle that orients the assimilation process. The need is specific, and its determinateness is a moment of its universal concept. The drive is the activity of overcoming the deficiency of such a determinateness, i.e., of overcoming its form, which is initially merely subjective. In that the content of the determinateness is primary, and in that it maintains itself in the activity in which it is merely carried into effect, the drive constitutes purpose, and confined solely to living existence, instinct. This deficiency in form is inner stimulation, the specific determinateness of whose content appears at the same time as an animal's relation to the particular individualization of the various spheres of nature. Thus, the assimilation process is not reducible to the simple mechanical or chemical appropriation of external objectivity by animal organism. It does not correspond to the simple and immediate transposition of external objectivity within the organism itself. Rather, the material which is assimilated is transformed by the organism through digestion, which is the mediation necessary in order for the organism to turn the material into something of its own, that is to say, into something able to serve its inner purpose, which is the development and preservation of its bodily structure. The reference to Kant's notion of inner purposiveness in Hegel's account of need is not then accidental. The fundamental determination of living existence is that it is to be regarded as acting purposively. This has been grasped by Aristotle, but has been almost forgotten in more recent times. Kant revived the concept in his own way, however, with the doctrine of the inner purposiveness of living existence, which implies that this existence is to be regarded as an end in itself. The main sources of the difficulty here are that the relation implied by purpose is usually imagined to be external, and that purpose is generally thought to exist only in a conscious manner. Instinct is purposive activity operating in an unconscious manner. Hegel's main point is that the animal organism is an end in itself exactly on the basis of the Kantian model of inner purposiveness. Nevertheless, Hegel's theory of inner purposiveness is distinct from Kant's. There is no space for the analogy. With the purposiveness characterizing the technical practical sphere of artifacts, i.e., a purposiveness that is thought to exist in a conscious manner. The revolution of Hegel's model of teleology is the possibility to think of an unconscious model of finalistic activity superscript 2. To this extent, Hegel does not adopt the strategy of anticipation of the end that would solve the problem of the circular and paradoxical structure of backward causality. One must not think of the purposive action of nature as self-conscious understanding. Each step involved in the consideration of nature is out of the question unless the end has been perceived. The end is precisely that which is predetermined and active, and which preserves itself by assimilating the other to which it relates itself superscript 3. The assimilation process does not have the linear structure of mechanical processes. Point superscript 3 superscript 1. On the contrary, assimilation has the circular structure where the end of the process, its effect, that is the unity of the organism with what it needs, is the very cause of the process itself. Point superscript 3 superscript 2. At the beginning of the process, what is needed is a negative that is already constitutively present in the organism itself as what the organism is lacking. This presence of the otherness in the organism is precisely what pushes the organism itself to assimilate what it needs in order to realize and make explicit its unity with this otherness, which, at the beginning of the process, was only implicit. Using Hegel's terms, we could say that need is not only a first abstract negation. In need, the organism is not simply negated. Need is also what Hegel calls second negation, since it is a negation through which the living organism realizes itself. At the beginning of the assimilation process, the animal is united with the otherness that it needs insofar as this otherness is posited in it as negated. The result of the assimilation process is the concrete realization of this unity. It is a unity with external objectivity that, insofar as it is something other than organism itself, is excluded from the organism, but, at the same time, it is an otherness which is properly interiorized and integrated in the structure of the organism through the process of digestion. In this way, need is the presence of the absence, but it is also that which moves the animal toward its other, in order to assimilate it, that is to say, it is that through which animals turn the presence of the absence into a concrete presence. In the process raised by need, the animal organism concretely integrates in itself the other than itself. The organism and its other are one and the same thing. The organism separates itself from the one-sided subjectivity of its hostility towards the object, and so becomes explicitly what it is implicitly. It therefore becomes the non-neutral identity of its concept and its reality, and so finds the end and product of its activity to be the already established beginning and origin of its being. It is thus that satisfaction conforms to reason. The process which enters into external differentiation turns into the process of the organism with itself, and the result is not the mere production of a means, but the bringing forth of an end, the unity of the self. The contradiction of need in the assimilation process is the structure of a specific tension, that is the one between the organism initially oriented by inner purposiveness towards the appropriation of exteriority on the one hand and the organism that realizes this appropriation and the unity with exteriority on the other. The first one is the organism separated from the external objectivity that it needs. The second one is the organism that has assimilated external objectivity and thus has realized its inner purpose, namely the development and preservation of its bodily structure, and this occurs precisely through the concrete unity with this objectivity. The two organisms are distinct, but they are also the same. They are distinct insofar as the structure of the animal organism before and after the assimilation process is different. they are the same insofar as the organism that performs assimilation is identical with itself in this process of self-determination, which is a process of self-realization. From pain begin the need and the impulse that constitute the transition by which the individual, in being for itself the negation of itself, also becomes for itself identity, an identity which only is as the negation of that negation. Simply said, in the assimilation process, the organism is identical with itself in its own process of self-differentiation. Thus, in the assimilation process, the organism realizes its concrete identity with itself, which is gained through a constitutive process of self-differentiation. This identity through difference represents the core of Hegel's dialectical account of the animal organism, where the external objectivity is, for the organism, negated, excluded, needed, but it is also interiorized and integrated by the living organism. This dialectic is oriented by an inner purposiveness that is the main feature of what is living, and its core is represented by the contradiction marking the organization of the animal organism. A living being is thus a being that remains identical with itself in its process of self-differentiation, that is to say, it is a being which is able to determine itself. This is why Hegel claims that the organism is a subject. The subject is a term such as this, which is able to contain and support its own contradiction. Because of this dialectic, living organisms are not individuals that are simply, immediately, and abstractly identical with themselves. Abstract identity, which excludes the presence of otherness, far from preserving the inner structure of the living organism, necessarily implies its death. The organism needs the external environment in order to develop and maintain its internal articulation. Hegel's dialectical account of living beings is meant to shed light on precisely this point. The contradiction of need, drive, instinct, and the way in which the organism feels what it needs, therefore, far from being the point where the self-determining process of organism loses its consistence, is the guiding principle of its self-determination, self-movement, and of its self-realization. This contradiction stands at the basis of the constitution of everything which is living. Its self-determination has therefore the form of objective externality, and since it is at the same time self-identical, it is the absolute contradiction. Point superscript 3 superscript 3. 6. Conclusions. The contradiction that Hegel's dialectic refers to is not the symptom of a mistake in the account of the organism. Rather, as we have seen, it corresponds to the constitutive structure underlying Hegel's dialectical account of the organism itself. This structure is implied by the immanent relation with the external environment in which the living organism is necessarily involved and by the teleological dynamic that orients this very relation. Teleology is necessary in order to account for the realm of living beings, which is not reducible to the linear character of mechanic and chemical laws. The application of these laws is not mistaken, but it provides only a partial and one-sided explication of the organization characterizing living beings. Thus, in order to provide an effective explication of what living beings are, the reference to mechanical and chemical laws needs to be integrated with other kinds of laws which allow for accounting to the specific features of life. In this article, I showed that these laws have a teleological character and that they involve some kinds of paradoxical dynamics, where the living organism is in a relation of exclusion, but at the same time of integration of what is other than itself. Therefore, from a Hegelian perspective, the only option left to us is to leave the coherent and linear meshes of standard logic, which Hegel calls the logic of understanding, in which there is no room for the paradoxical dynamics such as that of backward causality. This rupture with standard thought does not necessarily mean the reference to vitalism or to some kind of principle standing outside the scope of scientific research and rationality. On the contrary, Hegel invites us to extend the sphere of rationality and to articulate a new paradigm of reason, which is to be the paradigm of speculative thinking. Speculative thought consists only in this, in holding firm to contradiction and to itself in the contradiction, but not in the sense that, as it happens in ordinary thought, it would let itself be ruled by it and allow it to dissolve its determinations into just other determinations or into nothing. In this sense, speculative thought is nothing but dialectical thinking, that is to say, It is a new paradigm of rationality which pretends to be a type of thinking capable of accounting for complex phenomena such as life. In order to do that, dialectical thinking must be open to the challenge of conceiving contradiction as the constitutive structure of life and of the self-developmental process that characterizes it. Superscript 3. Thus, Hegel's dialectic can shed light on the complex phenomena characterizing reality in general and, more specifically, life. This can only result from the effort to develop a logic that reflects and attempts to make explicit the circular, paradoxical, and contradictory structures characterizing the organization of living beings, and which is thus not only an abstract logic of our thinking, but a concrete logic that permeates and structures reality in its most complex and articulated forms, that are the forms of natural and spiritual life. Luca illiterati being rational, Hegel on the human way of being. Abstract. In the second paragraph of the last edition of the encyclopedia, Hegel writes, "It is through thinking that human beings distinguish themselves from the animals. Therefore, according to Hegel, all that is human is a result of thinking." In the background of this old prejudice and apparent triviality lies a specific conception of the human subject. Thought is indeed a dimension to which human beings belong and is not at the disposal of human arbitrariness. It is human beings that belong to thought, and not thought that belongs to human beings. The aim of my paper is therefore to analyze the specific Hegelian conception of the nature of human subjects, following the idea that the specific way of being of humans is realized only in self-transcendence. 1. Introduction. The second section of Hegel's 1830 edition of the Encyclopedia of Philosophical Sciences, and its related and very important remark, represent a key moment in Hegel's philosophical system, one in which he anticipates some of the most fundamental and complex nodes of his philosophy. Indeed, it is within this particularly dense paragraph that one finds the following famous proposition, which I would like to take as the starting point for this essay. If, however, it is correct that it is through thinking that human beings distinguish themselves from the animals, then everything human is human as a result of and only as a result of thinking. Superscript 1. The human, for Hegel, is thus presented as that which is crossed through by thought. My purpose here is to try to understand concretely what it means to say that thought is what makes the human a human, and to try to clarify what such a thing implies about the human's way of being. In other words, what does it mean, according to Hegel, for the human being to be itself? Perhaps the most immediate and simple reading of the above proposition takes Hegel to be saying that the human is an animal with an additional property with respect to other animals, thought. That the human is constituted by precisely this specific difference. Yet in reality such a reading expresses very little of what Hegel intended to say. In fact, if not properly understood, this proposition risks being read as something that Hegel does not mean at all. For thought for Hegel, and this is the point that needs to be understood, is not an attribute that simply adds on to a given animal nature, offering the body that possesses it greater possibilities than those without it. Rather, thought, as we will see, profoundly redefines the animal being of the human, it reconfigures and transforms it. As I intend to show here, for Hegel the fact that thought constitutes the proper, irreducible attribute of the human means that thought acts on the entire cognitive apparatus of this particular type of animal. Thought thus emerges as an element that in some way establishes its way of being. This obviously calls into question the traditional Western definition of the human as a rational animal. What is interesting is that, while on the one hand Hegel seems to consider this time-honored definition of the human obvious, it is an old prejudice, indeed a triviality, that human beings set themselves apart from animals through thinking. It may seem trivial to remind ourselves of such a long-standing belief. It must definitely seem strange that there should be a need for such a reminder. Superscript 2, on the other, he systematically submits it to a radical revision, giving it a meaning that is not at all obvious or banal. 2. Rational animals. Hegel could in some ways, but only in some ways, be read as taking up the critique of this traditional definition that was proposed by Heidegger, for example in his famous letter on humanism. As has been noted, within a discussion of the concept of humanismus, Heidegger asks what exactly the humanitas of Homo humanus is, and in asking this question tries to bring to light the assumptions that the concept of humanitas implies, the metaphysical foundation on which the classical interpretation of humanitas rests. According to Heidegger, this underpinning emerges from the presupposition that there is a universal human essence, which then gets expressed as consideration of human being as a rational animal. What Heidegger finds distinctive about this definition is that it already accounts for the human with reference to animalitas, that is, the human is already understood as a living being among others that is distinguished from those others by the faculty of rationality, by the possession of a property that distinguishes it from other living beings. In this way, Heidegger says, metaphysics thinks of the human being on the basis of animalitas and does not think in the direction of his humanitas superscript 3. This conception of the human way of being, according to Heidegger, is quite misleading with regard to what the human actually is. It is a radical misunderstanding of the original ontological structure of what Heidegger calls ecosistence and considers constitutive of the specific mode of being of the human. According to Heidegger, we cannot think of the specificity of the human starting from animalitas. If anything, we can understand the specific animality of the human being only by starting from its specific way of being, or rather from what he calls the essence of ecosistence. This has absolutely radical consequences for Heidegger. It means the human is not simply an animal that, unlike other animals, has characteristics deriving from its being an ecosistence rather than a being among others. The human is not a particular type of animal that, unlike other animals, lives in the lighting of being, blocked from other animals that do not have language. If anything, even if reasoning in such terms risks upholding the polarities inherent to the metaphysics from which Heidegger claimed to take leave, the opposite is true. Ecosistence, a negation of the way of being of an entity with a given essence, acts on its own body structure, on what could still be understood as its own animality, transforming it, molding it, producing a configuration of being that cannot be thought in terms of the simple animalitas of the animal. Heidegger says in the letter that the human body is something essentially other than an animal organism. The fact that physiology and physiological chemistry can scientifically investigate the human being as an organism is no proof that in this organic thing, that is, in the body scientifically explained, the essence of the human being consists. According to Heidegger, it is precisely for this reason that we cannot interpret language, understood as that which is proper to the human or as the dimension in which openness to being occurs for the human, to start from the organic nature of the human. In its essence, Heidegger writes, language is not the utterance of an organism, nor is it the expression of a living thing. These pages in many ways constitute the manifesto of Heidegger's anti-naturalism and, to use categories that Heidegger would surely consider inadequate to his thought, the manifesto of what might be called his anti-naturalistic anthropology. In what sense, then, could Hegel in some ways, but again only in some ways, be read as embracing the Heideggerian critique of the traditional definition of the human as a rational animal? As a preliminary answer, we could say that for Hegel, as for Heidegger, calling the human being a rational animal does not simply mean it is an animal that also has the property of being rational. According to Hegel, if it is true that thought produces all that is human in the human character, it cannot merely be understood as an additional property, an extra tool added to the other instruments with which, as an animal, it would already be endowed. To say that thought is proper to the human being, that everything that is properly human begins with and is thought, for Hegel means positioning thought as the origin point from which the human is configured. It means that only starting from thought can we adequately consider the multiple different faculties with which the human being is endowed. In other words, if thought is what belongs to the human, if it is what makes any act performed by a human act, then thought is that from which the entire human way of being must be thought. It is therefore also starting from thought that the animality of the human can be thought, which is not the same thing as conceiving an animality enhanced by thought. What, in concrete terms, does it mean to say that thought is what makes the human as such? Obviously, This does not mean that thought and reflective activity in the human substitute that which in the animal is instead governed by sensation, feeling, or instinct. Having thought does not mean that the human lacks sensations, feelings, and instincts. Instead, according to Hegel, a feeling, intuition, desire or any other content of consciousness is human only if it is crossed by thought. A feeling is never a feeling for the human in the same way it would be for an animal. It is always something else, with its own peculiar structure, a feeling accompanied by thought, impregnated with thought. For Hegel, the human does not experience pure, unintelligent sentiment, devoid of any relationship to thought. Or, even if it does, certainly this is not what makes the human as such. In this sense, Hegel maintains, against any form of romanticism, that it is ridiculous to think of the human in terms of some original uncontaminated naturalness or pre-reflective purity. On the contrary, those who found human activity on the possibility of returning to this kind of pre-noetic state inevitably place human activity within a generic animal sphere, thus disregarding precisely what is specific about the human character. Yet saying that feelings, intuitions, and representations are human because they are crossed through by thought does not mean that these forms exhaust all possible types of thought. Thought in the human can also appear in the pure form of the concept. But what Hegel is interested in emphasizing in the introductory paragraphs of the encyclopedia is the fact that thought is mostly present in the human in forms other than the concept. Outlining 2 of the encyclopedia and its corresponding remark, Hegel's argument can be summarized in these 4 points. 1. Every human activity is properly human insofar as it is characterized by thought. This means that the specifically human nature of what is human is determined by thought. It also means that an act the human shares with another animal is specifically human only insofar as it is accompanied or traversed by thought. Or rather, only inasmuch as the act is not in fact identical in the human and the animal. 2. The type of thought that makes an activity human, however, does not for the most part appear in the pure form of the concept. Thought, in the ordinary activity of man, is mostly given as a mixture of feeling, intuition, and representation. 3. These forms of thought, which characterize the human's openness to the world, are not other to thought or ways of accessing reality that are alternative to thought. To the extent that they are traversed and permeated by thought, they in fact constitute something that is properly human. 4. However, although they are not other to thought, feelings, intuitions, and representations should not be understood as thought as such. They should therefore be distinguished from thought as form. According to Hegel, when feelings, intuitions, and representations are considered privileged forms of thought guaranteeing the human authentic access to the world and are therefore nominated as good candidates for revealing an original, pre-noetic form of openness to the world, we find ourselves embracing an inadequate conception of the faculties of the human and the role played by thought. For Hegel, this is a distorted and distorting vision of what the human is. For Hegel, such emphasis on the role of sentiment and intuition, as opposed to an alternative to thought, is based in reality on a narrow, restricted, and one-sided conception of thought. He saw this emphasis widely embraced in his time, embodied, for example, by the so-called sentiment theologies maintaining that God cannot be thought, only felt, and by the forms of venerating immediacy that claim to isolate extranoetic intuition as a way of accessing the divine. Such conceptions identified thought solely with reflective activity, or rather, with the abstract procedure of the intellect. When thought is identified with reflective thought, that which is extraneous and not reducible to such activity immediately becomes other to thought. Thus, operating within this dichotomy between thought and that which is other to it, these perspectives come to argue that what is not graspable by reflective thought, what is therefore impervious to the reflection of the intellect, can instead be grasped by extranoetic modes of access to the world, such as feeling or intuition. Precisely because they are extranoetic, these activities are understood to exceed the constraints and limitations typical of abstract intellectual thought. However, according to Hegel, founding religion, art, morality, or any other human and spiritual activity on something foreign to thought is like saying that these activities are not specifically and properly human. In this kind of separating it is forgotten that only human beings are capable of religion and that animals no more have religion than they have law and morality. Superscript 1. What Hegel aims to disavow, evidently, is the possibility of an extra-rational foundation for the spiritual activity of the human, and in particular for knowledge of what is not immediately objectifiable by reflective thought. This disavowal finds its condition of possibility in the conviction, made explicit at the beginning of Hegel's philosophical system, that thought cannot be reduced to reflective activity and that such a reduction is in fact instrumental to establishing an extra-rational foundation for knowledge. In other words, for Hegel, emphasis on the elements that thought positions as other and identification of thought with the reflective activity of the intellect are two sides of the same coin, mutually constitutive of each other and supported by the same ground. And this is a point worth emphasizing because it has metaphilosophical implications beyond the horizon of meaning to which Hegel referred, for all those theories expressing what has been called the philosophical discourse of otherness. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. Hegel thus displaces this idea by making the point that sentiment is not other to thought and that thinking is not reducible to the form of reflective thought. In saying this, Hegel does not intend to eliminate the human specificity of sentiment or to consider it irrelevant, nor does he disregard the force of reflective thought, which he maintains constitutes a decisive and inescapable general mode of knowing. Rather, he intends to show the one-sidedness and self-contradiction of a position that, absolutizing the reflective procedure of the intellect, opens the door to forms of sentimentality and intuitionism that risk evading any rational control. On the basis of what has been said, we can begin to grasp, though still in elementary terms, the basic structure of what might be called the Hegelian philosophy of mind. For Hegel, mental contents, the contents of our consciousness, can take the form of feeling, intuition, image, or even thought and concept. Feeling, intuition, image, and concept are all forms of thought. They are mostly given in mixed forms. When thought is given in pure form, one has the form of the concept. Describing the function of our mental activities, and therefore also their dysfunction and malfunction, in what we could call phenomenological terms, Hegel notes that even if the content of a mental act is one and the same but it appears in different forms, that same content corresponds in the different forms to different intentioned objects. This is because the determinacies of these forms convert themselves into part of the content, the way of being of the forms through which a content is grasped gets reflected in the content itself, thus producing a particular appearance. So, Hegel concludes, what is in itself the same, can take on the look of a different content. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. Put differently, depending on whether an object is felt, intuited, or thought, it will appear as a different object. But what are different are the forms within which that object is caught, not the object as such. In this sense, for example, we can let ourselves be carried away by the feeling that an object of art induces in us, or we can treat the art object in a detached way, as a simple object perceived by the senses, measuring its dimensions, weight, chemical composition, etc. Or we can reflect upon the meaning the art object expresses, upon the thought content that it incorporates. And it is in this sense that we can say that the object intended in these three different activities can be thought of as three different objects. At the same time, however, all these approaches refer to the same reality and, to the extent that the different approaches through which we can address the same reality express our way of being, allow us to relate to the world, they are all in some way traversed by what characterizes the human as such, that is, by thought. Indeed, thought is what prevents each individual approach, each particular point of view, from giving itself as the autonomous and self-subsisting reality, or at least guarantees the possibility of going beyond the partiality and perspective offered by each of the different ways of accessing the real. Although each has its own ordering structure and characterizing element that distinguishes it from the others, the organizing structures of experience are not watertight compartments or, to use a metaphor dominant in discussions on relativism, are not incomparable and incommensurable points of view, precisely because they are also thought. In this sense, thought is what prevents unilateral points of view from becoming fixed as absolute visions of the world, and is what is able to put in communication and connect different experiences and approaches of reality. Superscript 1 Superscript 3. The separation of feeling and thought, as faculties meant as extranoetic and noetic, for Hegel reflects a totally inadequate anthropological model, according to which the human emerges as a composition and combination of a series of faculties that remain independent of, and separate from, one another. To understand better why this compositional model does not work for Hegel, and in what sense he rejects conceiving thought as a property to be simply added to those already possessed by animals, it may be useful to compare Hegel's comments on forms of animal openness to the world in philosophy of nature with his account of the same forms of openness to the world in the human in philosophy of the subjective spirit. 5. The animal's openness to the world. The concept that profoundly characterizes the sphere of animalitas, according to Hegel, is the concept of subjectivity, a notion that finds its first real thematization in his system within a naturalistic context. What does Hegel mean by stating that the animal's way of being is that of a subjectivity? The animal is a subject for Hegel because it contains within itself the fulcrum of its movement. Or rather, its movement does not tend towards some external power that directs and dominates it and upon which it depends, but instead tends toward the direction of itself. In other words, its end is in itself. Even when the animal organism's activity is turned outwards, when, moving from need, and therefore from a lack that it feels in itself, it moves beyond its own singularity and toward what is other to itself, it always tends to realize itself. Precisely because the center around which its activity revolves is in itself and not in another, animal subjectivity is, in Hegel's language, a concrete unity. This is distinct from a merely formal unity, like that of the plant, whose parts are all autonomous with respect to the whole, in that they are able to survive separation from the whole and give rise, as parts, to new organic totalities. The unity of the animal is a concrete unity, in that it is realized in difference and articulation. The parts are members of a whole, such that, if separated and divided from the whole, they are no longer what they are and lose their specific organic meaning. This concrete unity makes the animal an individual in the proper and concrete sense of the term. Or rather, makes it a way of being that cannot be divided without cancelling out its own ontological structure, a structure that, in articulating itself, nonetheless remains in unity with itself. Superscript 1. As a subject, or rather, having within itself and not outside itself the fulcrum of its unification, the animal is capable of self-movement. It is capable of withdrawing, even if only partially, from external control, and of self-determination on the basis of needs and motives found within itself. It is thus no coincidence that in philosophy of nature, in the last section on organic physics, the concept of freedom makes its appearance in Hegel's discussion of animal subjectivity. The concepts of subject and freedom are intimately connected in Hegel. The two words often appear as explanations of each other. In fact, Hegel explains the animal's ability to change dwelling by making reference to the unique relationship, with respect to the rest of the natural world, that the most complete organismal forms have with time. Unlike the plant, which is subjected to the external power of light, above all for its movement, and is likewise dependent on the cyclical time of nature for its growth, nutrition, and reproduction, the animal, as a subjectivity, has a way of being that Hegel significantly calls liberated time. Superscript 1. This expression implies some form of independence with respect to the external and to purely natural time. It therefore suggests, for the first time, a capacity for autonomy and self-determination in the realm of nature. If this liberated time manifests itself in the animal's self-movement, this capacity for self-movement should not only be understood as the possibility for spontaneously changing place, but also, to the extent that one can speak of an ideal form of self-movement, as the condition capable of accounting for and giving rise to all the characteristics that specifically mark the way of being of this form of natural subjectivity. Self-movement thus constitutes all the particular phenomena which will be further and more specifically articulated at the level of the spirit, the vocal faculty, animal heat, interrupted intussusception, and, above all, feeling. In fact, the voice, according to Hegel, is the organism's expression of a free vibration within itself superscript 1 and is in this sense an expression of its subjectivity. Of course, the stimy characterizing animal subjectivity is not yet crossed through with the symbolic production that leads to the spiritual level of spoken language. Yet, as a manifestation of animal subjectivity's capacity for expressing itself, exteriorizing its inner self and giving a form of external existence to its intimate conditions of pain, satisfaction, or need, stimy can be read as one natural precondition, necessary, even if not sufficient, of the symbolic capacity of language, which will find its articulation only at the level of the spirit. The voice is not simply the consequence of some mechanism internal to the organism. It is a form of the animal's self-movement, its self-production, a phenomenon through which the animal succeeds in giving objective form to its own subjectivity, to its own feeling, to its own Gefühl superscript 1. The Gefühl and the Fühlen are perhaps the most original expressions of animal subjectivity. Indeed, only in so far as it feels is the animal able to express, through and in the voice, what could be called, without attributing any consciousness to it, itself. This subjective structure of the animal is further explained by Hegel in relation to how the animal's relationship with exteriority, or the world around it, is articulated, a relationship constituted by the assimilation process, the process, born with feeling, that the animal maintains with the world. Here feeling is always meant to be understood as subjective, in that it is connected to the animal and above to all a feeling of lack that affects it. Starting from feeling, animal subjectivity is consequently explained as action emerging in relation to this perception of lack and the drive to overcome it superscript 1. The assimilative process is thus born from a need and structural deficiency within the organism itself, but, even before, at a more basic level, it is born from the capacity, unique to the living animal being and which determines its intimately subjective structure, to feel this need and this lack superscript 1. Therefore, as a subjectivity, the animal organism is not simply the lacking being but the being that is capable of feeling and of living lack within itself. And it is precisely because of this capacity to live and feel its own state of destitution, and consequently its own contradiction and wound, as determining elements of its ontological constitution, that it is indeed a subject. The subject is a term such as this, which is able to contain and support its own contradiction. It is this which constitutes its infinitude superscript 2. The infinity that Hegel here attributes to the subject's mode of being should not be understood as possibility on the part of the animal subject to move beyond the concrete forms of lack and need that are constitutive of it, or to extend itself beyond its nature. The infinity instead consists in the animal subject's ability to feel its being finite, to experience its own negativity, to live its limit as a lack and as a drive to overcome that lack. In this sense, the infinity of the subject reveals itself as the finite subject's ability to transcend itself in the very act in which it first perceives itself as finite. Precisely because it is a subject in this sense, the animal is able to extend itself toward what is presented to it as something else in the form of an assimilative relationship. The first way the animal enters into relationship with its environment, indeed, the very condition that allows the animal to have an environment, to transform what surrounds it into its environment, is what Hegel calls the theoretical process, the form of assimilation of the surrounding world effected by the multiplicity of the senses. This assimilation of the external world does not imply, as in the case of real assimilation, the nullification and dismemberment of perceived objects, but it is nonetheless an assimilative type of process and, as such, implies a form of transformation. The animal, leading itself into that which is other to itself, externalizing itself, at the same time brings that alterity into itself, and through this assimilative movement thus strips itself of its otherness. How do the senses transform reality? This theoretical assimilation of the senses, Hegel says in remark 358 of the Encyclopedia, is a reduction of the separated moments of inorganic nature to the infinite unity of subjectivity. However, the unification produced by the senses is only partial, and this is a point of particular relevance for the argumentative line of this essay, since the animal is still a natural subjectivity. The moments in which the animal articulates itself, and the plurality of senses through which it is placed in relation to and internalizes the world, still exist separately. They are separate and divided from each other, or rather, they give rise to what can be thought of as a fractional totality. This suggests that what we mentioned at the beginning of this essay, Hegel's points in 2 of the encyclopedia, could also hold true for the animal. Different ways of considering the same object could produce the impression that what is being considered is not a single object, but different objects. In fact, for the animal, it seems that experience of the object, even if it is not possible, properly speaking, for the animal to speak of experience as such or of the object, is fractioned into the different senses by which the animal stands in relation to the world. The different senses, despite corresponding to a subjective unity, are nonetheless separate from one another. 6. The human's openness to the world. On the other hand, the function of unifying different sensible experiences, tracing them back to the unity of the object, takes place in the human through thought. Not because thought unites a content that the senses produce as differentiated, unifying the multifaceted material supplied by the senses, but because the senses in the human are already crossed through by thought. They are already, that is, part of an experience that cannot be isolated into separate sections. Experience, in the human, is always given as distinct forms. Reality can be experienced through a desire, a feeling, a volition, or an intellectual consideration, but is also unitary, in the sense that these forms are never separate from one another but are from the beginning connected to one another. Hegel says in the 1827-28 lectures on the philosophy of spirit, that experience means more than mere sensible grasping or mere perception, it already includes a universality within itself. If something is supposed to count as experience, there must be a law, something universal, and not merely a particular perception. This something must be raised by thinking to universality. Point superscript 2 superscript 1. This process of being raised does not imply passage from sense considerations to a higher plane where the intellect works, as the dialectic of Sinnlichkeit in the Phenomenologie des Gesetz shows. Rather, this raising already takes place in sense consideration, it is already active within it. Or in other words, it already takes place in sense concede. Irration viewed from the perspective of the concreteness of the spirit, the concrete way of being of the human, whose faculties are not simply juxtaposed to one another but are a connected totality of distinct forms. This is why, according to Hegel, only the human really has experiences. In order to experience, one must be capable of thought and reason. Superscript 2 superscript 2. The spirit is a concrete unity in a sense more radical than for the animal organism. Indeed, dismemberment of the human into a plurality of autonomous functions connected only externally by some higher function would contradict the concreteness, or truth, of the spirit. For Hegel, it is only from an abstract standpoint that we could understand human sensations, feelings, volitions, and desires to be separate modules subsequently put together by some organizing function. Hegel locates in the I the dissolution and overcoming of precisely this type of separation. Indeed, the I is this concrete unity, and this concrete unity is the human, or rather, the I is the spirit. The human being is spirit, Hegel says in the 1827-1828 lectures, immediately afterwards asking, what is the innermost, concentrated nature, the root of spirit? His response is clear. Freedom, I, thinking. Here it is evident that freedom, I, and thought for Hegel are different ways of saying the same thing, the ability of the subjective spirit to be with itself. Its ability to cut itself off from any form of dependence on the outside, of denying everything. In this sense, saying that the human being is a rational animal for Hegel does not mean saying that the human being is an animal to which we add, alongside the properties already proper to the animal in general, the further ability of also being rational. The link posed by the also is that typical of abstraction, of the enumerative procedure of an intellect which, after dismembering a unit into its component parts, reassembles it by simply putting things side by side, each in its place. The connecting also always allows the independence of every activity and their mutual indifference, so that the soul appears as an external connection of all these diverse types of powers and activities. Superscript 2 Superscript 3. The also is the typical form of conjunction used by the intellect. Once concrete complexity has been decomposed, the intellect recomposes it by adding the parts back to each other, as if concreteness were a set of separable and distinguishable parts. Superscript 2 Hegel expresses it in this way. For the understanding, the difficulty consists in ridding itself of the arbitrary distinction between the faculties of the soul, feeling, and thinking spirit, which it has already fabricated for itself, and in realizing that in the feeling, volition, and thought of man there is only one reason. Superscript 2. Thinking of the spirit as a totality of faculties, forces, or functions that can be considered separately and independent of the concrete unity in which they act means considering the spirit in naturalistic terms, so to speak. In fact, it is in nature, dominated by exteriority, that different determinations are separate and exterior to each other. Instead, the spirit is spirit precisely inasmuch as it is a process of progressively eliminating this exteriority. Thinking of spirit as an accumulation of faculties would mean reducing it to something else, thinking it in a non-spiritual way. Hegel thus introduces the notion of philosophy of the subjective spirit in 380 of the Encyclopedia in this way. The concrete nature of spirit is peculiarly difficult, in that the particular stages and determinations in the development of its notion do not remain behind together as particular existences in the case of external nature. They do, however. The determinations and stages of spirit occur in the higher stages of its development essentially only as moments, conditions, determinations. By saying that the human is essentially thought, Hegel deconstructs the idea of subjectivity understood as a set of separable faculties. Since this separateness is not given in the concreteness of the spirit, a description of the human that begins from this compositional model is revealed to be not only intellectual artifice but also, and above all, a reduction of spiritual complexity to natural ontology. This idea that thought is not an additional faculty but a fluidifying and transformative element is confirmed by the preliminary conception of the science of logic in the Encyclopedia, where Hegel, wanting to introduce an idea of a science of pure thought, moves from ordinary considerations of thought to considering thought scientifically. Here Hegel emphasizes not only the idea of thought as a unifying element of subjectivity but also the radical consequences inherent to recognizing the human as essentially thought. According to Hegel, thought is ordinarily meant as one of the spiritual faculties or activities that belongs to the subject alongside others such as sensing, intuiting, imagining, desiring, or will. Superscript 2, the product of a faculty. 3, the I. Hegel does not intend to make sense of these conceptions, but rather to show that they are all rooted in a conception of thought that serves as their condition of possibility and which they also transcend. To this list of ordinary considerations of thought Hegel adds that of thought as a faculty. Without denying that thought can also be thought of as a faculty, he maintains that it is not simply one faculty among others. Rather, thought is a structure that redefines all the other faculties, putting them in connection with each other and that also passes through them, so they are no longer isolated and fragmented. Moreover, thought for Hegel is an activity, a productive activity, whose product is nothing other than thought itself. One therefore cannot distinguish thought as faculty from thought as product. It is both activity and product. Thought, in this sense, produces itself, it is a form of self-movement and is therefore essentially subjectivity. This means that thought is never simply a given, it is not something that exists independently of its exercise. Thought is thus always essentially an activity. To say that thought is a subject and essentially activity means for Hegel that thought is thinking, the simple expression for a concretely existing subject that thinks is I. Superscript 2 Yet the I is not simply the seat of thought, a place or entity characterized by possession of the faculty of thought. Kant had already deconstructed the assumptions upon which such a representation rests, and Hegel did not intend to revive them. Rather than the substratum of its different properties, for Hegel the I is thought and is constituted in thought. It is constituted in the relation to itself, as consciousness of itself, as an activity that self-determines itself. This does not, however, relegate the I to the realm of the purely subjective. On the contrary, thought is universal precisely inasmuch as it overcomes subjective particularity, the condition of possibility for the liberation of the finite subject from the constraints in which every particular subjectivity is inevitably immersed. The thinking subject is, despite the paradoxicality of the expression, the process through which the finite subject frees itself of its own particular subjectivity. The product of this activity is the universal, which Hegel says, in a not unproblematic expression, contains the value of the basic matter, the essential, the inner, the true. Superscript 2 Since it is active, since it captures and produces the universal, thought transforms empirical content, it is only by means of an alteration that the true nature of the object emerges in consciousness. Superscript 2 This true nature, however, is not a product of the subject, at least certainly not in the sense that the subject, as a unilaterally idealistic reading would suggest, somehow creates the object. If anything, such a reading is typical of what Hegel calls the sickness of our time. Superscript 3 The trait of an era that has reached the despairing point of recognizing only the subjective as true and, in turn, of viewing the subjective as the ultimate term beyond which no subject is able to go. According to Hegel, within such despair there also lies a criticism, namely that the nature of the object is true only because the subject transcendentally gives it the characteristics of truth. The task of philosophy, according to Hegel, is precisely that of taking back this subjectivist presupposition and showing that the true nature of the object, which the subject reaches through reflection, is true not because the subject makes it true, but because the subject, through thought, is able to go beyond the subjectivist limits of its own experience, because the subject, in thought and through thought, transcends the subjectivist limits of its experience of the thing to grasp the thing's essence. It is within this complexity that we should understand Hegel when he says that, because reflection gives us the true nature of things and reflection is an activity of the subject, true nature is equally the product of my spirit insofar as the latter is a thinking subject, i.e., as an I that is entirely with itself, it is the product of my freedom. Superscript 3 Superscript 1 This does not simply support, as a naive idealist might believe, the dissolution of the objectivity of things in their being represented. Precisely because thought, through reflection, grasps not a simulacrum of the thing but the essential, it allows us to go beyond both the position that poses objectivity as a dimension separate from thought and the position that dissolves objectivity in conscious representation. Superscript 3 Superscript 2 It is precisely through this twofold overcoming of both independent objectivity and the conscious reduction of objectivity that thoughts may be called objective thoughts. Superscript 3 With the expression objective thought, Hegel seems to want to indicate that thought is not reducible to the expression of a subjective point of view or to the general ability to forge and make one's own reality, a reality still constitutively different from the way in which it is conceived. Rather, for Hegel, the expression objective thought indicates the universal logos that runs through all reality, the rational plot within which are located both the subject, who actively thinks and, in this act, brings things to meaning, and the object, which is thought and yet is not a production of the subject. This universal logos should not be understood as tantamount to the idea that the world is in the mind of God, especially if understood as something simply to be uncovered or that the subject must only somehow find. Universal logos is constituted through the comparisons that subjects conduct amongst themselves and with the world. It becomes objective in the rational practices which alone enable us to talk about the subject and the world. To the extent that objective in the language of ordinary representation usually characterizes all that is mind independent, applying the term to thought removes the implication of representation, also taken in the ordinary sense in which thought is understood to take on meaning only in relation to a mind from which it originated. The expression objective thought seems to be used by Hegel to show the need to move beyond precisely the subjectivist perspective of representation, according to which objective thought inevitably sounds like an oxymoron. What is objective is, from the subjectivist point of view, other to thought, that which is outside the dimension of thought, just as, vice versa, thought is considered an internal and subjective dimension determined by its opposition to the sphere of objectivity. Objective thought is therefore an expression that Hegel simultaneously wants to mean 1. That the dimension of thought is not closed within the subjectivist perspective, and 2. That the sphere of objectivity is not extraneous to thought in itself. Objective thought for Hegel consequently means there is no fracture between thought and the world that needs to remedied through some sort of mutual adaptation to each other. Although not simply the product of the thinking activity of a finite subjectivity, and therefore not independent of the subject, the world is nonetheless conceivable by the subject. It has within itself the conditions of its own thinkability, which are how the subject can indeed think of it. Both the subject and the world thus belong to a common logos that transcends the perspective of any particular subjectivity, emerging instead from the transcendence that subjectivity achieves with respect to its own particularity. If, on the one hand, the human subject is as it is thought, on the other, thought, according to Hegel, does not belong to the subject as his property. The subject is not the master of thought. In fact, not only is thought not reducible to a production of the subject, thought so little belongs to the human as its possession, or as sort of instrument it has for grasping the world, that, if anything, it is they who have us in their possession. Superscript 3 Concepts of things and determinations of thought are not intellectual instruments or prostheses through which to subjugate the world, understood as the sphere of the other and of that which is separated from thought. Determinations of thought and concepts of things rather constitute the horizon within which our thinking moves, such that our thought must accord with them, and our choice or freedom ought not to want to fit them to its purposes. Superscript 3 This realism of thought is what makes Hegel's idealism anti-idealistic, so to speak. But it is an anti-realistic realism, because it recognizes in thought the element from which it is possible to begin thinking of the subject's access to the world. In other words, Hegel's realism, in response to constructivist delusions about modernity, does not simply contrast subjectivism with reality posed as a sort of impregnable and impenetrable fortress for subjectivity. Instead, it goes beyond such a subjectivist and instrumentalist conception of thought, in which the reality about which the subject speaks and to which it relates is always and only one of its constructions, the simulacrum of something whose truth remains inaccessible, as well as beyond a conception of reality as that which is other to, foreign, and opposed to thought. 8 Conclusions. The human is a being in itself rational, Hegel says. But in saying this, he also says that the human being is not immediately rational, that being rational is an activity, a process, and not a given. Rationality is not a substance out there in the world the subject somehow has to make its own, nor is it something the subject has always already simply possessed. Rationality is a process realized in and with thought, in and with reality. Rationality, in general terms, is that which human beings must realize in order to be themselves. The idea of the human being as a rational animal is taken up again in an important way in the science of logic, in the part on objective logic that is dedicated to quality. This is where Hegel discusses the notions of determination, constitution, and limit. As an example of determination, and to clarify the difference between determination and determinateness, Hegel takes up the Fichtean theme of the Bestimmung des Menschen, the vocation or destination of the human being. The determination of the human being, its vocation, Hegel says, is rational thought. Superscript 3. If thinking is the determinateness of the human, that which distinguishes it from pure natural being rationally thinking is more radically its determination, not just a property that affects the human being and differentiates it from what is other to it, but that which it must be to be itself. To say that rational thinking is the determination of the human being for Hegel means that this is the human's destination, its vocation, the human is itself when it acts in the direction of the Denk and Vernunft that constitutes it as a human being. In the Anthropology, Kant calls the human being animal rationabile, i.e. an animal endowed with the capacity of reason, and he explains such an expression by saying that the human being is an animal that can make out of himself a rational animal machen can. Superscript 3. Making a rational animal out of itself, according to Hegel, means realizing oneself as a thought. And this realization implies self-liberation from one's own subjective nature, transcending oneself, knowing that there is no given human nature but that human nature is precisely this transcending action, this taking oneself away from oneself. Such transcendence is not contingent upon something external, something other to subjectivity. Subjectivity transcends one's being simply a finite subject in the very act of realizing one as a subjectivity. Rational nature is therefore not a given towards which the human must strive to reach or match. It is what is realized in precisely the movement of transcendence that subjectivity performs upon itself. Federico Sanguinetti. Hegel and the question: what characterizes human beings qua animal organisms of a specific sort? Abstract. In this chapter I will sketch Hegel's answer to the question what characterizes the human individual qua animal organism of a specific sort. I will also claim that, by looking at the way in which Hegel methodologically develops his answer, one can extract an argument that aims at avoiding confusions between philosophical approaches and approaches that are, at best, scientific. In particular, I will claim that Hegel would not consider evolutionary-shaped, anthropogenetic accounts as good philosophical answers to the above-mentioned question. In the final part of the chapter, I will show that Hegel's take on these issues is similar to McDowell's. A philosophical consideration of the realm of what is human can be seen as the overarching theme of the third part of Hegel's encyclopedia, The Philosophy of Spirit. In the second section of the Philosophy of Spirit, called Objective Spirit, Hegel discusses what he takes to be the inner rationality of the juridical, moral, and political features of modern, European society, conceived as a result of the historical development of humanity. In the third section, called Absolute Spirit, he discusses what he takes to be the nature of the distinctive cultural productions of the human beings. Before dealing with such topics, in the first section, called Subjective Spirit, Hegel approaches the more fundamental question: what characterizes the human individual qua animal organism of a specific sort, superscript 1, in the sense of what characterizes the rational existence that is realized by the biological organism pertaining to the species Homo sapiens. In this chapter I will try to sketch Hegel's answer to Hi. I will also claim that, by looking at the way in which Hegel methodologically develops his answer to this question, one can extract an argument that aims at avoiding confusions between philosophical approaches and approaches that are, at best, scientific. As a token of this confusion I will consider accounts that put forward anthropogenetic claims concerning how the transition from merely animal life to spiritual animal life superscript 2 took place as part of philosophical answers to Hi. From the standpoint of a contemporary interpreter, reading Hegel's methodology in a similar way could be tempting, since such a reading would reflect a currently popular way of bringing results from the natural sciences into philosophical accounts of the relationship between human individuals and their environment at both a natural and a social level. Superscript 3. However, I will claim that this is not what Hegel does in answering Hi, and that Hegel would argue that these approaches are not good philosophical programs. In the final part of the chapter, I will show that Hegel's take on these issues is similar to McDowell's, highlighting both that McDowell's philosophy can be used to interpret Hegel's position on Hi and that Hegel's argument is still present in the contemporary debate. 1. What is Hegel's answer to the question about Hi? 1.1 Restricting the focus, spirit as a whole and spirit as Hi. In 377 of his encyclopedia, Hegel says that what is substantial in human beings is spirit. If we are to translate Hegel's talk of spirit in a non-Hegelian vocabulary, we could say that spirit, in an extended sense, can be translated as rationality plus its realizations in the world. However, Hegel's way of dealing with the question what is spirit, is far more complex than that. In this section, I will try to give an overlook of Hegel's take on the question and to restrict the focus to how he conceives of spirit qua he. When Hegel asks himself what is spirit, he says that this question can be interpreted as having either one or different things as an answer. In one sense, spirit is said to have a distinctive determination, which Hegel further characterizes as its truth. Truth is conceived here in a material/normative fashion, as indicating a relation of correspondence between something and its own concept, conceived of as its essence. And if we ask what the truth of spirit is, the answer, for Hegel, is simple: to be free. What does to be free mean in this context? Hegel has a broad, logical concept of freedom, which can be glossed as self-reference, not being constrained from the outside. Freedom defines activities not limited by something external to themselves. In particular, the kind of freedom that characterizes spirit is a specific instantiation of the concept that involves self-consciousness. Superscript 1. Freedom involving self-consciousness, then, is the standard against which every manifestation of what is human is measured. In a second sense, the different things that constitute the second answer to the question what is spirit are what Hegel calls figure of spirit, where figures means ways in which a concept manifests itself in existence, or in reality. Superscript 1. Superscript 1. In the philosophy of spirit as a whole, Hegel organizes these figures according to an increasing level of adequacy to freedom qua concept of spirit. Thus, the ways in which spirit is instantiated can be more or less adequate to what characterizes human beings qua animal organisms of a specific sort. 113. The standard of self-consciousness involving self-reference, not being constrained from outside in a way that involves self-consciousness. In the philosophy of subjective spirit, Hegel seems to restrict his analysis to the consideration of spirit qua embodied rationality of the individual human being, the embodied rationality of the individual human being as a figure of spirit. And spirit considered qua embodied rationality of the individual human being seems to be conceived of in an Aristotelian fashion, qua the peculiar aspect that qualifies our way of being animals. Superscript 1. Superscript 2. I take spirit, in this restricted meaning, to be what characterizes human beings qua animal organisms of a special sort, and in this chapter I will focus on the way Hegel conceives of spirit according to this specification. When necessary, in what follows I will use the notation spirit hi in order to circumscribe my talk to this aspect of spirit. Superscript 1. Superscript 3. Now, how are we to conceive of spirit hi against the background of these general remarks about spirit? Hegel specifies his views in the beginning of his lectures on the philosophy of subjective spirit, in the course of which he tells us what spirit hi is. In order to unpack Hegel's specifications, I will start from two quotations and try to isolate the claims that are relevant to my reconstruction. First, what is spirit? This we have to assume as a premise, and to appeal to the representation. What spirit is, the concept of spirit, can at first only be something entirely formal, because what spirit is the concern of our entire. This part can only contain the formal universal essence, the substance of spirit, and this is freedom. How this determination is connected to nature, we shall see afterwards. The essence of spirit is freedom. The entire discussion that follows will constitute the explanation and demonstration of this proposal. What is spirit? The concept about this can be only incomplete, we will know it only in philosophy itself. Here what is spirit can be said only formally and universally. If we could define it already here, all the rest would be unnecessary. The essence of spirit is what is simply substantial, freedom. This lies in our consciousness. But this is only formal freedom, the concrete is the further self-determining within itself. Freedom is the foundation from which all other activities come from, to which all other are subordinate. The relevant claims here are: what is spirit, is the central question of the entire philosophy of spirit. 2. The essence of spirit is freedom. 3. In the philosophy of subjective spirit, we will not know what spirit is in its entirety, but we will merely know what spirit is only formally and universally. As specified above, I take this to mean that in the philosophy of subjective spirit we will know what spirit HI is, not what the realizations of spirit HI in the world are. Superscript 1-4. In the philosophy of subjective spirit we will know freedom only as formal freedom. Superscript 1. This seems to mean that freedom, qua formal freedom, must be intended in a different sense with respect to other specific forms of freedom and from spirit's freedom in general qua self-consciousness involving self-reference, not being constrained from outside in a way that involves self-consciousness. I will specify what does it mean in section 1.2v. The claim that the essence of spirit is freedom is, at first, a proposal the explanation and demonstration of which is contained in the entire discussion that follows. From IV, then. 6. Hegel conceives of formal freedom qua essence of spirit HI. 7. The philosophy of subjective spirit contains the explanation and demonstration that formal freedom is the essence of spirit HI. In the next sections I will try to explain what I take the claims 6 and 7 to mean. What characterizes human beings qua animal organisms of a specific sort? 115. I will try to do that by applying to spirit HI Hegel's general claim that the question what is spirit, can be interpreted as having either one or different answers. In the previous section, I analyzed Hegel's claim according to which, when we ask what spirit is, we can give a unique answer or different things as an answer. In this section and in the next one, I will claim that, if we restrict our focus and ask what spirit HI is, we can also give a unique answer or different things as an answer. I will now discuss the unique answer. If we give a unique answer, we are specifying what the essence of spirit HI is, and this is formal freedom. What does it mean, then, that human beings, qua animal organisms of a special sort, are, essentially, formally free? I believe that Hegel's talk of spirit's formal freedom can be interestingly translated in contemporary terms as responsiveness to norms as reason. Superscript 1. That is, human beings are essentially formally free to the extent that they are in the position to give reasons for what they think and do. But what does it mean that human beings are essentially formally free insofar as they are responsive to norms qua reasons? As a way to illustrate what does it mean to be responsive to norms qua reasons, we can start by considering what Hegel says about the relation of correctness. When discussing this concept, Hegel says, we have in general two levels, an objectual and a subjective one, i.e. thinking. In theoretical matters, the object provides the norm, while what is spiritual lays down the norm in practical matters. This means that, for Hegel, our theoretical performances are normatively constrained by how things are, and our practical performances are governed by norms we set for how things in the world ought to be. Superscript 1. Moreover, Hegel considers human beings as beings for which norms are self-consciously known. This distinguishes us from non-spiritual animals. Non-spiritual animals are too, according to Hegel, responsive to normativity. However, they do not know norms as reasons. Superscript 1. By self-consciously knowing the norms that govern our thoughts and actions, these norms can become reasons we can give for what we think or do. And this is what makes out the freedom that characterizes us qua animal organisms of a special sorts, since norms, insofar as they are known, are not conceived of as external powers which limit us. Superscript 1. 1.3. What does it mean that the philosophy of subjective spirit contains the explanation and demonstration that formal freedom is the essence of spirit HI? If we now consider that the question what is spirit HI, has different things as an answer, we have to specify what these different things are. The claim that formal freedom is the essence of spirit HI, is programmatic. Superscript 2. Hegel seems to tell us that, in order to understand what concretely means that human beings are, essentially, formally free, we require a more refined understanding that refers to a plurality of determinations. These determinations are meant to transform the programmatic claim that the essence of spirit HI is formal freedom into the explained and demonstrated meaning of what spirit HI is. I believe that a very promising way to make sense of this movement is to take seriously what Cordy calls a reconstructive stance. Point. Superscript 2. Superscript 1. What are The relevant determinations that transform the programmatic claim that formal freedom is the essence of spirit HI into the concrete meaning of what spirit HI is. These determinations are, preeminently superscript 2, are practical and theoretical capacities such as sensing, habituating oneself, being conscious of an external world, being self-conscious, having intuitions of objects in space and time, having representations that are not bound to the present empirical situation, speaking a language, comprehending concepts, judging, making inferences, having practical feelings, practical inclinations, and the capacity of making choices. And how do these different things transform the programmatic claim that the essence of spirit HI is formal freedom into the concrete meaning of what spirit HI is? In order to understand this transformation, we have to analyze in further detail how these different things relate to formal freedom qua essence of spirit HI. Hegel writes, "Freedom constitutes the essential determination of spirit, and we can say that freedom is the concept of spirit. By concept is understood first of all the simple determination that constitutes the distinctive characteristic of something." Hegel, however, goes on saying that this distinctive characteristic is a simple determinacy that includes difference as suspended, so that the subject is rendered determinate, and incorporates the difference in such a way that in this difference it has returned to itself. The concept includes the difference, but the difference is at the same time transparent. In this science we have to grasp the finite firmly in both its difference and its unity. Formal freedom qua concept of spirit HI is a determination that involves in itself features that concretely articulate it. Thus, in the first place, we can say that between the concept of spirit HI and its different determinations there is a relation of inclusion. In order to concretely spell out what spirit HI concretely is, not to give a mere, abstract definition, it is necessary to refer to internal articulations of the concept. Hegel conceives of these internal articulations as a self-determining within itself of formal freedom qua concept of spirit HI. On the one hand, these specifications represent internal differences, internal partial aspects of the concept in question which makes it determinate. On the other hand, each of them, taken individually, does not exhaust the meaning of the concept in question, and we cannot understand them in abstraction from the concept in question. We cannot understand the spiritual capacities qua spiritual capacities independent from the consideration that spirit HI is essentially formally free. Secondly, Hegel claims that the exposition of the self-determining of the concept of spirit HI through its internal differences is not arbitrary, as it follows particular structure. We can unpack this structure by analyzing its A, beginning, B, end, and C, middle. A. Hegel says that there is a distinction between the determination of something and the original being of something. The determination represent an aim, a goal. So, with what must the beginning of the exposition of the self-determining of the concept of spirit HI be made? The beginning of the exposition coincides with the internal articulation that is less adequate to account for the full meaning of what it means to be formally free. This is spirit HI in its original being, namely the soul. Superscript 2 superscript 3 human being is considered here according to a determination that thematis the human being in its corporeality and bodily capacities such as sensation, feeling, habit. B. The end, the result of the exposition of the philosophy of subjective spirit, where Hegel says what spirit HI, in its essence, concretely is free spirit. Free spirit is freedom itself, will as free intelligence. C. The beginning and the end of the exposition are linked by a teleological process striving to reach the concrete meaning that spirit HI is, essentially, to be formally free. Only when we consider spirit in this process of the self-actualization of its concept, do we know in its truth. In its immediacy, spirit is not yet true, has not yet converted its actuality into the actuality appropriate to its concept. The entire development of spirit is nothing but its self-elevation to its truth, and the so-called soul forces have no other meaning than to be the stages of this elevation. What characterizes human beings qua animal organisms of a specific sort? 119. Formal freedom is conceived of as the goal of an expositive process according to which various determinations necessarily follow one another until an adequate determination is reached, will as free intelligence. This determination includes in itself all the preceding determinations qua its internal difference. The preceding determinations are still to be conceived as manifestations of formal freedom, modes according to which our formal freedom conceptually articulates itself, sensation, feeling, habit, and so on, in their human specificity, articulate the answer to the question what does it mean that human beings are free insofar as they are responsive to norms as reasons. And even though any of them, taken separately, accounts for the full meaning of our formal freedom, these determinations are answers to the question what is spirit, superscript 2, they are figures of spirit. In section 3.1 we shall further analyze how this teleological movement towards the full understanding of what it means that the essence of spirit hi is formal freedom must be conceived of from a methodological point of view. In particular, I will explore in further detail what is meant by saying that the discussion that follows the initial assertion that the essence of spirit hi is formal freedom represents, on the one hand, the explanation and, on the other hand, the demonstration that the essence of spirit hi is formal freedom. Before doing that, I shall discuss in section 2 a further element of Hegel's treatment that is key to understand his argument, namely his understanding of the exposition of formal freedom qua concept of spirit hi as a liberation from nature through different stages. This will help us to shed light on the way Hegel conceives of the relation between spirit hi, on the one hand, and both external nature and our own biological nature, on the other hand. 2. The process of liberation from nature through stages. Hegel characterizes spirit by distinguishing it from nature superscript 2. Determined is only that which determines itself against an other, therefore we must here talk, at the same time, of that from which spirit distinguishes itself, this is nature. So, if one wish to determine spirit one must indicate its difference from nature. In order further to understand how Hegel conceives of the relation between formal freedom qua the concept of spirit hi and spirit hi's internal articulations, it is useful to see how Hegel embeds them into the spirit's relation to nature. First, I will characterize spirit's relation to nature in an oppositional, but non-dualistic way. Secondly, I will show how Hegel articulates this relation as a process of liberation from nature. 2.1 Spirit's formal freedom stands in opposition to nature. If we consider spirit hi starting from his essence, the relation between spirit hi and nature is embedded into an opposition between spirit's freedom and nature's necessity superscript 2. However, this opposition is not rigidly dualistic. As a matter of fact, the global relation between nature and spirit is framed into a progressive reconstruction of reality as a whole that displays increasing degrees of freedom, this latter concept being intended now in the extended, logical meaning, qualifiable by the gloss self-reference, not being constrained from outside. According to this broad meaning, non-human nature displays degrees of freedom 2 superscript 2, the natural levels of freedom are lower, less adequate to the conceptual standard of self-reference, not being constrained from outside, than the specifically human ones. Still, there is a metaphysical shift between the non-spiritual natural world and human beings, a shift determined by the fact that human beings self-consciously know the norms that govern their thoughts and actions as reasons. This shift justifies Hegel's talk of necessity with respect to non-spiritual nature. Necessity seems to be here a shortcut for not free in the same way as spirit is. Nature's necessity is therefore the term in contrast to which the talk of spirit's freedom obtains its determinate meaning. In particular, Hegel claims that spirit's freedom is, precisely, freedom from nature superscript 2. However, it must be noted that, even though Hegel conceives of freedom as fundamental essence of spirit in contraposition to nature, he does not conceive of the human being as something supernatural. Metaphysical difference does not mean ontological otherness. In order to claim that human beings are animal organisms which instantiates a form of freedom which is not instantiated by other animals does not necessarily imply that we should cut off human beings from the realm of what is natural superscript 2. In Hegel's words, freedom from what is natural remains a freedom within what is natural. Superscript 3. 2.2 The internal development of spirit's formal freedom coincides with the liberation from nature through stages. The opposition between the spirit's freedom and nature's necessity, if merely asserted, is still an abstract way of considering the spirit's relation to nature, a way that limits itself to the not yet articulated consideration of freedom qua essence of spirit. Hegel therefore introduces a second relation of the spirit to nature, which coincides with the process of development of spiritual freedom. If we restrict our talk to formal freedom, this process coincides with the development of the concept of spirit we have seen above in section 1.3. Hegel calls this process a process of liberation from nature. Superscript 3 Superscript 1. We have a twofold relation of spirit before us. The first relation is that we compare it with nature, the second relation is that we observe it while it detaches itself from nature. This is its coming out from nature, the self-production of spirit. This is what the dissolution of what is natural into spirit is. It is striving to be spirit, to reach its own truth. Superscript 3 Superscript 2. Spirit, in the beginning of the exposition, in its original being, is not yet formally free and becomes formally free only at the end of a development of Befreiung von der Natur. This liberation, qua detach from nature, takes place through stages. Superscript 3 Superscript 3 As I have already stated, the beginning of the exposition of the philosophy of subjective spirit is spirit in its original being, namely the soul. The concept of the soul or natural spirit is for Hegel an internal specification of formal freedom, the specification under which he conceives of the spiritual determinations that are in closest connection with the natural dimension, more specifically, the dimension of our body. Superscript 3 And this is why Hegel equates the concept of soul and the concept of natural spirit. Superscript 3 Starting from the spirit in its original being, Hegel exposes the further internal articulations of formal freedom that account for the detachment from the natural dimension. Our discipline shows the way of liberation. Spirit is free, but first it is merely implicitly free in itself. It has to bring forth what it is implicitly in itself. This process is the content of our discipline, to liberate oneself, i.e., to liberate oneself from nature. We begin from natural spirit and we see the succession of stages of its liberation until the point in which its freedom becomes its object. It grasps its freedom. Man as such, according to its own nature, is free. At the end of the exposition of the philosophy of subjective spirit we grasp the human being qua a natural organism of a special sort, namely, a formally free one, in the sense of a being that is responsive to norms as reasons. But how are we to read the self-determining of freedom qua liberation from nature from a methodological point of view? 3. How to read Hegel's approach to the claim the development of spirit's formal freedom is a process of liberation from nature. 3.1 How to read Hegel's approach to the claim that the development of spirit's formal freedom is a process of liberation from nature. At this point, it is necessary to explain in further detail how Hegel conceives of his treatment of spirit from a methodological point of view. Superscript 3 As I have argued in section 2.2, the spirit's liberation from nature through different stages coincides with the development exposed by Hegel in the philosophy of subjective spirit. This process constitutes, on Hegel's view, the authentically philosophical manner to answer high. On the one hand, Hegel takes this movement as being the explanation. Superscript 3 of formal freedom qua essence of spirit Explanation here means an answer to the question what does it mean X. Questions of the form what does it mean X, are intended here to be constitutive questions. Constitutive questions can be also spelled out in Y terms. In our case why are human beings animal organisms of a specific sort, namely, rational ones. However, the because of a constitutive answer is different from the because of a causal answer. Superscript 3 Causal answers account for the causal history that led something to be there. Superscript 3 On the contrary, for constitutive answers I here mean answers that provide for the very understanding of the key terms of the question and define the conditions on something's being what it is. Constitutive conditions ground explanations of something's nature, the aspect of what it is that could not possibly be different if it is to be and remain what it is. In our case, Formal freedom explains what it means when we say that we are animal organisms of a specific sort, namely spiritual ones. The discussion that follows the programmatic statement that formal freedom is the essence of spirit explains what does it mean that we are formally free, and it does so by showing which are the conditions of possibility for us to be formally free. In order for animal organisms like us to be formally free, in the sense of our being responsive to norms as reasons, we must be endowed with the features exposed by Hegel in the course of the philosophy of subjective spirit. On the other hand, and at the same time, this movement is the demonstration that formal freedom is the concept of spirit Demonstration here means that we cannot describe the series of the conceptual conditions for something to fall under the concept in question in an arbitrary way. Rather, we must introduce the conceptual conditions for something to fall under the concept in question according to a specific method, that Hegel takes to be the self-unfolding of the concept. In the philosophical consideration, we have to follow the development of the concept as such, only as concept is at first the universal immediate, but we must now also consider the different figures of spirit, these are as determinate concepts as well, degrees in the development of the concept. However, we must not expose merely a gallery of shapes, because in that case we would proceed empirically, the series of our shapes must be a series of concepts in their necessity. When we go on in the development, we bump into the further determinations of the concept, and this progress of the concept is what is actually philosophical. This method, as I have claimed in section 1, orders the constitutive conditions from the condition that is more distant and less adequate to account for the concept of spirit through determinations that correspond in an increasingly higher way to this concept superscript 1. In what follows, I will try to show how Hegel's philosophical treatment of spirit distinguishes itself from claims, conducted from an evolutionary, anthropogenetic perspective, about the factual steps in the transition from mere animal life to spiritual animal life. 3.2 How not to read Hegel's approach to the claim that the development of spirit's formal freedom is a process of liberation from nature. What I have proposed up to now seems to rule out that Hegel's philosophical treatment of a treatment which coincides with the transition from nature to free spirit through a process of liberation from nature, can be interpreted as involving anthropogenetic claims that should answer the question of how has it come to be that responsiveness to norms as reasons emerged from nature superscript 2. The answer to such a question would require reconstructing the conditions that fill the gap between the realm of nature and the emergence of responsiveness to norms qua reasons. These conditions would be interpreted as some kinds of properties, events, or processes and would be organized into a narrative which conceives of them as following one another in time. There are many Hegelian formulations that seem to characterize the process of the spirit's liberation from nature as a process that describes a sort of factual emergence of spirit from nature, an emergence that happened in time superscript 3. However, this way to answer the question would not be a constitutive explanation. It would rather be a causal explanation, in the sense of a reconstruction of a causal history that led human beings to appear, and, for Hegel, this is not the philosophical way to answer the question about as a matter of fact. The reading I have reconstructed attributes to Hegel a synchronic treatment both of spirit's detachment from nature and of the stages of spirit in its liberation. Hegel's philosophical treatment of these stages cannot be interpreted as indicating that the lower stages of spirit chronologically precede the higher ones, as Hegel writes. All of this which belongs to the sphere of history must be accepted as fact, it does not pertain to philosophy. If, now, this is to be explained, we must understand the way in which this must be treated and considered. Thus, an explanation that involves claims about the causal history that led something to appear is not properly a philosophical account of something. To better understand Hegel's point, it could be useful to look at a remark on the origin of the state. As far as the idea of the state itself is concerned, it makes no difference what is or was the historical origin of the state in general, whether it first arose out of patriarchal conditions, out of fear or trust, or out of corporations etc., or how the basis of its rights has been understood and fixed in the consciousness as divine and positive right or contract, habit, etc. In relation to scientific cognition, which is our sole concern here, these are questions of appearance, and consequently a matter for history. The philosophical approach deals only with the internal aspect of all this, with the concept as thought. I take what Hegel says here about the idea of the state to be methodologically valid for Hegel's answer to High as well. Accordingly, anthropogenetic claims about the process that made us from merely natural organisms into organisms responsive to norms as reasons are not even part of Hegel's philosophical answer to His account, as shown in the previous sections, seems rather to be a reconstruction of the conceptual requirements of our self-understanding qua for mally-free beings, the constitutive conceptual requirements necessary for us to be responsive to norms qua reasons. For conclusion, what would Hegel think about anthropogenetic answers to the question High? I would like to conclude by trying to shed further light on how I believe Hegel would think of anthropogenetic approaches to the question about High. I will do this by making reference to what John McDowell says about the distinction between evolutionary and philosophical ways of conceiving this question and its answer. As Carl Sachs has persuasively highlighted, McDowell would consider evolutionary interpretations of the question of High as perfectly sound and legitimate. However, according to him, these are scientific questions that are not to be confused with philosophical questions. According to Sachs, McDowell conceives of philosophical questions as transcendental questions that basically ask what it is to be something, in our case, what it is to be a being which is responsive to norms as reasons. Sachs contrasts this question with the question how has it come about that there are animals? Of course something can be said about the emergence, over the prehistoric time scale, of rational animals. If the question is put in a scientific vocabulary, it becomes one of how human culture evolved from the proto-cultures of our hominid and hominoid ancestors. Consider the evolutionary process as we now understand it, a process that led from extinct Miocene apes through the Australopithecines and early species of Homo, to later species of Homo and the emergence of Homo sapiens. This certainly seems to be a process which begins with mere animals and passes through apparently proto-rational animals and results in fully fledged rational animals. Thus the question about how rational animals emerged from mere animals is a perfectly fine question for the empirical sciences to raise and answer, as best as possible, given the multiple and fragmentary lines of evidence drawn from paleontology, comparative genetics, morphology, and psychology. But this question is not only a perfectly acceptable question by McDowell's lights, it is also as close a good question can come to the bad questions that he urges us to exorcise. What does this last claim mean? What are the bad questions McDowell wants to exorcise? McDowell's bad questions seem to be questions that present themselves as philosophical, start from a dichotomy, and need to fill a gap between the relevant terms through pieces of constructive theory. Historical/causal explanations are pieces of constructive theory, in the sense that they aim to solve a puzzle through the construction of a theory. And to fill a gap in historical/causal terms between a level in which responsiveness to norms qua reasons is absent and one in which it is present is precisely what evolutionary-shaped accounts of High try to do. Given this framework, McDowell's remarked that the evolutionary question about how responsiveness to norms as reasons emerged from nature is as close a good question can come to the bad questions seems to mean that the question at stake, which is perfectly legitimate within a scientific framework, is in some sense dangerous because it is liable to become a bad question insofar as it is taken to be a philosophical one. Superscript 1. I believe that McDowell's distinction between the two approaches to the question about High can be useful for shedding light on Hegel's standpoint. As noted in section 3.2, Hegel would not consider anthropogenetic questions as philosophical questions, and, correspondingly, anthropogenetic claims as philosophical claims. To put it in McDowellian terms, Hegel would consider an anthropogenetic interpretation of the question about High as a philosophically bad question. Why so? Let us consider again what Hegel says about the origin of the state. Hegel claims that the question about the origin of the state cannot be confused with the philosophical, constitutive question of what is the state. Extending these considerations to the issue at stake in this chapter, I believe that is possible to approximate Hegel to McDowell, and attribute to Hegel the claim that the question about the emergence from nature of an animal which is responsive to norms qua reasons cannot be confused with the philosophical, constitutive question about high. The answer to the latter question is not the exposition of a series of events chronologically ordered according to the external appearance. Rather, it is the internal development of a concept, qua its explanation, which coincides with the articulation of the conditions of possibility on something s falling under it and, at the same time, the necessary justification of that concept. Superscript 2. Would Hegel follow McDowell in considering the question about the emergence from nature of an animal organism which is responsive to norms qua reasons as being a scientifically good question? The main obstacle to approximating Hegel and McDowell's views on this issue is not in principle methodological. As a matter of fact, Hegel, just like McDowell, conceives of questions that have historical/causal explanations as an answer as legitimate scientific questions. More precisely, Hegel considers both chronologically shaped explanations of natural phenomena and historical explanations of human events as being accounts that can pertain to positive sciences. Superscript 3. The answer whether Hegel would follow McDowell in considering the question about the emergence from nature of an animal which is responsive to norms qua reasons as being a scientifically good question depends specifically on how we interpret a series of Hegelian assertions that prima facie seem to rule out the plausibility of the idea of an anthropogenetic reconstruction of how has it come about that there are animals. The claims which are relevant to discussing this issue are the following. 1. Hegel believes that the different levels into which nature can be categorized, levels which can be considered as a system of increasing degrees of complexity, cannot be seen as naturally producing one from the other two. In particular, living organisms must not be considered as the result of a natural, chronological process of formation and mutation and successively developing in time. These claims, however, can be interpreted in two ways. On the one hand, one can interpret these claims as showing that Hegel denies that there has been something like an anthropogenetic process of emergence from nature, that meaning that the evolutionary shaped question about how has it come about that there are animals does not make any sense at all. The question about how has it come about that there are animals would be, in this case, a bad question tout court. According to this interpretation, Hegel's position would not be exactly like McDowell's, since it would not recognize the scientific legitimacy of the question about how has it come about that there are animals. On the other hand, one can interpret these claims as showing that Hegel is prescribing a sort of methodological/explanatory prohibition to philosophy, namely the prohibition to deal with evolutionary-shaped questions such as how has it come about that there are animals. In other words, Hegel would simply be trying to preserve philosophy from determinate ways of practicing it, namely ways that confuse historical/causal explanations with constitutive explanations. If we refer what Sachs says about McDowell to Hegel, we could say that these claims are just meant to remind us that we should maintain a clear distinction between the intellectual vocation of scientific explanations and the intellectual vocation of transcendental description. By this interpretation, Hegel's position could be, in principle, very close to McDowell's, since it makes room for a scientific understanding of how has it come about that there are animals. One must however keep in mind that such a claim never explicitly appears in Hegel's texts. For this reason, we can say that Hegel seems to share with McDowell the claim of a separation between the question high and the question how has it come about that there are animals. They seem to agree that the first is a distinctively constitutive one, even though it is not straightforward whether Hegel would consider the second a legit scientific one, as McDowell does. Their common point seems to be that philosophy has a specific contribution to offer to our comprehension of what we are, a contribution which cannot be reduced to the explanatory practices of positive sciences. Yuzuka Komodo. Marx's Philosophy on Natural History. Abstract. The purpose of this article is to clarify how Marx criticized the idealist concept of nature. By analyzing Marx's texts, I will focus on their relation to Hegel's teleology, in which nature is taken as an intermediate stage of process wherein the idea as a logical category gradually begins to actualize itself in the objective world. By distancing himself from Hegelian idealism, Marx reached his own concept of natural history wherein nature is always considered to remain non-identical to human beings. As I will argue, Marx's critical concept of nature is motivated by his critique of the notion that humans are somehow dominant over nature. Marx's claim that nature cannot be completely dominated by human individuals led him to a reflection on the existence of human individuals and how they cannot be properly understood outside of the dialectical relationship that they entertain with nature. As I will claim in the conclusion, Marx's understanding of the human individual is made up of a dialectical relationship between individual, nature, and society. Furthermore, I will also claim that this dialectical relationship can prevent us from accepting a reductive and organicist understanding of human beings. After the environmentalist movement emerged, many began to argue that the philosophy of Karl Marx approved of a view in which mankind dominates nature. This is due to the fact that he appears to argue that the expansion of human productive power is the path to the sphere of freedom. According to traditional Marxists, Marx understood that human beings were able to bring out their productive potential only if they were able to free themselves from their exploitation at the hands of the capitalists. If we follow this view, freedom in human life would be found in the liberated power of production, which could be controlled under the rational and restrained plan of the socialist community. This portrait of Marx's work admittedly contains an affirmation of man's dominance over nature. Moreover, we have seen examples in history in which real socialist states have readily destroyed the natural environment. However, we should ask whether or not it is really the case that Marx made such a serious error. Today, especially after John Bellamy Foster's work made it clear that Marx's concept of nature cannot be understood without reference to his ecological intentions, there are no longer any serious scholars who accept the image of Marx as fetishizing productive power. As Foster has shown, Marx grasped human labor as a metabolism between nature and man. From this ecological point of view, capitalism must be abolished, because capitalist production disturbs the circulation between man and the soil. Thanks to Foster's interpretation, Marx's ecology became understood as a criticism of capitalism, which opens up a rift in this metabolism. With that said, it is worth noting that Foster presupposes an ontological possibility of a unity between human beings and nature. Foster conceives of the older Marx's theory of metabolism as a more solid and scientific expression of the metabolic relation between human beings and nature for which the young Marx argued. Actually, the problem of the relationship between human beings and nature is a theme that was at the core of Marx's early work. However, we should not understand this to mean that Marx simply insisted on the possibility of unifying both beings. While Hegel, from his standpoint of absolute idealism, intended to show us the way to a path that could bring about an identity between nature and spirit, Marx could not accept this way of thinking. Foster does not pay attention to this point because he regards Marx's critique of Hegelian philosophy as nothing more than a protest motivated by his adherence to a standpoint of anti-idealism or materialism. Foster also stresses the importance of dialectics for confronting a mechanical materialism, but he seems to treat the term dialectics as if it were a theoretical panacea when he does so. This brings us to the crucial question of how the content of the very term dialectics should be understood. It was not scientific positivism, but rather a philosophical reflection on idealism that led Marx to think about the relation between human beings and nature. The purpose of this article is to clarify how Marx criticized the idealist concept of nature. In analyzing Marx's texts, I will focus on their relation to the problem of Hegel's teleology, which constitutes the essence of Hegel's own philosophical system. Through my interpretation, we will see that Marx reached his own concept of natural history by distancing himself from Hegelian teleology, which reduces nature into one step in the realization of the absolute. Therefore, my interpretation differs from the account given by Michael Quandt, who conceives of Marx's concept of nature as a reversed version of the Hegelian spirit. The first section describes the framework of Marx's ideas on natural history by analyzing the text of the Paris manuscripts of 1844. If looked at superficially, the thesis of the unity between human beings and nature could lead one to believe that Marx espouses the same teleological concept of nature as Hegel. However, by focusing on encyclopédie as a philosophical system, Marx was able to criticize Hegel's concept of nature as being too abstract, insofar as it was locked into a teleological framework. The second section interprets Marx's criticism of Hegelian teleology in order to highlight the fact that Marx considered nature to always remain non-identical to human beings. The third section claims that Marx's concept of nature, which is liberated from this teleology, contains within itself an attempt to provide a critique of the notion of human dominance over nature. 1. Human beings and nature, society as the resurrection of nature. Marx's early theory of alienation can be described by the following thesis: fully developed naturalism equals humanism. According to Quant, by reversing what Hegel grasped as the alienation of the absolute idea, Marx gave nature its place as first substance, which can then develop into the spirit through the process of alienation. Thus, Marx comprehended nature as a self-relation which sublates itself over the alienation and through a series of developments. The naturalistic materialism of Ludwig Feuerbach was hugely impactful on Marx. Yet Marx saw that Feuerbach lacked the kind of dialectical method that Hegel offered. Hence, Marx created a complex of materialism and dialectics. In this complex, the overcoming of self-alienation by means of abolishing the capitalist notion of private property leads to the recovery of the human being, who can thus renew his or her life as a natural life. If the systematic position of nature is indeed contrary to Hegel's philosophy, we ought then to ask whether Marx followed Hegel's teleological understanding of history. To this question, Quant answers that Marx also took a goal-oriented view of history, in which human beings are seen as the highest stage of nature. As is well known, for Marx, labor does not only go in one direction, i.e., from the human being to nature. According to him, the human being is one part of the whole of nature, and for human beings, nature is an inorganic body. Because of this, the labor done by the human being is itself a self-production by nature, insofar as the subject of labor is one part of nature and the subjectivity of labor is the mediation of nature's relationship to itself. In this way nature develops into man through human labor and the human being develops itself as a natural being. On the basis of this subject-object relationship, Marx determines labor to be a praxis of objectification, in which he finds the means of self-reflection of nature itself. It is said that in objectification, the subject objectifies his or her own internal essence and knows him or herself by reflecting on the result of the act of producing, which is expressed by the product. Naturally, the result of labor in each instance does not always coincide with the form that the subject originally imagined. However, both the result of producing, which opposes the intention of the subject, and the result, which was not imagined in advance, reflect the state of subjects of labor. Therefore, reflecting on the product of labor is an opportunity for the producing subject to know him or herself, and the next stage of production is also stimulated by this reflection. According to Marx, the product of labor is labor which has been embodied in an object, which has become material. It is the objectification of labor superscript 1. When the human being sees himself in a world that he has created, the self-reflection of the human being through his or her own objectification is regarded as a self-reflection of nature itself, because man is at the same time a natural being. Here, Marx shows the special position of the human being within the whole of nature by expanding Feuerbach's theory of consciousness to the sphere of praxis. According to Feuerbach, the reason why the human being can be distinguished from other living things consists in the nature of human consciousness. In reaction to Feuerbach's anthropology, Marx shows the character of species of humanity, by observing not only human consciousness, but also by observing the connection between human needs and praxis, because for Marx the productive life is the life of the species. For Marx, human beings are able to behave without any purpose of self-preservation, while the animal is immediately one with its life activity. Or rather, because human beings can behave without reference to their physiological needs, and moreover are able to form objects in accordance with the laws of beauty, they can be distinguished from other living things. Since human praxis does not connect directly with the immediacy of life activity, it can be referred to as a conscious life activity and a conscious self-producing of nature which is mediated by the human natural being. On the other hand, the capitalist notion of private property is criticized as a source of estrangement, because it corrupts human labor by reducing it to an unspontaneous action which is undertaken for the purpose of individual self-preservation. This effectively causes labor to become subordinated to one's physics. Equal needs as an end itself. For Marx, it is private property that hinders a constant circulation between nature and human beings. Namely, the product on which labor objectifies its own essence is necessarily exploited as a commodity, and the laborer is thus only obliged to work without any enjoyment of their own products, upon which they were originally able to reflect themselves. In this way of working, laborers are forced to make an involuntary exchange, and in so doing, the laborers experience an external character of their own activities, because he or she only feels himself outside his work, and in his work feels outside himself. However, so long as free, conscious activity is man's species character, and this conscious activity is external to the subjects, they, i.e., the subjects of labor, are already alienated from their species being as human beings. And one who has been alienated from the species being must also be alienated from any coexistence between human beings. Generally speaking, the description in the part of estranged labor from the first manuscript intends to show not only the failure of objectification, but also to provide a framework that can clarify in what sense private property is reproduced by this alienated labor. In this framework, the unity of nature and man is forced to destroy itself. As a critique of alienation, Marx acclaims communism, as the positive transcendence of private property as human estrangement, and therefore as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man. Marx believed that, through communism as a movement, human beings can once again obtain their essence as a natural being. Needless to say, the relationship between human beings and nature is not solitary, but rather social. Thus the human aspect of nature exists only for social man. By overcoming this alienation from nature, human society can be renewed as a unity between nature and man, according to Marx's programmatical formulation. Thus society is the complete unity of man with nature, the true resurrection of nature, the accomplished naturalism of man and the accomplished humanism of nature. In this way, in the manuscripts of 1844, natural history is portrayed as having four stages of development: nature itself, the unity of nature and human beings, the alienation of human beings from nature, the overcoming of alienation and reunification of both human beings and nature. As Quant pointed out, this portrayal of natural history appears to inherit a kind of teleological thinking from Hegel, in which history is constructed as a process aiming toward realizing the highest stage of itself. In addition, according to Quant, Marx's realism can be seen in his praise for industry and the natural sciences. On this point, Quant gives a thumbs up to the interpretation that Marx regarded natural science as a relevant measure for the technical domination of nature. To the problem of teleology in Marx. Marx writes, history itself is a real part of natural history, of nature developing into man. If we only look at this formula, then it may seem as if Marx views natural history in the same teleological light that Hegel did. According to Quant, although the teleological aspect of his concept of nature contradicts his realist manner of thinking, in which nature is conceived of as independent from human beings, Marx did not resolve this problem. On the one hand, the traditional Marxist orthodoxy regarded this aspect of his concept of nature as immature and thus cut it off from his mature work, i.e., his so-called scientific socialism. On the other hand, being confronted with a series of abortive developments in real socialist states, philosophers such as Ernst Bloch, who was otherwise taken by Habermas as a Marxist Schelling, intended to restore the teleological concept of nature because of its affinity with his philosophy of nature. However, both interpretations overlook the critical fact that Marx does not accept any meaning of Hegel's teleology. It was not his realism that led Marx to his own concept of natural history. It was rather his own philosophical reflection. In his third manuscript, Marx discusses the positive aspects of the Hegelian dialectic in the realm of estrangement. Marx, on the one hand, appreciated that Hegel conceives of labor as man's act of self-genesis by grasping the structure of Aufheben as an objective movement of reacting the alienation into self, but on the other hand he criticized that Hegel's grasp remains within the sphere of abstraction. According to Marx, nature, within the abstract framework of speculative idealism, was destined to lose any sense of reality. As a result, therefore, one gets general, abstract forms of abstraction and, consequently, valid for all content, the thought forms or logical categories torn from real mind and from real nature. Marx explains this point while following along Hegel's texts. As is well known, Hegel built up his philosophical system as a trinity of logic, nature, and spirit. It was his intention to describe the totality, in which the absolute idea develops itself in conformity with logos and comes back into 142 Yuzuka Komodo itself. In the Hegelian system, nature is positioned as an intermediate stage wherein the idea as a logical category gradually begins to actualize itself in the objective world. As long as it remains at the level of material, nature is regarded by Hegel as imperfect. He conceives of nature as a step which must be overcome before human history, in which freedom could become actual, can come about. Hence it can be seen that Hegel accounts for nature with his teleological framework. Marx did admire Hegel's dialectic, which was defined by the movement of the idea. The outstanding achievement of Hegel's phenomenology and its final outcome, the dialectic of negativity as the moving and generating principle, is thus first that Hegel conceives the self-creation of man as a process, conceives objectification as Entgegenstandlichung, as alienation and as transcendence of this alienation, that the thus grasps the essence of labor and comprehends objective man, true, because real man, as the outcome of man's own labor superscript 2. However, the divine dialectic in Hegel remains a circulation of the identical idea. Nature, as it is discussed in Hegel's philosophical system, is the idea in a form of otherness. Even if it would succeed in overcoming otherness, this overcoming is only a realization of what is going to be realized from the beginning. According to Marx, it would not be until Hegel also experienced nature that he could abstract his concept of nature from that of reality. If Hegel believed it possible to create entities from pure abstraction, then his concept of nature could not be equivalent to reality. As Marx explains, therefore, the whole of nature merely repeats the logical abstractions in a sensuous, external form. All of the entities within Hegel's system are already contained in the beginning of their development, hence the all is oriented toward the end of development, i.e., to the telos. However, Marx's materialistic standpoint does not integrate nature into the closed system of idealism. The reason why he stresses, as Feuerbach had, the character of human beings as sensual, could be understood on this point, as a natural, corporeal, sensuous, objective being. He is a suffering, conditioned and limited creature, like animals and plants. That the human being is suffering, means that they come into conflict with nature, i.e., they come into conflict with an object that is independent of themselves. Within Hegel's system, there is no heterogeneity, because a large number of its contents are the result of splitting from the one beginning of the system. That is why Hegel takes pride in his own philosophy as an identity of identity with non-identity. But for Marx, neither nature objectively nor nature subjectively is directly given in a form adequate to the human being. In light of this idea, it does not seem that Marx only reproached Hegel for the abstract structure of his philosophical system. He criticized him insofar as all the contents of his system are identical. In this sense, he did not only criticize Hegel because his dialectic is standing on its head. Hence the task of his critique cannot be reduced to making sure that the dialectic be turned right side up again, i.e., it cannot be reduced to an attempt to turn the idealistic dialectic into a concrete dialectic, as Marx suggested in Das Kapital. In short, the Marx's early thoughts should be not characterized by a teleology which hopes to achieve the recovery of identity, but instead ought to be characterized as a dialectic which contains permanent conflict between non-identical entities. Marx accounts for his own standpoint in the following way: a non-objective being is a non-being. Namely, human beings cannot confirm their existence without real, sensuous objects, with which they can express their lives. For Marx, human beings come into being by the act of engaging with the real objective world, and the place wherein they are able to come into being is none other than history. This conception of objective nature can be found in Hegel's philosophical system, because he integrated objectivity into the totality, of which the first principle is ideal. Hegel was able to clarify the dialectic of history by grasping that the true is the whole, and hence establishing the end of history. Within his idea of totality, all of non-identity functions as a means of completing the steps in the development of identity, wherein the last point of the system is determined as the identity between thinking and being. History teleologically understood in this way is, for Marx, none other than the self-circulation of one idea, which has essentially nothing outside of itself. Hence, in Hegel's system, the subject as the substance of totality has no object of primary meaning. For Marx, history is found in the activity in which human beings are ceaselessly relating to nature outside of themselves. In other words, the movement in which they express their life in real, sensuous objects. He describes it as follows: and as everything natural has to come into being, man too has his act of origin, history, which, however, is for him a known history, and hence as an act of origin it is a conscious self-transcending act of origin. History is the true natural history of man. So, if Marx wishes to preserve the possibility of admitting any difference between human beings and nature, then it would be quite inappropriate to look for a teleological claim within the thesis of fully developed naturalism, equals humanism. It only appears to be teleological, because Marx operates outgoing from a viewpoint in which the relationship between human beings and nature is conceived of as a totality of natural history, without making the conflict of both indistinct. Certainly, as has already been quoted, the older Marx said that Hegel's dialectic is standing on its head and should be turned right side up again. However, this problem is not as simple as Marx's description would make it out to be. Even if the idealistic dialectic of Hegel were to be turned materialistic, its teleological structure could still continue to exist within materialism. The reason why Marx's concept of natural history should be strictly distinguished from Hegelian teleology can be explained by his account of the ontological position of human beings. For Marx, the factum that man is directly a natural being and that only humans experience conscious life activity does not mean that they are able to represent nature as a whole. That would be impossible, because nature is not given for the purpose of human existence. Superscript 3: as natural history, Marx submits an intricate relationship between the natural and the artificial. From this realistic way of viewing this relationship, a teleology which regards human history as the highest step of natural history would be, for Marx, nothing more than the reflection of a desire to dominate nature. 3. The idea of natural history, nature with a capital N. Up to this point, I have argued that Marx's concept of natural history, even in his early period, contains a criticism against man's attempt to dominate nature, which is based on his insights concerning the non-identity between human beings and nature. Marx obtained his own position by confronting the teleology of Hegel. The following considerations will further investigate how Marx's later theory works out the problem of man's domination of nature. Although Foster's contribution focused on the metabolism between human beings and nature, we should instead pay attention to the concept of natural history, which is at the core of a central methodological aspect of Das Kapital. By conceiving of the framework of capitalistic social economy as the process of natural history, Marx was able to explain the movement of capital as a natural law, by which human subjectivities are affected. First, it is worth noting that the concept of natural history is a methodological category, by which capitalist society can be analyzed in its totality. For Marx, the persons who appear and act in this capitalist society are no more than a function of the logic of capitalism, therefore his criticism against capitalism is not based on any moral principles. Marx thus refers to capitalists as capital personified, and claims that their soul is the soul of capital, because they are not the subject of profiting, but the object of the movement of capital as it pursues surplus values. There is no person who could play the role of subject in this schema. Hence, Marx conceives of the movement of capital as natural law. What Marx wishes to achieve is the abolishment of this natural law, which carries on through itself by making subjective intentions into a mere medium for its own realization. This is to say, he hopes to liberate human history from the form of natural history. Along with the law of value, which first appears in capitalistic society, the socially determined labor time is post factum distributed without the mediation of subjectivities. This is because the quantum of necessary labor is determined by the fulfilled exchange of commodities, while the failed exchange reduces the labor that makes these commodities into non-value-making labor. Within this social framework, the commodities present themselves as a fetish, as if they are dressed in their own values. Thus, in a commodity, the social character of men's labor appears to them as an objective character stamped upon the product of that labor. Capitalist society, whose unit of being is a single commodity, must present itself as the fantastic form of relation between things. Although it is true that in the social relationships between human beings, it appears as if it were a natural phenomenon which could be changed by any subjectivity. By explaining this natural appearance as the unconscious process of social relations, Marx intends to find a way to abolish the natural character of society. To be sure, even though the natural law of society could be clarified as a social relationship between human beings, according to Marx, it can neither clear by bold leaps, nor remove by legal enactments, the obstacles offered by the successive phases of its normal development. However, he says here, it can shorten and lessen the birth pangs. So, what does Marx mean by this idea of shortening the birth pangs? Capital works by making the capitalist's subjective desire for profit into its own medium. Capitalists are able to maximize surplus value, when they can utilize the capabilities of his species, i.e., the capabilities of cooperation, as one of the natural forces of social labor, which cost nothing. Capitalists desire to maximize surplus value, and the competition for their existence moves as the power that sets capitalist society in motion. In this society, unplanned and limitless production opens up a rift in the metabolism between human beings and nature. As Foster explained in detail, Marx condemns this capitalist destruction of nature. However, it does not mean that the recovery of the metabolism between human beings and nature is a core point of his criticism of capitalism. Because of the dual aspects of his concept of nature, the critical theory of Marx contains a paradoxical thesis: harm is wrought upon nature within natural history. While the former is, in a narrow sense, the object of human being, the latter, i.e., nature with a capital N, is conceived of by Marx as the force of history. Hence, to shorten the birth pangs means leaving from the realm of necessity, to which human society is firmly tied. What Marx concretely refers to is the forces of production. In the third volume of Das Kapital, Marx calls the sphere in which human beings make their own metabolism with nature a realm of necessity. For him, capitalist society is tied up with natural necessity, insofar as it dominates the entirety of human life. Even if capitalists buy labor power on an hourly basis, time spent out of labor is, for the workers, little more than the time needed to reproduce the power of labor. Marx says, in fact, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane consideration ceases, thus in the very nature of things it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. In any form of society, it is necessarily the case that human beings must have a relationship with nature for the sake of their own existences. However, according to Marx, the wrestle with nature, or the effort to sustain human life, can be minimized by maximizing the forces of production, namely, by increasing the production of use values within determinate terms. Instead of remaining in a state of being dominated by the force of natural necessities, Marx, as we all know, proposes that we regulate the production accomplished by human beings. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing it under their common control, instead of being ruled by it as by the blind forces of nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to, worthy of, their human nature. In this context, his interest in our wrestle with nature can be, for many readers, understood as an affirmation of mankind's technical domination of nature. However, as Foster explained, scholars who found a sort of Prometheanism within Marx's theory had only transposed Proudhon's analysis of machinery and modernity into a critique of Marx himself. The term force of production implies rationalism, which prioritizes the sustainable metabolism between human beings and nature. In spite of this, it is worth examining a series of critical readings by Theodore W. Adorno. His criticism against Marx is, for Foster, no more than a critique which was almost entirely culturalist in form, lacking any knowledge of ecological science. Due to his narrow interpretation, Foster lost sight of the philosophical aspect of Marx's concept of nature. For, in place of a conclusion, natural history as a critical concept. So far, we have seen that Marx's early theory intended to provide an insight into the non-identity between human beings and nature, while Hegel integrated nature into the teleological system of his absolute idealism. Marx developed his own concept of nature by making a framework of natural history, within which the problem of human dominance over nature is interpreted as the self-destruction of nature with a capital N. Moreover, it opens up a new problem, because Marx seems to demand that we dominate nature in order to be liberated from the form of natural history. About this paradoxical idea, Adorno offered a detailed examination. According to him, in Marx the principle of the domination of nature is actually accepted quite naively. According to the Marxian way of seeing, there is something of a change in the relation of domination between people, but the unconditional domination of nature by human beings is not affected by this, so that the image of a classless society in Marx has something of the quality of a gigantic joint stock company for the exploitation of nature. From Foster's standpoint, Adorno's critique can only be looked at as a result of identifying the Marxian theory with that of Proudhon. However, the main objective of Adorno's interpretation is not to identify what does not work within Marx's theory, but to find the manner of ideology critique from the concept of nature in Marx. In accordance with this aim, Adorno focuses on the concept of natural history, by contrasting it with the Hegelian concept of the trick of reason. As is already indicated, within the Marxian concept of natural history, the persons are functioning as the personifications of economic categories. According to Adorno, Marx's conception of natural history can be distinguished from Hegel's concept, because the former regards the natural character of history as an ideological appearance, while the latter fails to dissolve the trick of reason thoroughly. In Hegelian philosophy, there is not any kind of route that could help us escape from the structure of this trick, so that in this way, the unconscious history of nature is continued. Adorno stresses that the natural laws of society are ideology inasmuch as they are claimed to be immutable. Ideology here means neither a perceived notion nor false consciousness in the sense that Karl Mannheim used the phrase. Instead, the illusion of immutable natural laws appears as if it is real, because real society holds a form of natural history. Adorno aimed to conceive of the Marxian concept of natural history as a critical term pertaining to the semblance of historical reality, which is both ideological and real. Adorno explains Marx's concept of realm of freedom in the following way. In contrast to the prevailing belief that Marx had a positive view of the natural laws of society and that one needs only to obey them to obtain the possibility of the right kind of society, in contrast to this belief, Marx wishes to get beyond them into the kingdom of freedom, i.e., to escape from the notion of history as natural history. As is well known, the notion that the complex between the domination of nature and social domination is a strategy of enlightenment is a core aspect of Adorno's philosophy. According to him, nature that is suppressed by rational institutions turns toward barbarism, in which enlightenment combines with destructive impulses and brings upon us a social catastrophe. This is how mankind, instead of entering into a truly human condition, is sinking into a new kind of barbarism. From this viewpoint of general history, we can see that the truth of the matter is that Marx stressed the possibility of abolishing natural law, not the metabolism between human beings and nature. Marx does call for us to dominate nature, but only in a fully conscious and regulated form of domination. In doing so, it is possible for us to be liberated from our current unconscious form of dominating nature. For Adorno, this paradoxical way of thinking has to be seen as the true expression for the difficulty of criticizing our domination of nature. Given the hint that Adorno's work can provide to us, we can now see how crucial it is that we are able to read the way that Marx intended to show how we can escape from the unconscious form of dominating nature. Thus, arguments about whether or not Marx managed to achieve some form of an ecology miss the point. Marx conceived of capitalistic society within the category of natural history, and in the background of this idea we can still hear the reverberations of his early thought echoing that, man is directly a natural being. No matter how we look at it, there is no possibility to unify human beings with nature. As long as nature is not directly given in a form adequate to the human being, our relationship with nature is deeply embedded in human society. Nature is a social category, and if nature is a social category, the inverted statement that society is a category of nature is equally valid. At any rate, Marx's philosophy on natural history offers us an abundance of insights concerning the dialectics of society and nature. It shows us that there is a dialectical relationship between human being and nature, which can never be reduced to just one of the two poles. Such relationship is basically constituted by labor, i.e. a social category and phenomenon, which is essential to the very realization of the individual human beings as human being. In this thought, Marx's theory allows us to realize that the understanding of human individual cannot be assimilated to the one of a purely natural being or organism, such as an animal, but it rather has to be characterized via a triadic relationship between the human individual, her society, and nature. If this is correct, then, not only the understanding of human society should not follow an organistic model, but also the human individual should not be reduced to a natural organism. With this in mind, one can better appreciate Marx's contribution to the issue of a metaphysics of human individuals, as it were, without falling prey of a kind of anthropocentric bias or delusion. Marx's philosophy on natural history 151. Caroline Angel-Raz. From Monads to Monera. Abstract, Leibniz developed his concept of monad clearly stating that monads are metaphysical entities. More precisely, monads should be understood as simple entities with an intensive content that provide an ontological substratum to bodies. Moreover, in order to offer an exhaustive account of the world, Leibniz also connected monads to considerations about living beings. During the following centuries, a series of interpretations was developed that naturalized the monads and turned them into simple biological entities. Via Wolff, Baumgarten, Kant, and Schelling, the monads progressively became intensive units at the basis of the living world. Via Bonnet, Bourdieu, and O. F. Muller, the monads were transformed into the primitive living blocks of the universe. The two interpretative traditions intersect each other and find one of their peaks in Haeckel's concept of monera. This paper will outline this process of naturalization, from monads to monera, focusing on the works of Leibniz, Schelling, and Haeckel. Introduction. Between the 17th and 19th centuries, a paradigmatic change in the way living beings were seen occurred, at first considered as entities of the world characterized by their individual unity. Living beings were later perceived as self-governed processes that should be entirely explained by physical laws. In the very beginning of the 18th century, which was the period during which Leibniz developed his mature philosophy, living beings were included into a more general explanation of the world, and even though Leibniz paid particular attention to them, they should be seen as part of a wider philosophical endeavor. By the second half of the 19th century, biology was quite well established and living beings were studied for themselves, within specific methodological frameworks such as the cell theory or the theory of evolution by natural selection. In short, in 1 century and a half, there was a main theoretical shift which changed the scientific goals, the methodology, and the way of understanding living beings. In this context, the conceptualization of the smallest living entity may appear to translate a modern need to classify living beings and to place them in an evolutionary context. On the other hand, the Leibnizian monads, considered as spiritual soul-like entities that exclusively belong to metaphysics, seem to belong to an old paradigm that has no relation with the 19th century biological one. And yet, the idea of a fundamental living being that distinguishes the living from the non-living and that concentrates on vital activity in itself, inherits from older paradigms. In this sense, my goal is to show how this idea of a vital nucleus partly results from the naturalization of a speculative concept which also draws up on the Leibnizian monad. Indeed, as a big admirer of Darwin, the biologist Haeckel based his concept of the monera on an empirical approach that took the cell theory for granted, within a Darwinian paradigm. In this framework, monera referred to plasmatic substances with no nucleus, entities of primitive living matter, or protoplasm with no nucleus. Therefore, monera were the simplest biological entities and they included all the characteristics of life. They were both the smallest entities in a general taxonomy of life and the epicentres of vital activity. Here, the concept of monera clearly belonged to the 19th century scientific paradigm. And yet, as monera constituted the centerpoints of the vital dynamism, they echoed Schelling's use of monads in his nature philosophy or Leibniz's use of monads in his mature philosophy. Hence, I will focus on the naturalization of an entity that went from being metaphysical and then speculative, and that played a major part in the establishment of the idea of a very basic living being. In order to do so, I will mainly focus on the Leibnizian monad, the Schellingian natural monad and the Haeckelian moneron, given that these three concepts can be seen as the main steps of the progressive naturalization with which I am dealing. Consequently, I will focus on neither the Kantian turning point nor on the empirical and taxonomic meaning of monad that Otto Friedrich Müller establishes superscript 2. I will give a general sketch of this naturalization that intertwines metaphysical, speculative, and scientific considerations, and I will articulate the conceptual, historical and logical threads that constitute this conceptual and historical genesis from monads to monera. In short, my aim is twofold. First, I will attempt to show from a Leibnizian perspective, how the search for a vital unit, which started with the monad, was physicalized. Second, from a Haeckelian perspective, I will aim to see how, in order to become the most simple living beings, the primordial living unit, the moneron drew upon both theories that were mainly based on observation and experiments, such as the cell theory or the Darwinian theory, and also metaphysical and speculative conceptions such as the naturalization of the monad. The Leibnizian monads, the principles of living beings. In his mature philosophy, Leibniz characterized living beings as natural machines. Contrary to human machines, living beings are self-moving machines in which each part is also a machine, which is also infinitely mechanically structured. Natural machines, that is, living bodies, are still machines in their least parts, to infinity superscript 3. Contrary to mere aggregates, each part of the living being is ontologically well founded with the principle of unity, i.e. a subordinate monad, and the whole living being is ontologically unified by a dominant monad. Living beings are mass bodies organized and ontologically unified by a hierarchy of monads. Consequently, monads are the living being's principle of unity, of activity, and of life all at once. This first section deals with this point. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Based on the standard definition presented in Monadology 1, monads are usually defined as simple substances, i.e. metaphysical entities with no parts. But in a letter to Sophie, Leibniz also characterized monads as simple entities that have perception. Your Electoral Highness asks me what a simple substance is. I reply that its nature is to have perception, and consequently to represent composite things. Here, having perception means being able to grasp a multitude into a unity, to turn a diversity of inputs into an understandable series. As A.M. Nunzianti explained in a previous chapter in this volume, having perception implies structuring the data from the environment into a homogeneous and unified behavioral response. Consequently, having perception is what gives unity to the animal body. In addition, having perception makes the living being's cognition one. Indeed, for Leibniz, perception is linked to appetition, which he sees as a kind of tendency by which each perception tends towards a new perception. In this sense, having perception implies structuring the different perceptions over time into a temporal web. This perceptive web is specific to each monad and constitutes its specific point of view from which it expresses the whole world. Hence, having perception makes the living being's cognition one. Thus, considering that monads have perception, monads make the body and the cognition of living beings one. Monads are principles of unity, they ontologically found living beings and are what make them real substances. Moreover, each perception tends towards a new perception via appetition, thus perceptions and appetition highlight the profuse internal activity of monads. With their perceptive/appetitive content, monads contain and initiate change in the world. With a kind of spontaneity, each monad pulls everything from its own content and expresses from its own point of view the entirety of divine creation. Given that they have perception, monads are both highly individuated and endless. As Leibniz wrote in the De Ipsa Natura, that which does not act, which lacks active force, which is robbed of discriminability, robbed finally of all reason and basis for existing, can in no way be a substance. Consequently, if monads turn living beings into real substances, it is because having perception guarantees the monads to be both principles of unity and principles of activity. Monads are active entities at the basis of the living world. More precisely, in a letter to de Volder, Leibniz explained that monads are made of a primitive active power and a primitive passive power. Therefore I distinguish the primitive entelecheity or soul, the matter, namely, the primary matter or primitive passive power, the monad made up of these two things. Here, the primitive passive matter is not physical matter but a potential power, and it plays a limitative role inside the active monad. As P. Phemister argued, if monads were to be pure active entities with no limitative force, their perceptive power would have no limit, no specific point of view and, all in all, would be identical to God. Consequently, monads have to be made of a purely active entelecheity as well as primitive matter. But it is the active entelecheity that makes the nucleus of monads active. In a kind of elision, in his correspondence with Lady Masham, Leibniz made monads and the active entelecheity synonymous. The positive idea of this simple substance or primitive force perfectly suit. In so doing, Leibniz highlighted the central part of monads as active entities. Once again, in having perception, monads are both principles of unity and principles of activity in living beings. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. It is because monads are principles of activity that they are also the principles of the life of living beings. As Leibniz declared to de Mazos. But if there are in nature other living organic bodies than those of animals, as it seems and of which plants seem to constitute an example, these bodies will also have their simple substances, or monads, that will give them life, i.e. perception and appetition superscript 1. Here, having perception characterizes what is alive, hence, monads are the purely living entities. However, living beings are not mere monads but embodied creatures. Consequently, it is necessary to specify that the derivative forces that animate the physical world stem from the primitive forces, i.e. from the genuine activity of the primitive power which characterizes the monads. As Leibniz develops in the Theodicy 396, the qualities or derivative forces, or what are called accidental forms, I take to be modifications of the primitive entlechae superscript 1 superscript 1. In other words, the concept of force connects the metaphysical living activity with the activity of physiological processes. Therefore, as A.L. Ray argues, the force appears to be what guarantees the mediation between a corporeal substance and an immaterial substance while guaranteeing the unity of the notion of substance superscript 1 superscript 2. Monadic dynamism permeates its corporeal representatives in order to make them living beings. This indirect impact of metaphysical monads on physical bodies is not an ad hoc proposition made to fit the theory with the world as it appears, but a necessity of Leibniz's theory, and it is also implied in the definition of the term monad. Indeed, as we have already quoted, Leibniz wrote to Sophie, I reply that its nature is to have perception, and consequently to represent composite things. Having perception implies representing the whole universe via a specific point of view, but in order to be de facto situated from a specific point of view, the monadic perceptive activity has to have an expressive support that concretely realizes this perceptive activity, i.e. an organic body. Every created monad is endowed with some organic body, in accordance with which it perceives and has opetitions superscript 1 superscript 3, as an unextended metaphysical entity that is not situated in space. Monads have to be linked to a body in order to efficiently realize themselves. Given that the active monad has perception and consequently represents composite things, it must superscript 1 be linked to an organic body and therefore form a living being. As Leibniz wrote to Ramond, an authentic substance is composed of an immaterial soul and an organic body, and it is the composite as well as these two elements that we call unum per se superscript 1. It seems highly meaningful that Leibniz specifies that he is talking about an authentic substance, although substantiality comes from monads, because they are principles of ontological unity, of activity, and of life. The idea of an authentic substance implies organic bodies. Ultimately, authentic substances are, for Leibniz, living beings. Finally, in Leibniz's mature thoughts, monads are metaphysical substances that are the principles of the ontological unity, activity, and life of living beings. In other words, monads belong to metaphysics, whereas the study of living beings is part of the natural sciences. In Leibniz's argument, metaphysics and epistemology are clearly distinct, with pre-established harmony above everything else. But, as we have just shown, monads contribute to the ontological characterization of living beings, and living beings are authentic substances. Therefore, metaphysics and natural sciences remain highly connected for Leibniz, especially via the dynamism that emanates from monads into the living physical world. The Schellingian monads, intensive basis of living beings. In order to realize his dynamic conception of nature, Schelling reinterprets the relationship between metaphysics and epistemology that could be seen as characterizing Leibniz's mature philosophy and, through a Spinozist lens, turns the Leibnizian monads into natural entities. Here, inheriting from Herder's reading of Leibniz, Schelling reemploys the main characteristics of the Leibnizian monads but gives them a new meaning. Natural monads are still principles of activity and of life in living beings, but they have a new relationship to substantiality and play a new part in the overall approach. This second section shows how Schelling formulated his theory of natural monads based on Leibniz's ideas. Schelling highlights the central role played by monads in Leibniz's view by proposing that everything emanates from monads. In Zur Geschichte der Neueren Philosophie, he characterizes the Leibnizian monads as the last elements, understood as spiritual, of all material bodies superscript 1. In this sense, Schelling perfectly understands the substantial role played by monads in Leibniz's view. He establishes the hierarchical relationship between monads based on their perceptual clarity and explains how pre-established harmony works, but also emphasizes the regulative role played by monads in bodily regulation. And yet, in Zuergeschichte and Philosophie, Schelling aims to show how both the Spinozian and the Leibnizian approaches regarding substantiality are quite similar for answering the Cartesian mind-body problem. Indeed, first, Schelling explains how the Spinozian monist substance lacks spirit and activity. For him, Spinozian nature is entirely reduced to matter, consequently, all of nature is already developed through a material expression and is immobilized in the inertia of existence, with no possible development of a living becoming. For him, extension lacks mind, like for Descartes, and for this reason Spinoza's approach to nature, his physics, is as mechanistic and as unalive than that of his predecessors superscript 1. Similarly, Schelling considers that Leibniz ultimately reduces everything to monads. Monads are substantiality, i.e. an inertial expression of things into existence, with no living becoming. Hence, for Schelling, in the same way that Spinoza's philosophy does not account for the activity inherent to the world, Leibniz's philosophy also fails to account for this activity and dynamism. The created monads stem from God or from divine nature passively and with no proper activity, as it is for Spinoza superscript 1. In short, in Zuergeschichte and Philosophie, both Spinoza and Leibniz limit substantiality into existence, whichever entity is doing the limiting, and this is why, for Schelling, both the Spinozian and the Leibnizian philosophies lack the notion of activity. Consequently, Schelling interprets Leibniz via Spinoza and adapts Leibniz's mature philosophy into monist and dynamic considerations of his own. In the Ideas for a Philosophy of Nature, he writes, "What alone Leibniz held to be originally real and actual in themselves were perceptual beings, for in these alone was that unification original, out of which everything else that is called actual develops and goes forth. For everything which is actual outside us is finite, and so not conceivable without a positive, which gives it reality, and a negative, which sets its limit. This unification of positive and negative activity, however, is nowhere original except in the nature of an individual. External things were not actual in themselves, but have only become actual through the mode of presentation of spiritual natures, but that from whose nature all existence first emerges, that is, the ideating being alone, would have had to be something which bears the source and origin of its existence in itself superscript 1. Here Schelling uses the perceptive nature of monads as driving forces, and claims that activity, reality, and existence in the world come from them. In this interpretation, monads remain genuine principles of substantiality. But, with no limitation, all the substantiality would be expressed at once and would lose itself in existence, in such a way that substantiality would be completely inert and all the activity governing the world would be eliminated. Therefore, Schelling needs to consider a limitative element, i.e. external things. He thus conceives monads as spiritual entities out of which reality, and the activity inherent to reality, flow. External things, understood as concrete structuring forms, limit the existential flow of the monads, and, in this sense, prevent substantiality from completely turning into existence all at once. Reciprocally, it is with this monadic support that external things become actual. Without monads, external things would remain inert and even non-existent. Monads, as ontological principles, give existence to external things. In this sense, Schelling deals with becoming by joining an active and a limitative pole, a positive and a negative one. It is worth noting that this idea of a convergence between a positive and a negative pole to explain situated becoming is reminiscent of what Leibniz declares in the previously quoted letter to de Volder, when he establishes that monads are made of an entleché and primitive matter. Leibniz also wished to distinguish between a metaphysical, full positive ontological source, and a limitative metaphysical matter that creates a situated and defined point of view. In any case, Schelling understands Leibniz through a Spinozist lens. As F. C. Beiser argues, from Leibniz, Schelling took the idea that the essence of matter consists in living force. From Spinoza, he borrowed the concept of nature as a natura naturans, a single power and productive force. Hence his nature philosophy was the monism of Spinoza spelled in vitalistic terms, the vitalism of Leibniz stretched to the universe as a whole. It is important to understand Schelling's reading of Leibniz to understand the nature philosophy of his youth. Indeed, Schelling considers nature as an unlimited productive force whose expression is canalized into the embodiment of specific living beings. He does not regard nature as an established result of produced living beings, but as a productive force that is still perpetually active superscript 2. In this sense, the unconditional at the heart of nature is never totally embodied in a specific quantity of living beings, but is only visible intermittently through them. Natural productivity is never confined to the staticness of being but remains in perpetual becoming superscript 2 superscript 1, in a never-ending active movement. Obviously, this monist Schellingian framework is very far from the Leibnizian approach. However, when Schelling considers nature as a productive force that is constantly torn between embodied stops and a perpetual forward movement, Schelling's reasoning is similar to Leibniz's. He has to suppose that natural monads are the authentic active nuclei within living beings. Indeed, in Erste Entwerfein Systems der Naturphilosophie, Schelling writes, every external being is a being in space. Therefore, something has to come to the fore in experience which, although itself not in space, is yet principle of all occupation of space superscript 2 superscript 2. If, in the world, living beings are material and thus infinitely divisible, the aim is to find a principle outside of spatiality, i.e. an immaterial and intensive principle at the heart of living beings. For Schelling, atomists are right when they establish the atom as the smallest possible and indivisible top-down element, but they are wrong to try to find it within matter, which is infinitely divisible. The aim is rather to find the atomic entity within activity which connects matter and gives it its power and its dynamism. In this sense, Schelling declares, accordingly, our claim can be called the principle of dynamic atomism superscript 2 superscript 3. Given that a genuine entity needs to be found and that matter is divisible ad infinitum, it is therefore an intensive building block that must be found, in other words, a fundamental active entity that plays the part of an atom without being material. Consequently, Schelling concludes, for us, every original actant is just like the atom for the corpuscular philosopher, truly singular, each is in itself whole and sealed off, and represents, as it were, a natural monad superscript 2. The original actants are the intensive building blocks of living nature and their authentic activity, as the productive force at the basis of living beings, makes them play the part of natural monads. Here, Schelling assigns to his monads the main qualities of the Leibnizian monads: they are indivisible, immaterial, non-spatial, entirely singular, complete, and accomplished. The Schellingian natural monads are also characterized, like the Leibnizian monads, by their genuine active intensity superscript 2. But, unlike Leibniz, Schelling completely sets aside the Leibnizian vocabulary of perception and appetition. The perceptive approach as Leibniz develops it does not fit in Schelling's framework, because, for him, natural monads are not metaphysical entities but parts of the natural world that make living beings alive. Hence, the nature of the impetus that characterizes the natural monads is not the same as in the Leibnizian framework. For Leibniz, the main metaphysical driving forces are the appetition present in the primitive entelechies, and the derivative forces that animate the physical world stem from these primitive forces. For Schelling, the impetus is fundamentally to be found in the unconditional at the heart of nature. Natural monads have to be postulated in order to explain the positive/negative two-sided creation of becoming, but they are, for Schelling, just an explanatory tool, not the main topic. For Leibniz, monads are the central concept. They link metaphysics, the physical world, the natural sciences and physics. For Schelling, natural monads are a necessary but secondary concept which helps him complete his general explanation, but nature and living beings remain the central focus. In this sense, we should note that, for Schelling, the existence of natural monads is not demonstrated but only postulated. These simple actants do not really allow of demonstration, they do not exist, they are what one must posit in nature, what one must think in nature, in order to explain the originary qualities superscript 2. Consequently, if natural monads cannot be demonstrated, it is because they are ideal entities for Schelling. Our opinion is thus not that there are such simple actants in nature, but only that they are the ideal grounds of the explanation of quality. These simple actants do not really allow of demonstration, they do not exist, they are what one must posit in nature, what one must think in nature, in order to explain the originary qualities. Then we need only prove as much as we assert, namely, that such simple actions must be thought as ideal grounds of explanation of all quality, and we have provided this proof superscript 2. Natural monads are an explanatory tool, a theoretical notion in order to complete the raison d'être of living activity in nature. And yet, maybe paradoxically, it is by transforming monads into ideal entities that Schelling naturalizes them. Indeed, concretely, in nature, primitive, original actants mutually limit each other, each productive force is limited by another productive force, and this mutual limitation in a limited area forms the whole organic body. Each organism is itself nothing other than the collective expression for a multiplicity of actants, which mutually limit themselves to a determinate sphere. This sphere is something perennially enduring, not something merely fading into the background as appearance, for it is that which originates in the conflict of actants, the monument, as it were, of those activities prehending one another. It is the concept of that change itself, which is the only enduring thing in the change superscript 2. In this sense, monadic entities with unlimited force are ideal, but their combination and mutual limitation in organic bodies embody and naturalize them. While the existence of original actants considered separately is ideal, their conflict, on the other hand, is real and not simply an appearance. Therefore, Schelling takes a significant step forward. Even though monads are singular, complete, sealed off, they do possess windows superscript 3 and mutually limit one another. Considered in themselves, they are ideal, but their conflict creates becoming and is expressed via living bodies. In other words, ideal entities acquire their meaning in the organic products, and monads do not exist outside of bodies. It is in their conflict that ideal actants become natural monads superscript 3 superscript 1. And here we should remember that, for Schelling, Leibniz himself did not consider monads as external to bodies. In the Ideen zu einer Philosophie der Natur, he writes, I cannot think otherwise than that Leibniz understood by substantial form a mind inhering in and regulating the organized being superscript 3 superscript 2. Finally, with Schelling, we witness a major requalification of the meaning of the monad, from metaphysical substances that are the principles of ontological unity, of activity, and of life in living beings. Monads become, with Schelling, the ideal dynamic basis of becoming in nature superscript 3 superscript 3. And yet, even if monads are ideal, they have windows and therefore interfere with each other. The conflict that results from their interaction constitutes the inherent activity of living beings. In a sense, idealizing each monad allows for their naturalization. Hence, even if they are non-spatial, natural monads are not metaphysical but belong to the natural living world. Simultaneously, as the theoretical dynamic basis of becoming in nature, natural monads do not supply the same ontological weight as the Leibnizian monads do. For Schelling, these simple entities do not exist in themselves, but only concretely through their mutual conflict, which gives them the physical concreteness which suits them. Thus, similar to Leibniz's monads, Schellingian monads are indivisible, immaterial, non-spatial, fully singular, complete, and accomplished. But, contrary to his predecessor, Schelling naturalizes his monads by making them the concrete driving forces of becoming in nature that are expressed through living beings. The Haeckelien monera, the mere living beings. In combining Spinoza and Leibniz's approaches, Schelling forges a speculative meaning of monads as the active and vital ideal basis of living beings. Such an intensive and dynamic understanding of monads plays a major part in the nature philosophy approach. Simultaneously, naturalists such as Müller or Ehrenberg later also use the term monads in a different context. In his Vermium terrestrium et fluviatilium for instance, the point for Müller is to create a typology of small living beings. In doing so, he puts a total emphasis on observation only, and does not attempt to produce an explanatory overview of the world as a whole, as nature philosophy tries to do. In this context of scientific theories based on observation and experiments, monads refer to the simplest living beings, composed of only a drop of mucus. For instance, Müller distinguishes between three kinds of monads. This last part aims to show how, because of this complicated legacy, Haeckel rejects the monads in favor of his monera, and how, despite this rejection and his support to the theory of natural selection and the cell theory, his approach is still aligned with nature philosophy that mainly stems from Schelling. The way Schelling naturalizes monads and makes them concrete driving forces in nature has a strong impact on the nature philosophy of which Schelling was a contributory founder. In particular, the nature philosophe Oken, who partly draws his inspiration from Schelling, considers nature as a deeply active world made of antagonistic forces that complement each other. For Oken, these dynamic exchanges that govern the world are first symbolized in mathematics, and, in this mathematical symbolism area, the entity that comes first is the ideal zero, also named the monas. This homogeneous, numberless, indivisible, eternal, absolute unity is a pure identity that gives birth to the multiplicity of the world. With the monas, Oken reinterprets the main qualities of the pure productivity at the basis of the Schellingian natural monads. Contrary to Schelling, the monas is mathematical and it is a single general unsingular entity and not a multiplicity of different forces. Similar to Schelling, this monas is external to matter, and determines individuals via a play of forces which it establishes. From this mathematical basis, Oken also put forth physical and biological considerations. In particular, in the living world, he considers that monads are vesicles of mucus and a certain kind of infusoria, and the basic living building blocks in living beings. More precisely, in the Elements of Physiophilosophy, Oken explains that monads are at the same time the units of living matter, the first compounds of living beings and the living semen. In this way of thinking about active forces in the living world, of joining mathematics, physics, and natural sciences, and of assuming living monads at the basis of the living beings, Oken clearly draws upon Schelling. And yet, his way of conceiving natural monads as primitive active living beings also echoes the naturalistic meaning of monad. In particular, in Die Zeugung, Oken alludes to Otto von Müller's works, in which Müller characterizes monads as very simple, tiny worms with a pointy shape. For Müller, the monad refers to a category of living beings that are characterized by their highly simple constitution, composed of a single or a few mucous vesicles. Monads are the simplest beings of the living world. Consequently, in the middle of the 19th century in Germany, when Haeckel was publishing his works, the term monad presents a terminological difficulty. On the one hand, an old tradition that dates back to Leibniz understands the monad as a metaphysical, or a speculative, entity that has something to do with the natural sciences. On the other hand, in observational experiments and taxonomic approaches, the monad refers to the simplest forms of living beings. Moreover, it is quite hard to estimate to what extent the latter has been influenced by the former, especially when the latter, in virtue of a strict experimental and a strict observational approach, rejects the former. In his talk Öffentliche Sitzung der Akademie zur Feier der Leibnizischen Juristics, E. du Bois-Reymond claimed that many people want to see in the corporeal world what Leibniz only conceptualized about the spiritual world. But for E. du Bois-Reymond, Müller's use of the term monad was not conceptually linked to Leibniz, and the term monad is merely a witticism referring to Leibniz. Hence, only readers equipped with a very imaginative mind are fooled into thinking that there is more to read into this mention to Leibniz than a simple quip superscript 3. Whether Müller's mention of the monad was actually a pleasantry or not, this declaration by E. du Bois-Reymond shows that the reinterpreted Leibnizian meaning of the monad remained relevant throughout the 19th century, and that this monadic meaning still carried a complicated conceptual liability, even if scientists like him ostensibly rejected it. More generally, Du Bois-Reymond's declaration emphasizes the fact that, from an empirical and reductionist approach to a more speculative and holistic one, there is no hermetic division between the different ways of conceptualizing life and living beings, even if it is hard to evaluate how much one way of conceptualizing influenced the other. In any case, Haeckel inherits the monad's terminological ambiguity and rejects it. In the Protestantenreich, speaking about different protistas such as protogens primordialis, Haeckel writes: 1 year later, 2 different organisms very similar to protogens, and still of an extreme simplicity, have been described by an eminent microscopist, M. C. Jankowski. In the first volume of Archives of Microscopic Anatomy, he published the very interesting contributions to the knowledge of monads. Among the different protista which were summarized under the ambiguous, old-fashioned, and uncertain notion of monads by M. C. Jankowski, there are 2 kinds of freshwater microscopic inhabitants, which look like protogens thanks to their totally simple, unstructured, and shiny plasmatic body superscript 3. Here, the word monad clearly refers to a biological entity, and yet, in characterizing it as an uncertain, ambiguous, and old-fashioned notion, he rejects it in favor of the moneron. In addition to wanting to establish his own taxonomy, his rejection of the monad aims to prevent the use of a word which has a heavy metaphysical and speculative background. *****. The use of monad conveys a metaphysical and a speculative background that cannot easily be stamped out, even by a strict empirical approach. Indeed, even if the Haeckelian approach is based first and foremost on the Darwinian theory of evolution by natural selection and on Schwann and Virchow's cell theory, Haeckel's general approach to introducing monera may also recall Schelling's dynamic atomism. In the Perigenesis der Plastidule, Haeckel writes: thus, in a mechanistic view from monism, we consider every matter as animated, every atomic mass with an eternal and constant atomic soul. We do not fear being accused of materialism. Because this monist point of view is as far from unilateral materialism as it is from empty spiritualism. We may find in it the conciliation between a crude atomistic view and a dynamic view of the world superscript 3. Haeckel inherits the Schellingian approach that unifies materialism and spiritualism, materialist atomism and energetic dynamism, in order to join atomism and dynamism and, consequently, turn toward a kind of dynamic atomism. In this dynamic atomism, as we will see, the monera play the part of basic active living entities. Correlative to his inheritance of Schellingian dynamic atomism, we may note that Haeckel also inherits with Goethe the Schellingian monistic and naturalistic reading of Leibnizian monads. And, in a sense, Haeckel takes this naturalization of Leibnizian monads a step further, since he considers them to be quite similar to atoms and intrinsically united with organic bodies via a substantial link, i.e., God. In other words, considering that monads are equated with atoms, they have to have the atom's features, i.e. having a soul and a body. In this sense, Haeckel embodies monads in linking them to an intrinsic natural dynamism. Conversely, he gives a soul to extensive atomic bodies superscript 3. Here, there is no doubt that monads are attached to bodies in Haeckel's view. The Leibnizian monads directly enter the natural world. Consequently, even if Haeckel rejects the word monad, the metaphysical and speculative background it conveys is quite hard to remove completely. In this sense, the theory of monera he establishes results both from an empirical and rigorous observation-based approach and from a speculative and holistic background. In the Perigenesis der Plastidule, he relates for instance the discovery of monera as follows. The discovery of monera allowed us to advance our knowledge of elementary organisms. In 1864, I observed for the first time in the Mediterranean Sea, in Nice, an extremely simple organism, whose whole body, not only during its growth but also at an advanced stage of development and of free movement, was made of a structureless, homogeneous, piece of protoplasm with no nucleus and no form. This protogens primordialis proved for the first time that there are simpler organisms than unicellular organisms, living beings with a body that still has not attained the formal quality of the simplest cell, and that presents a crystalline homogeneity superscript 3. Haeckel recounts his discovery of Monera, emphasizing the place, the date, adding external proofs, precisely detailing the Monera's structure and highlighting that this discovery resulted from an empirical approach, i.e. microscopic observations. In addition, considering that Monera are plasmatic substances with no nucleus, the elementary composition of Monera makes them simpler living beings than cells. In this sense, for Haeckel, the theory of Monera completes the cell theory. Since Monera are the simplest building blocks of life, they are simpler than the cells and they are henceforth conceived as the morphological structure that distinguishes between life and non-life, as underlined by the reference to crystals. In addition, since cells were considered as the first chronological living beings that emerged and since Monera, for Haeckel, chronologically emerged before cells, Monera now have taken on the role of the cell in the theory of evolution. The theory of Monera also connects with the theory of evolution. In short, the theory of Monera completely connects with the current theories of its time. However, as we have already seen, for Haeckel, extended matter is soul-joined. Consequently, considering that Monera are the primitive building blocks of life and the primitive living beings, they must contain an intrinsic spiritual and living pole which confers them the status of the basis of life. And given that Monera are pieces of protoplasm with no nucleus and no form, the protoplasm must contain what makes living beings alive. As Haeckel declares, the protoplasm is the true life-giving substance superscript 3. And yet, the protoplasm is amorphous, so the criteria for characterizing aliveness can not be linked to a morphological structure, but to a chemical composition. Thus, Haeckel distinguishes in the protoplasm, before the atomic level, the plastidules, defined as the true active factors of the vital process. Plastidules truly make a living being alive, they are the ultimate living particles superscript 1. By referring to active factors, this explanation of what makes the living world alive echoes the aims of the more speculative monadic approach. In Monera, which are the first building blocks of life, plastidules establish the activity and the inherent livingness of living beings, in the same way that natural monads establish the activity and the inherent livingness of the living world. Haeckel, through his theory of Monera, embraces different frameworks. He adopts a kind of dynamic atomism as the main theoretical approach, and he inherits from nature philosophy and the naturalistic reading of Leibniz. Within the 19th century methodological framework in which the main biological discoveries took place, important changes occurred. While at the beginning of the century, the aim was to explain what living beings were within a general picture of the living world, 50 years later, the aim was to observe how living beings behaved and how they were composed. Consequently, while, for Schelling, activity in the living world means a primitive dynamic force, for Haeckel, living activity means being capable of nutrition, reproduction, sensibility, and minimal motility. Similarly, in a 19th century methodological framework into which Darwin bursts, life is necessarily understood in relation to heredity and adaptation. In this sense, for Haeckel, plastidules are the ultimate living particles because they have the ability, with their chemical composition, to take into account the environmental influence, to memorize it and to respond to it. In other words, each plastidule has its own specific chemical layout which adapts, passes on its information, and so constitutes the specificity of heredity. In this sense, the chemical layout of plastidules is the specificity of vital activity. As Haeckel explains. However, those modifications are due to chemical changes in the atomistic composition and, consequently, in the molecular movement of plastidules, and these changes are the result of diverse influences from the external environment, namely the external conditions of existence, and of the extraordinary mobility and the complex preservation of constitutive atoms. Plastidules do not forget these experiences. Rather, they transfer them to their progeny in the form of a modification of the primitive movement of the plastidule. In this sense, heredity can essentially be explained as a transmission of the individual movement of the plastidule which is necessarily linked to any reproductive process. Hereditary transmise. Zion is the plastidul's memory, variability is the plastidul's receptivity superscript 2. Thus, the Haeckellian moneron bears the marks of both contemporary biological research and of speculative monadic research. Here, the monera are the simplest living beings and the simple building blocks of life. For Haeckel, they complete the cell theory and connect it to Darwinian interrogations with the conception of plastidules. And yet, at the same time, monera are the basic living beings that contain the true active factors of the vital process. By articulating the notions of activity, life, and living beings within a derived dynamic atomism, the moneron remains indirectly connected to constellation of problems posed by the metaphysical speculative monadic approach. Conclusion. Between the 17th and 19th centuries, the methodological approach and the scientific tools for understanding life and living beings deeply evolved. The general scientific paradigm profoundly changed and, in our research into the conceptual basis of the basic vital entity, the path from monads to monera appears quite sinuous. And yet, we can draw a clear conceptual line from Leibniz to Haeckel regarding how the understanding of the first vital and active entity evolved. Leibniz establishes metaphysical entities at the basis of the living world. Characterized by their perception, monads are principles of unity, of activity, and of life in living beings. By understanding Leibniz through a Spinozist lens, Schelling uses the perceptive nature of monads and transforms them into driving forces. For him, natural monads as natural intensive drives have to be postulated at the basis of the living world. They are the authentic active and intensive basis that found the productive force in nature. With Schelling, even though they are still intensive, natural monads have windows, they conflict with one another, and constitute the active basis of living beings. They therefore belong to the natural world. Hence, this way of embracing this natural reading of Leibniz is structuring for understanding the nature philosophy of the young Schelling, and this nature philosoph use of monads played a major part in the requalification of monads. In this sense, this speculative meaning of the monad remains current throughout the 19th century, while a more positive, taxonomic meaning of monad develops. During this period, the monad refers either to an intensive unit at the basis of the living world, a soul-like entity, the smallest living building blocks, or the primitive living beings, and this kind of contradiction between different meanings makes the conceptual legibility gradually fade away. Facing this lack of structuration in the monadic meaning, Haeckel rejects the term monad in favor of his own moneron. Haeckel's refusal to apply the term monad allows him to reject the legacy of nature philosophy and to claim a connection with Darwin. And yet, while presenting monera as the simplest living beings in a taxonomic way and an evolutionary way, Haeckel also gives to monera a kind of soul and establishes that within the protoplasm there exist plastidules which are like the true active factors of the vital process. In doing so, Haeckel appears as the heir of the nature philosophy's dynamic atomism. Consequently, in the same way the Leibnizian monad is not a naive metaphysical entity completely detached from the living world, the Haeckellian moneron is not only a morphological entity existing within a strict empirical taxonomy but also the descendant of a speculative tradition. In a new Darwinian age, something from older paradigms carries on, and these conceptual shifts make the Haeckellian moneron the result of a combination of different legacies. From monads to monera, we face a powerful process of naturalization of the understanding of how the basic living entity must be in order to be alive, and this process directly impacts the definition of life and living beings in the 19th century. Robert Coases. Idealism and Darwin, Rejection. Accommodation, Appropriation. James Hutchison Sterling and David George. Ritchie. Abstract, Darwin's materialism and rejection of teleology seem to contradict the most central tenets of British idealism. Not surprisingly, though, the idealists responded in roughly three ways. Some, like Whewell and Sterling, rejected evolution; others, as Boucher argued, sought an accommodation between British idealism and Darwinism. Ritchie, though, sought to appropriate Darwin's revolution as an instance of idealism at work. To do this, Ritchie needed to invent a fledgling philosophy of science, based on Kant's science of cognition. Each of these responses is examined critically. Ritchie's invention of a fledgling philosophy of science, based on Kant's science of cognition, is found to be a significant philosophical achievement. Introduction. Even philosophical traditions with strong internal coherence, like British idealism, contain tensions. For example, Bosanquet praised Herbert Spencer's writings while Ritchie sought to refute Spencer's errors. It should be no surprise, then, that idealists varied in responding to the zeitgeist-shaking ideas of Charles Darwin. Darwin's fundamental challenge evoked engagement along three lines. 1. Obvious differences between the two traditions did lead some to oppose him. Whewell and Stirling, for instance, rejected Darwinianism. 2. Obvious differences may permit an accommodation if there is no inherent contradiction. A prominent researcher in the field, David Boucher superscript 1, has argued that this strategy was largely successful. 3. Obvious differences did inspire proponents to hold that idealism is logically prior to Darwinism, so that Darwin is appropriated as idealism at work. Part 2 articulates Stirling's rejection of evolution. Part 3 summarizes efforts at accommodation, including Boucher's and Ritchie's, and Part 4 examines Ritchie's efforts to appropriate Darwin. Our principal foci will be the writings of Stirling and Ritchie. 2. Stirling's rejection of Darwin, Design and Naturalism. A preliminaries, non-trivial disagreements. Ambiguities about species and the lack of known causation for variations bedeviled Darwin. Stirling suggested that Darwin was well summarized by Huxley. That new species may result from the selective action of external conditions upon the variations from their specific type which individuals present and which we call spontaneous because we are ignorant of their causation. That suggestion is the central idea of the origin of species and contains the quintessence of Darwinism. Stirling detected 5 problems. First, organisms which vary from their specific type may be only variants, not species. Second, we are just simply ignorant of causation. These objections were more significant in the 19th century because the idea of a species was less fixed than it is now, and the significance of Mendel's work on the genetics of peas was not fully appreciated until the work of de Vries. Darwin himself complained that no one definition has satisfied all naturalists, yet every naturalist knows vaguely what he means when he speaks of a species. The term variety is almost equally difficult to define. This ambiguity persisted until consensus emerged around Mayer's definition. Species are groups of morphologically and behaviorally similar organisms that can breed only among themselves, excluding all others. Superscript 2. Darwin could have clinched his argument if he had shown that the new varieties of finches could not interbreed. Stirling sensed this deficiency. Because he found in these islands so many finches superscript 3 and in the different islands different ones, Mr. Darwin was led to speculate on their possible origin. There was a common analogy in all of them, only on a certain South American type. The obvious inference accordingly was that all these finches had been actually modified, and all of them out of a single characteristic type. As one sees, it is at once assumed here that the 13 different finches constitute or represent 13 different species, and consequently the first thing it occurs to us to ask is, what is a species? We really should like to know if they cannot pair together. Second, Stirling deplored our ignorance of the causes of spontaneous variations. After de Vries, we can now say that in the processes of cell divisions, genetic material, which almost always creates an accurate carbon copy of itself in the new cells, sometimes randomly mutates. While this objection is no longer damaging, Stirling was right to criticize this gap in the theory. Third, the Galapagos seemed a strange place to stumble upon the struggle for existence. We have seen that Mr. Darwin speaks of the struggle for existence as an essential element of the theory. What countenance then does the very feeding ground and breeding ground and originating ground of natural selection show it? Why none, absolutely none. Through horses and donkeys, different species for morphological and behavioral differences, also cannot successfully reproduce. The hybrid attempts are sterile. This is consistent with Mayer's definition. However, to complicate matters even for today's understandings, today's wolves are seen as different species from today's dogs for morphological and behavioral reasons. But dogs and wolves can interbreed, and the hybrids seem to be fertile, creating legal dilemmas for jurisdictions having statutes prohibiting wolves for pets. Are the hybrids wolves or dogs for legal purposes? Although Mayer's definition is now taken as authoritative, there are still gray areas at the edges. Interestingly, the 15 types of finches that Darwin identified are still largely taken to be distinct species because they tend not to interbreed and because of morphological and behavioral differences. When researchers sequenced their genomes, they found that a single gene was largely but not exclusively responsible for variations in the shapes of beaks. Perhaps genomic variations are a bit like dialect areas, with settlements spread across significant distances. Individuals from any two adjacent villages are mutually intelligible while speakers from the extreme ends of the variations are not. Similarly, variants from Island A may be able to interbreed with those from Island B, but not with those from Island K. Out the whole of the Galapagos archipelago there is not a vestige of the struggle for existence, not a trace. In Darwin's own words, the native fauna exhibited no fear of him or of any predator. We are left with Darwin's explanation that he found this idea in the writings of Malthus and Spencer and that they are of general validity. Fourth, in Darwinianism, Workman and Sterling hypothesized that Darwin conjured a false dichotomy between creation or variation. He returned to this theme. Darwin came to his idea of creation or modification. Darwin, it seemed, could not quite get beyond the view that acts of creation had to be singular acts like the way that workmen, say, carve a duck. But the frontispiece of OS features a quotation from Whewell, but with regard to the material world, we can at least go so far as this: we can perceive that events are brought about not by insulated interpositions of divine power, exerted in each particular case, but by the establishment of general laws. God could have created humanity by setting in place the laws of variation and natural selection and letting them operate. Darwin's view of divine creation was less cramped than the workman's view. Finally, he questioned if Darwin overreacted to the exotic nature of the area. What about the visit to the Galapagos evoked so strange a theory as godless evolution? One cannot wonder that such a region as this went to the heart of Mr. Darwin. Sterling wrote, one cannot wonder that it was here he found the motive for his peculiar theory. This spot was solitary and remote, and what life there was upon it seemed to have for him only a strange, unnatural and old-world look. In short, Darwin may have been impressionable. B. Teleology. And that brings us to the question that is between Mr. Darwin and ourselves, the question of design. How was the woodpecker, for instance, so wonderfully formed for the climbing of trees, asked himself, and he could not quiet himself by the answer it. Darwinianism, Workman and Work is a unique and almost peculiar work. From the title one might expect a detailed, philosophical examination of the central tenets of Darwin's theory. But Part I is a psychological examination of the characters of Darwin, his father, and his grandfather, Erasmus. Meanwhile, Part II is a detailed examination of Darwin's intent, given data drawn from his extensive correspondence. Has been just so made. That was a supernatural explanation, and he for his part could only be satisfied with a natural one. Sterling believed in divine creation and that everything in nature has a purpose. For Sterling, the whole effort of nature in its zoology is to get to man, and it is a long ascent to get to him through sponge and mollusk, fish and reptile, bird and beast. Sterling detects a divine plan behind what seems contingent. Nature scatters its living products abroad as the sea its shells upon the strand. Contingency is the world. He that cannot put himself at home with contingency as philosophically understood will never philosophize this world. Mr. Darwin's inherited individual differences will never prove a match for the contingency that is. So, Darwin's contingency pales in comparison to divine or natural contingency. However, for Darwin the contingent ways that differences are randomly distributed through populations are what is significant. Sterling understood this clearly. Mr. Darwin said to himself, children resemble their parents, but they also differ from them. Evidently therefore they are as likely to propagate differences as to propagate resemblances. Now any given difference may be an advantage or it may be a disadvantage. That is, the animal by reason of the difference propagated and inherited may be obstructed in the exercise of its functions and the use of its conditions. The ultimate of obstruction can only be extinction. But in the case of furtherance, say for incalculable periods, the ultimate can only be something perfectly new, can only be a new organism, in fact that is tantamount to a new species. To the extent that an organism resembles its parents, it has neither more nor less survival value, but differences result either in extinction or a new evolutionary advantage. Stirling seems to have understood this part of Darwin. Curiously, Alfred Russel Wallace, co-founder of natural selection with Darwin, and whose work on the subject was co-published with Darwin's, became a spiritualist later in life. From this new perspective, divine intervention was required at 3 points in human evolution. First, only God could have created the first life. Second, divine intervention would have been required for the emergence of the consciousness in the higher forms of animal life, and finally, only divine intervention could have created the excellences of the human mind. Lyell split with Darwin and joined Wallace, Whewell apparently allied with Stirling, while Huxley and Hooker held firm with Darwin. Idealism and Darwin, rejection, accommodation, appropriation 181. Quite well, but never accepted it because it lacks divine design. Perhaps a divine plan is such a self-evident truth that denying it is an error. See Materialistic Evils. Some of Stirling's most interesting arguments against materialism are found in his response to Huxley's lecture on protoplasm. Huxley reasoned that there is some one kind of matter which is common to all living beings, the protoplasm within cell walls. While organic diversity may appear to be striking, what, truly, can seem to be more obviously different from one another, than the various kinds of living beings? Behind obvious variety lies a fundamental similarity. A single physical basis of life, all the diversities of vital existence. Further, what has been said of the animal world is no less true of plants. To explain his view that protoplasm, simple or nucleated, is the formal basis of all life, Huxley conjured a metaphor: it is the clay of the potter, which, bake it and paint it as he will, it remains clay, separated by artifice, and not by nature, from the commonest brick or sun-dried clod. More prosaically, it is a fact that all the forms of protoplasm which have yet been examined contain the 4 elements: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen. The basic building blocks of life have been discovered. The smallest organism is a cell, and the protoplasm in all cells is biochemically similar. But it will be observed that the existence of the matter of life depends upon the pre-existence of certain compounds. Remove any one of these from the world, and all vital phenomena come to an end. Huxley conceded that. Experience leads me to be tolerably certain that, when the propositions I have just placed before you are accessible to public comment and criticism, they will be condemned. I should not wonder if gross and brutal materialism were the mildest phrase applied to them in certain quarters. No doubt, the terms of the propositions are distinctly materialistic. Nevertheless, 2 things are certain: the one, that I hold the statements to be substantially true; the other, that I, individually, am no materialist, but, on the contrary, believe materialism to involve grave philosophical error. This requires explanation. Huxley professed to have learned from Hume the limits of philosophical inquiry. It is impossible to find absolute certainty in answers to philosophical questions. Advocates of any of the ontological isms, whether spiritualism or materialism, err in believing they have found such an impossible truth. While Huxley is methodologically a materialist, he would not embrace any ontological doctrine, even materialism. Considering potential progress of science, he writes, materialistic terminology is in every way to be preferred. But the man of science, who, forgetting the limits of philosophical inquiry, slides from these formula and symbols into what is commonly understood by materialism, seems to me to place himself on a level with the mathematician, who should mistake the x's and y's, with which he works his problems, for real entities, and with this further disadvantage, as compared with the mathematician, that the blunders of the latter are of no practical consequence, while the errors of systematic materialism may paralyze the energies and destroy the beauty of life. Stirling was having none of this ontological skepticism. Once one begins with materialistic terms, assumptions, and propositions, there is no avoiding reductionism. All life and all consciousness are mere matter. Nor is there any logical halting place between Huxley's contention that life is based upon combinations of compounds and the further and final one, that all vital action whatever, intellectual included, is but the result of the molecular forces of the protoplasm. Stirling then raises the question as to how we could know if the protoplasm of a living cell is the same as that of a dead cell. After all, we kill the cell to conduct the chemical analysis. Hence, chemically, dead protoplasm is to Mr. Huxley quite as good as living protoplasm. It must be pointed out that, living protoplasm, is unlike dead protoplasm. Living protoplasm, namely, is identical with dead protoplasm only so far as its chemistry is concerned, and it is quite evident, consequently, that the difference between the two cannot depend on that in which they are identical, cannot depend upon the chemistry. Life, then, is no affair of chemical and physical structure, and must find its explanation in something else. What is missing in dead protoplasm is exactly the life that we are trying to understand. Since a clump of dead chemicals exhibits no life, chemicals alone cannot produce life. To create life is to create a new world, a new and higher world, the world of a self-realizing thought, the world of an Entlechie. Stirling sees here a key tenet of absolute idealism, but this force is a rational unity, and that is an idea. Idealism and Darwin, rejection, accommodation, appropriation 183. This implies a duty to resist the extravagant assertion that all organized tissue, from the lichen to Leibniz, is alike in faculty, and again the equally extravagant assertion that life and thought are but ordinary products of molecular chemistry. Stirling concludes, I need go no farther, the case is now complete. For him, idealism is totally incompatible with Darwinian materialism. 3. Accommodating Darwin. A Boucher's overview. The central tenets of Boucher's approach are a recognition of the tensions between idealism and Darwin, coupled with a belief that there are no fatal contradictions. Darwin's scientific method was inspired by Newton's astronomy, and developed in a neo-Kantian direction under the influence of William Whewell. Darwin's scientific methodology thus was akin to idealism. Thus his achievement in applying evolution to the natural world was widely applauded by the British idealists. It was a hypothesis that gave credence to the fundamental starting point of the philosophy of the British idealists, that is, the unity of existence, in that evolution posited a continuity between nature and spirit. Principally, it asserted the unity of life. There were other methodological similarities. Idealists, like scientists, viewed hypotheses as central to expanding our knowledge. Evolution as a hypothetical conjecture constituted, for the British idealists, an absolute postulate, or what R.G. Collingwood was later to call an absolute presupposition, exercising subtle dominion in all aspects of experience. Boucher notes similarities to Kuhn's paradigms, overarching views of reality rooted deeply in human cognition and language that help form scientific communities and shape normal research. Further, they subscribe to complementary views of truth. Scientists believe that hypotheses have truth value only in context, idealists believe that propositions have truth only as part of a coherent whole. For scientists, E equals mc2 is without truth value, unless it is contextualized in Einsteinian theories of relativity. For idealists, such propositions are found to be true only if the whole is coherent. In essence, then, the logic of the empirical sciences and of British idealism is propositional. They differ only over the criterion of truth. A difference so subtle constitutes no stumbling block. Idealists resemble working scientists more than do empiricists, who view propositions in isolation. The theory of evolution was particularly conducive to idealism's manner of philosophizing. The idealists had a theory of evolution and drew on similarities between Darwinian and Hegelian evolution. Many of the British idealists consciously conflate Hegelian philosophy and the theory of evolution in order to appropriate its favorable evaluative force. Others were seizing evolution for all sorts of political pretexts, and therefore they had to adapt it to their own ends, while remaining faithful to the spirit of Hegelian philosophy. The heart of Boucher's accommodation thesis is this idealist conviction that evolution was the key to understanding the ultimate character of the universe, and all of the separate forms of knowledge or experience were converging on the universal form of explanation. They believed that the categories of biological evolution, heredity, inheritance, natural selection, and the struggle for existence, had to be accommodated in idealist social explanation. Given that strategy, the tactic of the British idealists was to argue that Hegel was a far better evolutionary theorist than Darwin, Spencer, or Huxley. Evolution was indeed completely compatible with idealism because idealism was itself an evolutionary philosophy. William Wallace even argued that what Darwin had done for the process of evolution in the organic world, Hegel did for the self-development of thought in philosophy. Nevertheless, idealism was not a naturalistic philosophy and therefore felt compelled to challenge the naturalistic postulates of evolution and provide a more satisfactory theory based on Hegelian principles. Boucher was not daunted by these differences. The great merit of Darwinian naturalistic theories of evolutionary ethics is that they explicitly recognize the unity of the cosmos. Idealists further shared Darwin's belief that humans are not so different in kind from the rest of nature that they require completely different forms of explanation. This permitted idealists to affirm the unity of nature and spirit, and the operation of natural selection in nature and society. They argued that natural selection accounts for both organic development and moral progress. Boucher concludes, "I have tried to show that the idea and hypothesis of evolution so thoroughly permeated educated society in the Victorian era that all modes of thought had to show how they were compatible with it." Idealism cannot be properly understood without locating its arguments within the context of evolutionary debates, and idealists believed their own philosophy too. Idealism and Darwin, rejection, accommodation, appropriation 185. Be a more sophisticated version of evolution than the naturalistic ideas of Darwin and Spencer. Nor is Boucher alone. Passmore observed that it is nakedly apparent that there is more in common between Darwinism and absolute idealism than there is between idealism and the orthodox Christianity which, it was at first expected, the idealists would save from the onslaughts of Darwin. Similarly, Neil contended that in some ways, the analysis given by these two groups was highly similar. Both argued that it made little sense to view humans as abstract individuals, since they had to be seen in the light of their involvement in the social organism of the state. In summary, two of Stirling's concerns are not yet resolved. First, Darwinists believed the cosmos to be materialistic while idealists did not. Second, idealists were teleologists while Darwin was not. B. Ritchie's accommodation. Ritchie's accommodation argument is slightly different. Boucher sensed that difference without articulating it fully. Those human faculties, he notes, which contributed so much to our continued survival, are also what make science possible. This may be the weaker of Ritchie's two arguments, but it illustrates well his methods while also providing premises supportive of the appropriation argument. Ritchie begins by noting that there is no antipathy between science and philosophy. In every age philosophy has been affected by the sciences, i.e., the methods and conceptions which are used in the attempt to make some particular province or aspect of the universe intelligible have exercised a fascination over those who are seeking to understand the universe as a whole. A kind of cross-pollination occurs, as disciplines borrow from one another. And ideas permeate each zeitgeist. Notions related to evolution, like development, were common at the time. As early as 1794, Erasmus Darwin had posited a type of evolution. In addition, Buffon, Geoffroy St. Hilaire, Lamarck, had all attacked the orthodox dogma of immutable species. Evolution is in everyone's mouth now. But nothing grows up quite suddenly. During the latter half of last century, many isolated thinkers had, in this or that department of science, come to apply the idea of development. Idealists, in particular, were aware of scientific discoveries and even contributed to them. Though in Kant as a philosopher the idea of evolution is conspicuously absent, yet the same Kant, as a man of science, was the author of the nebular hypothesis, a belief that stars evolved from nebula or amorphous gases. It is significant that Kant did not believe that employing physical assumptions and discovering material evolution contradicted any part of his philosophy. So, Ritchie, like Boucher's other idealists, seeks initially to reconcile evolution with Hegel's notion of emanation. Thus, Hegel grew up in an intellectual atmosphere in which the conception of evolution, and especially of biological evolution, was no inconsiderable element. Similarly, Hegel embraced the view that organisms are more or less highly developed, being drawn to Goethe's law that such teleological considerations led Hegel to prefer Entwicklung over evolution. Ritchie quotes Hegel: "The two forms in which the series of stages in nature have been apprehended are evolution and emanation. *1 superscript 1 So evolution was thus familiar to Hegel, both the theory and the word. Everywhere in Hegel we read about Entwicklung, but of evolution he does not speak in so friendly a manner. Why the preference?" Ritchie explained that emanation is meant the process from the less perfect to the more perfect, while evolution is the process from the more perfect to the less perfect. Of the two, Hegel prefers the conception of emanation, because it explains the lower from the point of view of the higher, whereas evolution carries one back into the darkness of the past, and only gives us a series of stages following one another in time. Put differently, Hegel would have preferred the ascent of man to Darwin's choice of the descent of man. However, Ritchie believed that our task is not to dwell on such details in Hegel but to articulate his general method and spirit of philosophizing, so he shifts our attention from evolution. Now it is natural selection which seems to me the really epoch-making scientific theory. It is that has produced that change of categories which, as Hegel says, superscript 1 superscript 2 is the essential thing in all revolutions, whether in the sciences or in human history. Since Darwin's natural selection transforms our way of looking at nature, Hegel's method of philosophizing nature could adjust itself quite easily to the new scientific theory. Here is what is most important of this Hegelian argument for accommodation: scientific revolutions involve changes of categories. Unfortunately, Ritchie permits this promising argument to veer off topic. Natural selection operates through struggle, he reasoned, so it is a process of negativity. In the stage of mere nature this negativity is mechanical and external. In higher stages, negation works at the level of morality and becomes conscious. Morality, to begin with, means those feelings and acts and habits which are advantageous to the welfare of the community. So, we begin with nature and end with morality. Ritchie concludes that this seems to me a type of interpretation of human evolution which is in entire accordance with Darwin's theory of natural selection and which yet admits of what is most valuable in Hegel's dialectical method. The argument, however, does not succeed in its purpose, reconciling evolution with emanation. At the most basic level, if one strips emanation of its ideal and teleological aspects, and evolution of its material and teleological aspects, all that remains of each is a process of change. Everything distinctive about each has been removed. This is not a reconciliation of the two ideas but a gutting of the essential characteristics of each. Superscript 1 superscript 3. For Ritchie's appropriation of Darwin. Ritchie discerned that science is only possible if the Kantian account of human cognition is true. From this he developed a still underappreciated account of science that roots it solidly in Kantian cognition and posits the existence of a social dimension for a science and, by extension, for all knowing. Ritchie's intention was not to invent a philosophy of science, rather, he sought to protect Green's liberal commitments against Spencer's harsh political economy. Survival of the fittest was the Spencerian term that Darwin borrowed to describe the competition among individuals, varieties, and species over millennia. If one were to apply the mechanism to societies over short periods of time without the mitigation of compassion, one might be tempted to prefer Spencer to Adam Smith. But Darwin was more akin to Smith than Spencer. He wrote, "Important as the struggle for existence has been and even still is, yet as far as the highest part of man's nature is concerned there are other agencies more important. For the moral qualities are advanced, much more through the effects of habit, the reasoning powers, instruction, religion, etc., than through natural selection, though to this latter agency the social instincts, which afforded the basis for the development of the moral sense, may be safely attributed. Biology does not doom humans to viciousness. Nature has selected the social instincts as the basis for development of the moral sense, which is more important." So Ritchie is not wrong to seek to prove that the theory of natural selection lends no support to the political dogma of laissez-faire. This placed him at odds with the view that a nature read in tooth and claw superscript 1 required economic arrangements based on units that need to outperform one another in order to survive. To save Green, Ritchie needed a philosophy of science. He therefore directs our attention to epistemological concerns superscript 1. Traditionally, epistemological antagonists were 1. Empiricists, all knowledge is only sense data and its implications, and 2. Rationalists, all knowledge is the product of deductions. The balance between the two was disturbed when Hume famously awakened Kant from his dogmatic slumber by questioning the existence of causes. Hume's account of causes was disturbing because, as an empiricist, only sensation could be a valid basis for an existence claim. In his billiards metaphor, he questioned whether there were any perceptible causes at work. Clearly one could see, 1. The cue ball, 2. The stroke of the stick which moved the cue ball, and 3. The trajectory of the cue ball, all these existed. But we have no similar perceptual warrant for saying that a cause was extant. Clearly, there was no visible entity moving across the surface of the table, carrying the ball into the pocket. Without a sensual warrant for asserting the existence of causes, Hume was left with the skeptical conclusion that causes did not exist qua entities in the material world. Causation was a relationship between entities. So a new epistemological crisis emerged. That the Enlightenment ideal of reason could not be sustained was, then, an implication of Hume, and a delight to romantics, along with grist for Kant superscript 1, where the philosophers of the Enlightenment had unlimited confidence that REA Sun could provide the one, true answer to all of life's pressing questions. The Romantics rejected it wholesale and celebrated a mysticism that could evoke more purity from humanity than could cold rational calculation. A decade later, Kant sought to transcend the divide between empiricism and rationalism by shifting the conversation away from the knowledge that comes from reasoning or sensual data, to a science of erkenntnis or cognition. Cognition, and not merely knowledge, becomes the mystery to be explored. With this, cognitive science was born. Kant delineated the limits of reason, penning a critique of pure reason that both celebrated its successes within narrow spheres, like mathematics, while attending carefully to its limits for the rest of life's questions. In this new Kantian science, cognition is a series of mental functions that are embodied in ways that form, order, and shape the manner that we conceive of, and perceive, the world. Our cognitive frameworks, then, are partly a function of that world, a reality external to us, and partly a function of the mind's becoming cognizant of it. Given the ways that our bodies are shaped, we are inclined to employ certain cognitive strategies and categories to order sensations, in front of or behind, before or after, to the left or right, above or below, because, and so on. It is almost as if, given who we are physiologically and mentally, we must think in the ways that we do, or not think at all. Human cognition as we know it could not operate without thinking in terms of causes superscript 1. Disciplines, fields of cognition, have their own ways of thinking, partly dependent upon the limits and strengths of cognition and partly dependent upon the subject being studied. In other words, there are communities of knowers and we join one by learning its language. Nicholson believed that the only type of socialism that Ritchie accepted unconditionally was an epistemological socialism. One cannot become a cognitive being in isolation, one learns to know as a member of a community. Applied to the sciences, this implies that if one wants, say, to join the geometers, one must make their assumptions and learn their specialized language. Thus, Ritchie conceived of biology as a cognitive collective that made materialist assumptions in order for thought to proceed while still adhering to the view that biological thinking is but one type of cognition. We therefore conclude that cognition 1, is more than perception, 2, includes an objective element and a subjective element, 3, is tightly connected to language, 4, occurs within communities of knowers, and 5, is the basis for such communities. Ritchie emphasized Hegel's discovery that when scientists have reason to alter or abandon a set of categories, a scientific revolution occurs. Since there can be no scientific revolutions without changes in categories, there can be no science without categories of thought. For example, in Newtonian physics, mass refers to material entities which can be acted upon by energy, but in Einsteinian physics, mass refers to an entity in which energy is stored in ways permitting its release by fission or fusion. In the earlier conceptualization, mass and energy are distinct and irreconcilable concepts. In the latter, mass is energy, E equals mc2. This is true even though many of the referents in the old and new sciences are the same and even though, in everyday processes, they respond in much the same way as they had before the scientific revolution. But the first conceptualization precludes fission and fusion while the latter reveals those possibilities. Ritchie's argument to appropriate Darwin. In prefacing this central argument, Ritchie raised expectations while acknowledging that the proof would not convince everyone. I take the essence of the transcendental proof to be what I am going to state, and I cannot see that such proof admits of any refutation except from the consistent skeptic. He then offers a quick but deft refutation of the consistent skeptic. He must be left to doubt his own skepticism and so to contradict himself. How could this line of reasoning work? Consistent skeptics adhere to the proposition psi that no propositions can be known to be true. The dilemma moves swiftly. A. If one does not believe psi, then one is not a consistent skeptic, but B. If one does believe psi, then, since there is at least one proposition that they profess to be true, it cannot be true. Skepticism is, for Ritchie, self-refuting. We have already seen how important this Kantian argument was to Ritchie. It is meant to convince anyone and cannot be disproved. So something fundamentally important to Ritchie must be happening in this argument, and he italicizes every premise and the conclusion, which he did not do for any other argument. He introduced it by calling attention to the empirical psychologist who has every right in saying that knowledge begins as sensation. That is true as a matter of mental history. He is only wrong when he goes on to say that knowledge is nothing but sensation and the products of sensation. Superscript 1 Then the central argument is presented. Superscript 1. If knowledge be altogether dependent on sensation, knowledge is impossible. But knowledge is possible, because the sciences exist. Therefore knowledge is not altogether dependent on sensation. Unfortunately, as phrased, Ritchie's argument cannot support the weight he placed upon it. If it is true at all, it may be little more than a tautology. However, returning to Kant's phraseology enables us to reveal the true power of Ritchie's insight. In the Prolegomena, Kant writes of the possibility of a science of cognition. If one wishes to present a body of cognition as a science, then one must first be able to determine precisely its scope. Kant lists some possibilities, whether this distinguishing feature consists in a difference of the object or the source of cognition, or even of the type of cognition, or some if not all of these things together. The idea of the possible science and its territory depends first of all upon it. Clearly, the content of this new science is going to be human cognition, as Brooke contended. cognitive science is born here. Following Kant's lead, we can salvage Ritchie's argument. With one term changed, it can rise to the challenges he set for it. If cognition be altogether dependent on sensation, cognition is impossible. But cognition is possible, because the sciences exist. Therefore cognition is not altogether dependent on sensation. What the psychologist got right was the history of human cognition. One must be cognizant of something, and experience gives us the objects of human cognition. But experience alone cannot create cognition. For beings to be cognizant, they must be able to do more than passively absorb sense data. Cognitive beings actively employ a variety of cognitive skills, including ordering and categorize. In superscript 2, we humans routinely perform these cognitive functions just to perceive the world. Whatever else may be true of today's robots and computers, even supercomputers, which can passively receive sensory input and store it in memory, no one has yet ascribed cognition to them. By contrast, cognition is typically said to emerge in humans late in the first year. Kant drew the parameters of his new science of cognition. In short, Kant believed human cognition requires the a priori categories of human thought, derived from pure reason. So, when one is trying to understand metaphysical cognition, one may legitimately make whatever metaphysical assumptions advance our sciences. Similarly, when trying to understand machines, one may legitimately make mechanical assumptions, and, in the case of Darwin, one may make materialist assumptions about life forms. The form of Ritchie's argument is an instance of modus tollens: if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. Since modus tollens is deductive, we can be certain of the conclusion whenever the premises are true. The first premise: if cognition depends totally and exclusively upon sensation, then cognition is impossible, has already been established. But three additional lines of argument remain. First, if cognition were nothing more than sensation, then merely perceiving old acquaintances would be enough to recognize them, but reperception does not always result in recognition. Second, there must be a consciousness unifying sensations, or they are little more than a cacophony of data. One must be cognizant of oneself before one can gather sense data about the world. Third, we understand things as members of categories. I might have the sensory input necessary for knowing that a thing in front of me is a yellow umbrella, but if I have no apparatus for conceiving umbrella and yellow, I cannot see it as a yellow umbrella, that is, I cannot understand it. The second premise, that cognition is possible, can be verified in at least two ways. First, per Ritchie, cognition is possible because the sciences exist. The facts that sciences and scientific revolutions exist are proof that cognition, with its conceptualizations and reconceptualizations, is real. Second, a direct intuition of the activities of one's own mind can validate the premise: one can only be cognizant of oneself as a cognitive being if cognition exists. We may conclude, then, that cognition is not altogether dependent on sensation. This is a tour de force, proving one of philosophy's most contentious propositions. But it also requires that Darwin's revolution, as a cognitive revolution, can only be understood in terms that are fundamentally idealist. Empiricism is not adequate. We know, for instance, that Darwin's thoughts upset thinking in many fields, but empiricists like Mill believe that scientists merely add another true proposition to the scientific pile without disturbing anything else in our understanding of what it means to be human and what could be, and should be, our place in our material world. In short, Ritchie's work refutes crass empiricism and provides an anticipation of the work of Karl Popper and Thomas Kuhn. From these considerations, Ritchie drew two conclusions: the Kantian project is sound, and Kantian insights into cognition enable us to understand the Darwinian revolution. In short, Ritchie has not simply saved idealism from the threats of materialism, but he has also shown that materialist assumptions about the material world make sense without threatening idealism. Summary. Idealists coped with the challenge of Darwinism in at least three different ways. Some, like Stirling and Whewell, chose to reject Darwin because of his materialism and his rejection of teleology. Others, including those covered by Boucher and Ritchie in his argument from emanation, sought an accommodation. Finally, Ritchie appropriated the Darwinian revolution for the idealist cause by showing Darwin's revolution was possible only if the idealist theory of cognition is true. Ritchie's appropriation of Darwin represents a philosophical achievement of the highest order. Whatever we may still discover and come to understand about the origins and nature of organisms will make sense only if we are cognitive beings, operating within this idealistic and dialectical context. Idealism and Darwin, rejection, accommodation, appropriation 195. Addendum. Kant's Prolegomena. Wenn man in Erkenntnis als Wissenschaft darstellen will, so mu beta mans über das Unterscheidende, was siemit keiner anderen Gemein hat und was also eigentumlich ist, Gena bestimmen können, jedenfalls die Grenzen aller Wissenschaften ineinander laufen, und kein ders Elbenerer Natur nach Grundlich abgehandelt werden kann. Superscript 2 Superscript 1 A fairly strict translation. When one wants to create a science of cognition, one must first define it, by determining accurately its peculiar features which constitute it properly. Otherwise, the boundaries of all sciences become indistinct and none of them can be dealt with appropriately to its unique nature. This passage, and several subsequent passages, concern efforts to create a science of cognition. Subsequently, Kant writes the source of metaphysical cognition must be metaphysical and not physical. Further, since the science of cognition is metaphysical, it must consist of a priori judgments. Kant cannot be understood as doing anything different from a science of cognition. Eugene Itabashi. Biology and the Philosophy of History. Nishida Kitaro and the Philosophy of Necessity that includes freedom. Abstract. Nishida Kitaro, the philosopher known as the founder of the Kyoto School, is a representative of early Showa period Japanese thought. In one of his most famous articles, Logic and Life, Nishida actively incorporated the theory put forward in the biologist J.S. Haldane's The Philosophical Basis of Biology into his own work. On this note, I would like to ask, what was it about Haldane's theory of life that was so interesting to Nishida? Why was Nishida so intent on actively incorporating Haldane's theory into his own philosophy? Moreover, we can also ask why he was so interested in the field of biology in the first place. To discuss these questions, a further question must be raised: what kind of problems did Nishida believe that the field of biology needed to clarify? Nishida incorporated Haldane's biology into his philosophy insofar as he believed it to be relevant to the fundamental problem of the philosophy of history, the core of his later philosophy, which has an inevitable connection to his theory about the nature of biology. Introduction. Nishida Kitaro, the philosopher known as the founder of the Kyoto School, is a representative of early Showa period Japanese thought. In one of his most famous articles, Logic and Life, Nishida actively incorporated the theory put forward in the biologist J.S. Haldane's The Philosophical Basis of Biology into his own work. Superscript 1 Furthermore, Nishida remained translated by Yukiko Kawayama and Richard Stone. Sympathetic to Haldane's position all the way until the writing of his article Life in 1944. On this note, I would like to ask, what was it about Haldane's theory of life that was so interesting to Nishida? Why was Nishida so intent on actively incorporating Haldane's theory into his own philosophy? Moreover, while it is well known that Nishida was quite interested in the results found in the work of his contemporary biologists, we can also ask why he was so interested in the field of biology in the first place. To discuss these questions, a further question must be raised: what kind of problems did Nishida believe that the field of biology needed to clarify? Otherwise, what kind of philosophical interests or issues were in the background of Nishida's foray into biology? To state my conclusion in advance, I believe that Nishida incorporated Haldane's biology into his philosophy insofar as he believed it to be relevant to the fundamental problem of the philosophy of history. Thus, Nishida's philosophy of history, the core of his later philosophy, has an inevitable connection to his theory about the nature of biology. In this contribution, I would like to examine this inevitable connection between biology and Nishida's philosophy of history. Superscript 2. 1. Dialogue with Haldane's biological theory of life. From the very first time Nishida referred to Haldane's the philosophical basis of biology in Logic and Life, one of Nishida's most important works, Haldane's biological theory of life became an indispensable tool for Nishida's work. Superscript 3. As the story goes, Nishida learned of Haldane's the philosophical basis of biology through his disciple Iwao Takayama in 1936. Nishida, who had long been interested in biology, quickly tried to respond to Haldane's biological theory in the aforementioned essay Logic and Life. Nishida thus attempted to give a sketch of Haldane's ideas while simultaneously relating them to his own philosophy. True life, however, is established as the self-determination of the expressive world. And we can regard the world of biological life in light of this as well. What the physiologist Haldane says about life becomes comprehensible in light of the above as well. Life possesses an environment not only outside of the organic body but also within. Life involves a normative structure unique to the specific species and the active maintenance of its environment. Further, it cannot be a merely physical or chemical conglomeration but rather must be a persisting unity. It would have to be an individual expression of nature itself. Life has no spatial boundaries. Whether we start from the vitalist's idea of the organic body as separate from the environment or from the mechanist's idea that takes the organic body as a part of matter, we would be unable to construct the biologist's notion of life. He further states, an organic body does not only possess an environment on the outside but also possesses an environment within. Life, according to Haldane, is the active preservation of a particular normative structure with its environment. It is neither a mechanistic process nor a vitality. In Philosophical Essays 2, the collection of essays in which we find Logic and Life, Nishida argues that the environment is both external and internal to life. Life has both an external environment and an internal environment. In the following pages, I will consider both the meaning and significance of these passages while summarizing Nishida's thoughts in Philosophical Essays 2. Let us first look at the part of Haldane's The Philosophical Basis of Biology to which Nishida is referring here. Haldane defines life as the maintenance of an internal environment, or the physiological environment inside the body. In other words, physiological functions inside the blood keep the body in a consistent normal and specific state relative to the external environment. Therefore, the structure, form, and function of living organisms are all mutually dependent on one another according to this concept of active maintenance. That is to say, the structure and form of an organism express the maintenance of functions, and the function expresses the maintenance of the structure and form. Furthermore, since the active maintenance of an organism means the maintenance of both the organism and environment as a whole, life cannot be explained merely mechanistically nor in terms of vitality. Life is rather an expression of the structure and function, i.e., the appearance of a unity between the organism and its environment. In this sense, the organism and its environment cannot be separated from one another. We may even say that the organism permeates the environment. As Haldane further argues, life is nature expressing itself as a specific whole without any spatial boundaries. According to Nishida, all living organisms are only able to exist insofar as they have an environment to which they have adapted. However, living organisms must also be capable of living by themselves. That is, organisms exist insofar as they have an inherent independence or subjectivity from their environment. This means that organisms exist as organisms only as long as they continue interacting with their own environment/creating new environments. Therefore, we are able to find the existence of the activity in which as life alters the environment alters life. In other words, the environment and the organism neither exist as independent and separate entities nor do they merely merge into one activity. On the one hand, the organism and the environment will always be differentiated from each other and they can never merge together. On the other hand, the two can only exist insofar as they exist in a relationship of mutual negation with one another. As long as the environment and the organism, i.e., life, are negating, acting upon, and forming each other, they will remain individuated. True life exists in of negative mutual determination with the environment. In other words, the environment and organic life forms exist insofar as they determine each other through mutual negation and, in a sense, express themselves within one another. Neither one is anything more than one aspect or moment of this mutual expressive formative act through negation. From Nishida's point of view, the environment and the organism are established in the self-formation of the expressive world. In order to demonstrate his own theory of organic life, Nishida argues, life, according to Haldane, is the active preservation of a particular normative structure with its environment superscript 1. Indeed, even for Haldane, organic life forms and the environment are inseparable and exist in so far as they maintain their consistency and uniformity as a whole. This is expressed and manifested through the very way in which living beings actively maintain their normative and specific structures. Moreover, Nishida continues to cite Haldane when claiming that the simultaneously mutually negative/mutually expressive formative operation between the organism and the environment can be seen in the structure and function of the organism. As Haldane informs us, as long as we believe that the structure and function of an organism are mutually expressive, and thus that all organisms are equipped with this structure equals function, then there is no way the existence of this structure equals function can precede the whole of the mutually formative/mutually expressive operation occurring between organism and environment. Nishida believes that Haldane's theory is capable of demonstrating this point. The formation of life in self-determination and the self-formation of the expressive world mentioned above refer to the way in which the whole world forms and expresses itself in the structure equals function of the organic living being. As long as this is valid, the world is established as the world. 2. Form of life. In this way, we can assume that the structure equals function of the environment expresses itself in the structure equals function of the organism. However, this does not mean that Nishida considers life forms simply as organic, i.e., harmonious. Nishida argues, normally, life is understood as organic unity. However, true life must also include death. Nishida thus distinguishes his theory of life from a harmonious, organic theory of totality and system theory. Nishida also states as follows: the environment is both internal and external to life. Life has both an external environment and an internal environment. Thus, we can say that life includes negation, we can say that life includes death. Here, Nishida problematizes the negation that consistently accompanies one's life, which is not directly attributable to Haldane. This structure equals function itself is established through the negation of the environment, or, if we were to rephrase this point in the terms of Haldane's philosophy, organic living beings express the external environment as an internal. From Nishida's point of view, this is possible because the self-identity of organic living beings is established through contradiction and self-negation. In other words, living beings are established through the negation of life, i.e., they are established with death as their internal condition. However, this sense of death is not death in the sense of being the limit of the life's continuous flow. It is rather something which is not derived from life at all. Death understood in this way is something altogether other to life, and is a result of the environment acting upon the organism. Since the active self-maintenance of life is the constant maintenance of biology and the philosophy of history 203. Mutual formations and mutual expressions through the negation of living beings and the environment, it is not possible for the organism to carry out this maintenance by itself. The active self-maintenance of life has a contradictory self-identical way of being constructed through the identity formed between the continuous self-maintenance and the self-perpetuation of the life on one side and the negation of this continuity on the other. The self-formation of the expressive world described above is precisely the self-formation of the discontinuous continuous world. In other words, it is the self-formation of the contradictory self-identical world. In addition, Nishida continued to think of the concrete concept of the self-formation of contradictory self-identical world as the entirety of the interaction achieved through the negation of both life and the environment. Nishida regards the normative structure he found in Haldane's work as a type of form superscript 1 and thus interprets it as the life of species superscript 1 superscript 2. This positioning is especially apparent in his translation of Haldane, where the expression to a certain genus is added by Nishida himself. Life is the active preservation of a particular normative structure with its environment superscript 1 superscript 3 still, even when it seems that Haldane is thinking about the active maintenance of the structure of an organism as an individual, maintaining the individual's normal and standardized structure cannot exceed the range of what is normal or normative for the species. Therefore, Nishida's interpretation cannot be seen as problematic. Moreover, if this interpretation is possible, then for Nishida the organic life of an individual can be maintained while also maintaining the normal and standardized characteristic structure, i.e., function of the species. Nishida thus concludes that species are shapes or paradigms in the sense of the ground form of structure, form, and function, of which the organic life of the individual is a part. Additionally, looking from an alternative viewpoint, the species can also be taken as the shape, or in other words, the mold of the working life of the individual. As a result, species are precisely the shape or type/mold of the self-formation of the contradictory self-identical world where organisms as individuals are established. Yet this does not immediately mean that the life of an individual is unilaterally constrained and subordinate to the life of the species. The shape of the contradictory self-identical world in which life holds and expresses itself, is also the shape established in the world of the discontinuous continuity. Therefore, IFA is, as the self-identity of contradictions, formative. Life is found at the junction between having a determinate shape as species and constantly breaking through this determinate shape. A living species is only a living species so long as it includes its own negation within itself. Without this negation, it would be nothing more than a dead shape. This means, the contradictory self-identical world as the expressive world now refers not only to individuals and the environment, but also to the mutual formation through negation occurring between individuals, species, and environment. The species has a shape and determines itself by itself. It is both that which determines the individual and that which is determined by the individual. There is no such thing as an individual that exists completely separately from its species. The individual is born from the species. It is both thoroughly determined by the species as well as that which determines the species. It is in the individual organism's normative structure equals function that this contradictory self-identical world forms and expresses itself. Insofar as this is the case, we can say that this structure equals function expresses the shape of the species as the grounding form of the individual organism's structure equals function. However, for Nishida, when the normative structure, i.e., the function of life, is not able to go beyond mere physical instinct, the individual is a slave to the species. This means that such individual living organisms are restricted to the life of their species. That is to say, in this situation individuals have no adequate positive significance beyond obeying the physiological instincts prescribed by the life of their own species. They cannot have any positive meaningfulness and there is no individuality which differentiates one individual from another in a positive sense. Nishida assumes that organic beings, with the exception of human beings, correspond to this definition. In other words, in organisms other than human beings, active life with independency and subjectivity that is capable of acting directly on the environment is not realized. According to Nishida, in biological life, the activity of creation towards the future or creating itself in contrast with the environment as something already shaped or fixed in the past, is not realized. By contrast, the normal and standardized individual structure, i.e., function of individual life forms in human life is understood as the body. Yet, Nishida assumes that this body is not merely a physiological internal environment. He instead explains Biology and the Philosophy of History 205. his position in the following way: we are born from the species, but we also actively form the species. Thus, in contrast to the environment that has already been formed, we find the realization of a subject that can create new forms and the subject's body. But in what way can this be the case? 3. Historical body. Nishida describes the act of making things with tools as the distinguishing feature of human life. This behavior makes it possible for each individual human actively to do work upon the environment using tools in order to change it. As human beings living in an environment in which our medium is tools, we recognize tools as tools, i.e., something replaceable or general. This also means we are conscious of the purpose of using tools and we are able to imagine a future which has yet to be realized. This act furthermore shows our capacity to go beyond the preformed environment of the past and cognize and will an intention to create something new. Furthermore, this behavior indicates that humans recognize themselves as the active subject which creates new things. This means that the individual is realized as an independent entity capable of distancing itself from a preformed environment. In comparison to this, Nishida claims that even if there are cases in which they may seem to be using tools at first glance, animals do not truly have tools. The relation between the individual, the species, and the environment in human beings is qualitatively different from that of purposive and instinctive ones, seen in organisms, dependent on the environment. Individuals have inherent subjectivity which cannot be reduced to the species. This means, life itself has its own independent and unique subjectivity that cannot be reduced to the environment. It is here that we find the actualization of the world of contradictory self-identity as a discontinuous continuity, i.e., the world in which life is established as life. The individual life of the human is, therefore, defined as the active maintenance of its normative, standard, and specific structure, i.e., function, as formed and expressed in mutual determination through negativity between individuals, species, and environment. The structure equals function of the human's individual life is precisely the lived body. According to Nishida, the active maintenance introduced by Haldane is not simply maintaining a physiological structure, i.e., the function in human life. It is rather the maintenance of structure, i.e., function that enables practice that, in turn, further enables us to use tools and thus realize technology. 206 Yujin Itabashi. Hence, this already means the maintenance of a form or mold of an action. The lived body is a structure equals function which actively maintains the act of its newly forming the environment by using tools, while recognizing tools as tools, and being formed from the environment which we exist in, all at the same time. Therefore, the life of the species, which is understood as the fundamental form or mold of the structure equals function that individual organisms must actively maintain, must also be recognized as the form or mold of social and cultural actions in human life. Superscript 1 In that case, how does the normative structure equals function known as the lived body actually exist in reality? As an example, consider a case in which I use tools to make something new in order to change the environment and improve my quality of life. Here, my changing of the environment is enabled through the actions I perform upon pre-existing entities. This includes my use of tools and my mastery of various techniques or methods. In this way, I am affected by the various customs and cultures that have conditioned how these tools are used. Moreover, it is through reforming these customs or techniques and taking them to a more advanced state than when I initially picked up the tools that I am able to make new improvements. Therefore, on the one hand, this act is a free and creative act. On the other hand, though, it is an act which is made possible thanks to the various properties of already existing things. It is enabled through our actions upon the properties of things, which thus allow for as of yet undiscovered properties inherent to the object to be realized through our actions. We can only view this as us necessarily having to act upon objects in some determinate way. Here, the following two aspects are realized as one event in which one simultaneously causes the other. On the one hand, we find my own free and creative act, and, on the other hand, we see the properties of the things that do not allow for me to move in a purely arbitrary way, and thus necessarily realize themselves in a certain way. On the contrary, this means that only when I follow the necessity inherent to the properties of things that I know what I want to do, and that it is only here in these sorts of acts that I can realize my freedom. As we can see in these examples, one's free actions can be realized only in the form of acting upon things in a set way determined by their properties. Free actions can only be realized as a conception of necessity that includes freedom superscript 1. In other words, all facts formed from the already shape to its new form to be shaped in the future, evoke and create one another. And it is exactly through this, that the whole of individuals is linked to each individual in itself as the whole. Therefore, it means realizing the connection of the necessity that should be and in which each individuality of oneself and things are emphasized and made lively. Nishida describes the state of affairs in the following way: the world is free yet necessary GUNI hitsuzen nerumono and also has an inevitable direction hitsuzen teki hoko womosu. However, even while it may be true that this free yet necessary interaction is realized in our own actions, we are not its origin. One's actions are always mediated by something not found within oneself, i.e., the inevitable and normative acts of things that negate the will of the self. It is through the act of becoming one with something alien to one's own self that action becomes free for the first time. In other words, this act is realized by denying the realization of the self by oneself. This means that the negation of existence, the negation of the fact that we live on our own, is actually what enables us to realize our own intrinsic/individual life itself superscript 1. Overall, the normal and normative criterion of the structure equals function of human life, in which life is simultaneously death, is none other than the body. The human body expresses freedom that includes necessity, i.e., the way in which life is both free and predetermined at the same time. This remains to be the case while simultaneously maintaining continuous discontinuity or contradictory self-identity. Nishida refers to this free yet necessary GUNI hitsuzen state of affairs as the historical superscript 1. This means that the human body is, in this sense, a historical body. From Nishida's point of view, historical necessity is not given prior to the new formation of the presence which is discontinuous from the past. It is rather something that can only act and be proven through the realization of a new formation of things, and only in the midst of a new formation does this become clear. For the philosophy of historical necessity and biology. Now, keeping all of our considerations up to this point in mind, let us tackle our initial question of why Nishida was so convinced of the importance of Haldane's theory of life and what kind of science biology was for Nishida. The primary meaning we can take away from Nishida's reference to Haldane's biology is this: neither the mechanical theory nor the vitalist theory can accurately grasp life. Life is assumed, rather, to be the active maintenance of a normal and standardized specific and special structure in the interrelation between environment and life forms. To conclude, for Nishida biology is neither mechanistic nor vitalist. It is rather a science that aims to clarify the manner in which life forms exist as the active maintenance of their own normative structure equals function and, furthermore, as the active maintenance of the environment and individual life forms. This scientific field is hugely significant in virtue of its capacity to clarify how life forms are established through the interactions between the environment and particular organisms. From Nishida's viewpoint, these biological conclusions lead us to a worldview about life in which the shape/form of the normative structure as function of the life is discontinuous, continuous, or contradictory self-identical. Furthermore, it is precisely something that leads us to historical life or to the historicity of life, that the shape/form of the real, free yet necessary world is simultaneously entirely determined yet always fluctuating. This is why Nishida believes biology to be so important. Nishida's insights about historical life do not directly result from Haldane's theory of biological life. Rather, Nishida tries to reveal the true value of negation, which he believes Haldane failed to clarify, when looking at the interaction between the environment and life forms. From Nishida's viewpoint, The organic structure understood by biologists as the interrelation between the environment and the living organism is precisely the realization of the structure of historical life as one phase of the continuity of discontinuities. Then, what philosophical problems or aspirations lie hidden in the background of this evaluation of biology? Through our considerations up to this point, we can understand that the problem Nishida addressed was the following: how can one understand a historical necessity that realizes itself while still including the freedom of the acting subject? The key to this question was actually the exact question raised by two contemporary critics of Nishida's philosophy, Tozaka Jun and Tanabe Hajime superscript 1. Upon receiving their critical remarks about accurately grasping life as active maintenance of the normative structure equals function, Nishida proposed a way of being free in the world of historical life which has a necessary direction. The mutual formation of the environment and organic lives as a mutual determination of negation or discontinuous continuity has a form that cannot be derived continuously from the environment and organic lives, and in this sense, has an objective reality and necessity. Nishida shows through analyzing the form of life that the realization of the current free self-creation is the realization of the indispensable linkage of all historical facts, and that realizing one's own freedom thus means the realizing the necessity which includes freedom within itself. Conclusion. In our investigation up to this point, we have seen how Nishida integrated the results of biological research into his philosophy in order to grasp the process of historical necessity. Thanks to this effort, the entirely determined yet constantly fluctuating manner of historical progression, which seems to have been overlooked for a long time, can finally be clarified. Superscript 1. Thus Nishida postulates a contribution of biology to logic that clarifies historical necessity, including freedom. This approach seems to be quite distinct from current perspectives on this topic. However, we should remember that Nishida's approach to biology was hardly a rarity. Indeed, similar approaches to biology or physiology can be seen in the work of thinkers contemporary to Nishida, such as Hans Driesch or Haldane himself. In this sense, Nishida's work was very much in line with the trends of his time period. Driesch's and Haldane's theories of life tried to find a particular law of life that can be distinguished from the laws of mechanical causality we apply to inorganic matter. These laws of mechanical causality in inorganic matter are certainly thought to be capable of demonstrating the laws of life from the perspective of universal natural scientific law. However, the goal of these theories of life is to clarify the autonomous and active self-formation of life activities. Therefore, their goal was not to explore any deterministic principle that would unambiguously derive the activity of life from its preceding state. Several biological theories on life during this time period attempted to analyze the activity of the autonomous subject and active self-formation, along with its lawful necessity. With this in mind, Nishida saw an opening in biology that could contribute to an elucidation of the necessity included in human beings' freedom, subjective acts, and the necessity which includes both of them. However, in the biology of his time, unlike Nishida's point of view, there was already a tendency to reduce even the law of human social life into the law of the activity of general biology. In the modern sciences, or more specifically, in modern natural sciences, the tendency to ignore fundamental differences between human beings and other creatures in the law of activity was even more intense. In comparison with Nishida's thought that developed the logic of historical necessity, the confidence in the existence of human history was overlooked. As a result, it can be seen as proof that the reality of subjective free acts, i.e., the creation of a new one-time event, not in the past, is also being overlooked. This alone is a good enough reason to admit the significance and range of Nishida's philosophy and the need for current philosophers to re-evaluate his work. Takeshi Morisato. Tanabe Hajime and the Concept of Species. Approaching Nature as a Missing Shade in the Logic of Species. Abstract, this chapter aims at providing a methodological reflection on the possibility of a philosophy of nature in Tanabe Hajime's Logic of Species. It will firstly highlight the challenges involved in discussing the notion of organism and in providing a substantial contribution to the ongoing discussion on the significance of natural beings in TANABE's system. Secondly, without discounting these challenges concerning Tanabene philosophy, it will highlight the possibility of applying the logic of species to our approach towards the sphere of the natural, and further hypothesize Tanab's philosophy of nature by contextualizing his concepts in reference to basic terms in biology. By taking a dialectical approach, this chapter will demonstrate how the logic of species in Tanab's account can be relevant to the field of philosophy of nature, and also, how its application to the biological concept of species can generate a particular understanding of the natural world that fits within Tanabene metaphysics. Preamble. A founding member of the Kyoto school, Tanabe Hajime, distinguished himself as an original thinker by developing his own philosophical system, called the logic of species. It took approximately 15 years, from the early 1930s, for the philosopher to articulate his new metaphysical system in 13 voluminous essays. Superscript 1. During his impressive career as a professor of philosophy at Kyoto Imperial University, Tanabe's students and major publishers encouraged him to publish these writings as a single monograph. However, it was only towards the end of his life that he agreed to allow this work to be posthumously included in the complete works of Tanabe Hajime, both as a record of his life's achievement and, more importantly, as a unified whole, a monument of his philosophical thinking. At the outset, given the highly abstract rendering of the logic, saturated with a plethora of metaphysical vocabularies that demonstrate a considerable influence of the thinker's earlier engagement with mathematics and theoretical physics, many readers may expect that the logic of species could promise Tanabe's serious engagement with the discipline of biology, or at least succeeds in providing a robust theory of nature. It is clear that Darwin's use of the term in The Origin of Species was not unfamiliar to him. Superscript 2. However, it becomes clear that Tanabe's own interests led him away from reflection on the philosophical significance of nature or the ontological structure of natural life. What I would like to do in this chapter, therefore, is to develop a dialectical approach to the logic of species. First, I would like to highlight the challenges involved in discussing the notion of the organism or providing any substantial discussion of the significance of natural beings in Tanabe's system. It will become apparent that Tanabe's rendering of ontology through the metaphysical notion of species is unlikely to help us account for the significance of any natural being in its concrete singularity. Nor does it seem to help us develop any positive notion of nature as a whole. Without discounting these negative aspects of Tanabene philosophy, I would, however, highlight the possibility of applying the logic of species to our approach to the sphere of the natural. The dialectical structure of Tanabe's thinking is such that the lack of an explicit discussion of a theme does not necessarily mean that it cannot be addressed. This is because Tanabe's thinking has the potential to point us beyond itself, that is to say, his logic can, and must be, developed so as to allow it to become more comprehensive, such that it can illuminate every aspect of concrete reality, thereby demonstrating its dialectical capacity to fully account for the negative. It is only by means of this dialectical advancement, so to speak, that we will grasp the way in which Tanabe's logic of species can shed light on nature and the significance of natural beings. Social ontology and the immediacy of nature. Why can't we talk about biological species when we talk about the logic of species? It is undeniable that Tanabe's primary concern in developing the logic of species is the metaphysical question of mediation. While commenting on Heidegger's Kant and the problem of metaphysics, the first essay, From the Time Scheme to the World Scheme, immediately tackles the question of the relation between categories of understanding and intuition in Kant's critical philosophy. The second essay, The Logic of Social Existence, an essay on philosophical sociology, refers to the Aristotelian notion of species in the same vein and begins to show Tanabe's own take on the idea of mediation. From the idea of democracy to the theory of social contract, the natural law theory is based on the relation of the universal and the particular. Perhaps, the individual is the limit of the particular's particularization, and we can think of a determination vis-a-vis the universal as arriving at the individual through the particular. At the same time, if we look at it from the side of the individual, the particular is a kind of the universal, and the ultimate stage of universalization is humanity as the whole. Accordingly, the conflict between the whole and the individual can be relativized to the relation of the universal and the particular. In this case, the whole and the individual, while being in conflict with each other, are unified through the relative mediation of the particular. As a result, we cannot help but lose sight of the particular's unique function to serve as the concrete mediation. In reference to Aristotle's logic, Tannabe identifies the middle point between the universal and the individual as species, and recognizes that the limitation of the particular, which restricts the universal that unifies the whole of humanity in its process of grouping multiple individuals, forms the specific state in reality or a particular society, just as this mediatory system of genus, species, and individuals makes sense only in relation to organic beings. In so far as species is conceived of as a way to speak about the notion of mediation, it seems reasonable to think that there is some ambivalence in Tannabe's use of the term. In any case, it provides an opening to the ontology of nature just as much as to that of human existence. However, as the titles of his essays indicate, the Japanese philosopher repeatedly claims that his primary concern in writing these texts has much more Tanabe Hajime and the Concept of Species 215 to do with social ontology than with advocating a new metaphysics of nature. For that reason, his ontological investigation tends to focus on what pertains to human existence. In his responding to criticisms of the logic of species, Tannabe declares that the first motivation was to think about the origin of the state's obligatory power towards individuals, and then to search for the rational ground of the very obligation. The overture to clarifying the meaning of the logic of species identifies two reasons for the development of this very logic. The first of them, Tannabe argues, derives from his thought that it would be impossible to think of the unity of an ethnic group or of state's governing power from the standpoint that understands society merely as an interrelation of individuals. The introduction to the last essay, written in 1946, also looks back on the author's effort to develop a new dialectical logic, based on the notion of species developed between 1934 and 1940, thereby consistently claiming that the logic was meant to elucidate the rational foundation of state in relation to human existence. Point superscript 3. There are some indications in his writings that the primary focus of social ontology entails more than the author initially expected. However, precisely because the authorial intent clearly focuses on the significance of species in the context of human existence, it is not easy to see its meaningful implications in the field of the philosophy of nature or the philosophy of biology. There are several occasions on which Tannabe refers to the concept of nature and makes a passing remark on the importance of elucidating the ontological status of natural beings in reference to his social ontology. However, the brevity of his remarks discourages many critics of Tannabe from according them any real significance. Additionally, the philosopher repeatedly argues that the biological concept of species fails to capture the mediatory function of the term that he is trying to elucidate through these essays. The LSE, for instance, recognizes the efficacy of using the triadic system of genus, species, and individual for expressing the classification of living beings. However, it immediately warns us that the structure of society cannot be understood through the external organization of classes that the biological understanding attributes to these terms. Moreover, Tannabe continues, the distinction between genus and species, which is developed out of the biological classifications, tends to dismiss their negative opposition, a crucial component in his logic of species that unpacks the dialectical structure of existence. The small number of references to nature or natural beings, in addition to the critical distinction drawn between the philosophical and the biological use of the relevant terms, makes it quite difficult for us to discern the relevance of the logic to our understanding of nature. A leading Tannabe scholar, James Heisig, argues that the logic of species looks like vintage Hegel. The triadic structure of the logic, as well as Tannabe's continuous emphasis on the intermediation of any opposing metaphysical terms through the principle of negation, clearly shows that the Kyoto school philosopher took Hegel as the starting point for developing his own framework of thinking. What makes the similarity between Hegel and Tanabe problematic in our attempt to read the logic of species for our understanding of nature? Tanabe's philosophy inherits the initial distinction between the positive term and the negative term from Hegel. Like Hegel, Tanabe spent considerable time in articulating the proper form of the intermediation between these terms. However, unlike Hegel, he says little about the way in which their mutual implication will shape a comprehensive study of the negative. Nature, in Tanabe, in other words, is explained as that which is more than the initial distinction conveys. However, the question of how the reconfiguration of these terms through their mutual implications, in line with his version of dialectic, will lead us to another revision of the philosophy of nature is left unanswered. The authorial intent and the main thesis of the work clearly show that these texts on the logic of species are primarily concerned with the societal existence of human beings. A lack of sufficient reflection on, or any reference to, contemporary studies of nature becomes more troublesome for the ongoing discussion of this book once we see the philosopher distinguishing his use of the central term, species, from the way in which it is used in the domain of natural science. Lastly, since Tanabe did not further articulate his philosophy of nature, based on his reformulation of dialectical logic, the concept of nature in the logic of species ultimately remains too abstract to deliver any clear insight into our ontological understanding of it. For these reasons, many readers may hesitate to read Tanabe's logic of species for comprehending the structure and the content of natural existence. Nature must be accounted for, reading Tanabe's logic of species with a Tanabene spirit. The lack of evidence for a philosophy of nature in Tanabe's texts on species is the strongest indication that it was not his primary concern. What is at stake is not the biological notion of species and its significance for social ontology. Some readers may wonder, at this point, if a philosophical account of natural beings is not a missing shade in the logic of species but is simply missing altogether the authoritative reference work. Japanese Philosophy, a sourcebook, implicitly shares this view since it translates the title of the work as the logic of the specific. It succeeds in showing the Japanese term, shu, as having nothing to do with the biological concept of species in Tanabe's account and highlights the fact that it only denotes a metaphysical category. With this translation, we can diffuse the tension between Tanabe's dialectical notion of species and the notion of species in the philosophy of nature, by showing that they are irrelevant to each other. That being said, I would like to point out in what follows that there are, however, some passages in Tanabe's text where we can decisively suggest the possibility of extending his social ontology to the domain of the philosophy of nature. On more than one occasion, Tanabe identifies the notion of species as the will to life, while contrasting it with the individual as representing the will to power and genus as the will to salvation. On the basis of these definitions, we can anticipate how the concept of species comes to signify a substratum of all living beings in Tanabe's mind. Moreover, in LSE, species is developed into that which is comparable to nature as genus is to the divine absolute, thereby signaling a strong connection between the notion of species and the realm of nature. This is probably because Tanabe acknowledges that the concept of species, as the substrate of all living beings, originates from the Aristotelian understanding of the notion, which involves appropriate attentiveness to the characteristics of organic existence. Tanabe remains critical of Aristotle's metaphysics on the basis of the fact that it emphasizes the ultimate primacy of form over matter, and construes an undifferentiated continuity between human/societal existence and nature. However, as far as the aforementioned passages are concerned, the notion of species has an indisputable connection with the notion of life. Hence, Tanabe's social ontology must address the notion of natural beings since it aims at comprehending human existence in nature. The dialectical nature of the logic of species, moreover, guides Tanabe to recognize the significance of social ontology, or his conception of human existence in society, as maintaining a comprehensive relation to its opposing term, nature, regardless of the fact that his logic must maintain their mutually irreducible difference. This is in line with the kind of development that Tanabe recognizes in working on the logic of species. We have seen that the CMLS identifies two reasons why he developed this logic, and the second of them, as Tanabe argues, pushed me beyond the practical meaning tied to the current socio-political circumstance, but it came to possess more general meaning that relates to the method of philosophy. Two interrelated concepts that Tanabe develops as the general method of philosophy in these 13 essays are absolute mediation and history. The former focuses on the proper way in which we can conceive of the intermediation between any opposing metaphysical terms, while the latter sets forth the ultimate standpoint from which we can understand reality in concrete terms, which is supposedly comprehensive of both the human and the non-human standpoint. I believe that Tanabe's reflections on these complex ideas provide us with some room for extending his social ontology to the domain of the philosophy of nature. In the logic of species and world scheme, Tanabe argues that absolute mediation is the core structure of the dialectical logic of species, and further claims that we have to attend to the way in which it intermediates both positive and negative terms. First, he claims that the logic of species, as absolute mediation, cannot be a kind of thinking that abstract the non-rational and include what is rational alone as its content. Rather, as proper dialectical reasoning. The logic that denies immediacy must suspend it as the mediatory moment of itself and deny by affirming it under the condition of absolute negation, otherwise, the logic cannot truly deny the immediacy. Thus, non-rationality that immediacy possesses should not be thrown out but must be maintained as the mediator of the logic. If we say that the logic that denies this is rational, it should not be that which abandons the non-rational by merely opposing it. But rather, it should constitute non-rationality qua rationality that affirms it through negating it. With regard to the sense of absolute rationality, non-rationality of immediacy must be an indispensable mediatory moment in the process of establishing itself. This standpoint is the absolute mediation that turns the non-rational into the medium of its own self through maintaining. This intermediation of self and other, based on the notion of absolute mediation, continuously surfaces in Tanabe's writings, especially when he expresses his critical stance towards other thinkers. In 3 stages of ontology, for instance, the relation of nature and self becomes the standard model for outlining the structure of his dialectic, and it is laid out in relation to his critique of Hegel's philosophy of nature. Additionally, in Ethics and Logic, while explaining the mediatory relation of existence and ethical ideals, the philosopher weaves his understanding of absolute mediation into Schelling's view of nature. He argues, Hegel's philosophy ignores nature's independent, negative opposition to mind, and that is why it tends to be interpreted as painting nature as a result of mind's self-alienation within itself. In this case, when claiming nature as existing externally to mind, this transcendence cannot indicate that which is negative to immanence as a moment of the absolute mediation. But it can only signify ideal transcendence within mind. Here, the peculiar meaning of the transcendence of space, discussed in Overture to Philosophy of Nature, is lost, whereby nature is reduced to ideality. However, nature that ultimately remains in immanence as that which is emanated from absolute spirit cannot be the mediatory moment as the substrate of existence. Nature that stands over against human action as an obstacle rather serves as the mediator that affirms the human action as the negative, so, to overcome nature through human action, in turn, must mean to follow nature. In this case, however, nature loses the meaning of standing over against action. Rather, it takes the human action as the mediator of its formation. In short, nature simultaneously comes to mean what human action produces. It is no longer nature that self must overcome as non-self, but rather it turns itself into self as the mediator of self. Hence, it must be transnatural but at the same time trans-self, because self follows the nature, and so long as that takes place, nature turns self that is denied therein into an affirmation of it. The absolute mediation of self qua non-self or nature qua self makes self and nature as two moments of the absolute unity of subject qua object. In eternity, history, and act, Taneb begins to label this transformative unification of nature and self as the work of absolute nothingness, thereby adding a far more metaphysical tone to the notion of absolute mediation. Superscript 1. Once the notion of the transformative and metanoetic absolute is introduced to the logic of species, Taneb's social ontology comes to mean something more than a metaphysical understanding of human existence, because the concept of the absolute necessarily implies the transformed sense of the whole reality in relation to self-negating self-fulfillment in its social existence. Point superscript 1. Superscript 1. Since, in this context, self-awareness based on absolute mediation comes to represent reflections on the transformative unity of nature and self, the logic of species contains a line of thinking that extends far beyond the initial intention to examine the contradiction between the state's authority and individual freedom. This metaphysical advancement in Taneb's writings can only make us wonder what the renewed sense of nature under the logic of absolute mediation would look like, and invites us to apply the very logic to the study of living beings. There are some methodological suggestions that we can draw from Taneb's writings. The AHA states that, through the transformation of absolute nothingness, both self and nature negatively become one, and this serves as the ground of comparative studies between nature and human action. This statement alone proves that we may apply his logic to our study of nature or relate it to the biological concept of species. In fact, the philosopher himself often applies his dialectical logic to the field of mathematics and theoretical physics. In this sense, our application of it to the philosophy of biology should be a welcome addition to his philosophical findings. Point superscript 1. Superscript 2. This interdisciplinary practice, however, is further supported by Taneb's metaphysical insight. He insists that his intention in making mathematical inferences or offering philosophical insights in matters of theoretical physics is not designed to prove the structure of the historical world through the world understood in terms of physics as if it were the ground of existence. However, he continues, existence in physics is not anything that we can directly grasp through sense perceptions, because it requires a negative mediation of the perceptual content and mathematical concepts. Hence, mathematics that belongs to a historical culture enters the world understood in terms of physics as mind's formal self-awareness, and thereby, the world picture that pertains to physics is not a mere reproduction of existence. Rather, it includes the historical fruit of mathematical thinking as its negative moment. In order for the historical world to reach the level of concrete self-awareness, therefore, it must include the structure of the world understood in terms of physics as a mediatory moment, and if the logical structure of the latter is not understood as the abstract aspect of the logical structure in the former, then we would have to say that the understanding pertaining to the former is incomplete. This is to say that the logic of species, based on the notion of absolute mediation, does not only serve as the foundation for the comparative studies of philosophy and biology, but also, without accounting for the significance of the worldview obtained through a certain structure of understanding in the specific field of sciences, the philosophical worldview that we can access through the logic of absolute mediation remains an unfinished business. To judge the validity and soundness of Taneb's insight, therefore, it is crucial that it be compared with findings in other academic disciplines. The task of teasing out a philosophy of nature, understood as a missing dimension in the logic of species, is quite novel, and requires familiarity with the basic concepts or the conventional interpretations of the system. Only about 20 pages of the logic of species have been translated into English, and given the size of the original, it is not surprising that it has not been adequately treated in English-speaking academia. However, Taneb's style of doing philosophy should set our minds at ease. More particularly, in the texts written from the 1930s onwards, Taneb tends to perform a critical study of other contemporary thinkers in such a way that it always benefits the formation of his own philosophical ideas. What he often does with the works of these thinkers is to provide a very concise summary of their basic ideas. Moreover, instead of devoting himself to lengthy philological work, he presents their theories in terms of various philosophical types. By doing so, he is able to set forth his standpoint in relation to these authors clearly, and to clarify his own, original, contribution to the field of philosophy. The logic of species, for instance, is known to have taken up Bergson's Two Origins of Morality and Religion soon after its publication. Tanabe was undoubtedly one of the first thinkers to cite this work in Japanese, and his engagement with Bergson's text in the LSE indeed predates the first Japanese translation of it, which was only published in 1936. Superscript 1 Superscript 3 After expressing his deepest respect for this monograph, he claims that, with his dialectical manner of delivering his points, he cannot hope for the clear, intuitive, and concrete impression and persuasiveness that the philosophical genius of Bergson is able to provide through his philosophy of intuition. Nevertheless, he continues, it is more convenient for me to take his description of the philosopher's ideas as a medium and to further advance my own ideas through critiquing it. According to Tanabe, a philosopher does not have to wait for the ideal scholarly environment where a number of translations and critical studies of the primary sources are available before